still look great, like visually. The problem is the intro is so jarring, and then it's just like, why is there a war going on? There's a war going on, and I don't know who's fighting. Pretty good, showing off the new abilities, the Spartan charge. The Spartans look like badasses in this. I will say, upon reappraising this cutscene, this is pretty good. Yeah, the game just kind of like expects you to know like who you're fighting and why, right? Because the fucking Didact was defeated. So like who's leading these guys? Why are the Prometheans and the Covenant fighting now? Is this the Covenant? It is kind of fun shooting them, I'm not gonna lie. The Prometheans were so underutilized as a concept, man. Like they're pretty much just robots. They could have been so much more. You know, I will say this still looks pretty good. But like, yeah, like what is happening? You know what I mean? Oh, you guys want to see something? Oh shit. Remember those? You guys remember those? What did I just do? I'll give you props on that one, 343. These are some pretty good animations for the assassinations. I might leave. This story is so stupid. That's the fun of it. We get to all sit here and make fun of it.
They're assaulting the back of the temple. Bring in the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Bring in the Kraken.
Kraken sighted.
The thing about 343 games
was ours.
I said this in my book for Halo 2. They have a lot of
we
really
ruled
good ideas
this land.
that they leave half-baked, and then
we owned the
they just ditch them completely. The idea of the Kraken, this thing that's even bigger than the Scarab, it should have been like an iconic boss fight, you know, something that had its own AI that wasn't scripted. Unfulfilled execution, yeah. This area looks pretty good. I don't know why this couldn't have taken place on a Halo ring though.
Watch out for the Kraken. The Covenant are trying to use it to break the Promethean line.
Yeah, like that's just one of its legs. Like it's a pretty cool set piece, but it's like they don't give it any sort of build-up or time to breathe, you know? I feel like this is just like, this is such a cool vehicle. What, like, why did this never return? You know? Stop shooting me. And it flies? Oh my god. How does it fly? I'm just so enamored by this thing. I think also, as an enemy to fight, Prometheans are pretty boring because we never really learn anything about them. Man, they really just be throwing a bunch of fucking enemies at every corner. I forgot how tedious this game can be. I also feel like my teammates are doing jack fucking shit.
Obtain scans of new Forerunner glyphs. One is completely new. Running the other through the system revealed it contains a...
I don't want to listen to that, actually. I want to spend as little time playing this as possible. Get me out of here. I think out of all the enemies, the Knights are the most fun to fight of the Prometheans. Oh, okay. Oh boy, cutscene time. Oh boy, this is the best part.
You claim to be able to access.
And I can.
Access what? Access what?
This location does not serve my needs. When she makes another transmission, I'm afraid.
I also like how her fucking arm is just gone. She's just missing an arm for no reason. It's like last time we saw her, she's fine. You see her earlier in the cutscene. Now she's just, where'd your arm go? Oh, you better cut away. Can't show too much blood. Guy, stick with that T rating. So who was Julam Dama? Because I didn't play all the Spartan ops.
What has she done? How far has it already gone?
Like, they're all just speaking in riddles, you know? This game visually, it looks so much better than Infinite, you know? You know, I might actually agree with that. Graphical fidelity, at least. Not necessarily art style.
I haven't seen Chief press himself like this since we were in boot camp.
Who are you? Who are you? Where'd you come from? I know who he is. I know who Blue Team is, but people that just played the games don't.
Everyone ready?
Affirmative.
Affirmative. That's a classic line. Absolutely classic line. Oh, dude, you're right. This is one of 3 missions where you play as Chief. Oh, man.
Last week, KKR scavengers found it and sold the find to Julam Dama's people.
Don't call them Kigyar like a fucking lame-o. Call them jackals. We got jackals in the courtyard.
We got jackals in the courtyard.
The whole point of this mission is that Chief falls down somewhere and has a vision of Cortana. So anything that happens in this area is just completely pointless. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Remember assassinations?
Let's charge through. Contact.
Okay, that was a nice little music sting. Oh boy, this is... Oh.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
What was it doing just sitting behind those boxes? Now that I think about it, why was it there?
John, the reclamation is about to begin.
Every character in this game just talks in fucking riddles. Oh, dies from cringe.
Hostile contact.
They're just grunts, Fred. Come on, man. Pussy.
Great work as always, Chief.
Great work as always, Chief. Thanks, Fred. You're my best pal.
Covenant ships exiting slip space.
Well, okay, so the Covenant are back. I don't think they ever addressed that in Halo 4. They were just kind of like they just came back. But it was like the Didax troops or something. Somehow the Covenant returned. Yeah, I never understood that. At the end of Halo 3, it's like peace has been resolved. The prophets are killed. The brutes have been disbanded. Why is the Covenant here again? You know, this area just looks perfect for a fucking space battle. Absolutely perfect for a space battle.
Reactor room is just ahead. We can light this fuse and bolt.
No salvage for the Covenant.
Didn't we come to retrieve this station? Nobody told us to destroy it. Okay, here's the challenge for you guys. If you had to say something good about Halo 5, what would you say? Graphics look great. Art style. No, not in this chat. I feel like if I wasn't streaming this, I'd be bored out of my mind right now. I do remember this part though. This is kind of a cool, this is a pretty cool area, I'd say.
The demon and his crewmates.
That was rough. There he goes.
I've reassigned Blue Team. Destination Meridian. Potential contact from Cortana.
Negative 117. Another team is already being prepped to deal with her.
Good old Infinity comms. So Cortana died, and Chief had this random vision, which you assume is just induced by trauma of some kind. He fell down, hit his head, had this weird dream, and was like, Cortana's off on this other planet. Why does Infinity Comms, like, why do they know Cortana is already doing stuff? Why do they know that? They're gaslighting Chief. Yes, they're gaslighting him. Yeah, it's really bizarre.
They won't court-martial all of us, right?
They absolutely will, Fred. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't they court-martial all of you? Is this your first day in the military?
Hey! Is anyone going to answer me?
You're out of line, Roland.
Yes, sir. But so is everyone else.
Also, Roland just kind of like shows up with no introduction. What happened to Roland? There were so many characters and plot points that were just
Welcome to my channel.
like introduced in one game and then just completely abandoned with no resolution. I hate that. Roland's a cool design. I like his design.
You're okay with this? Not just another target.
Every target is just another target, Buck.
That's a good line. That's a good line.
I mean, how are you even supposed to bring them in?
Armor restraints.
Armor restraint. You're not the only one here because of him.
What does that mean? Does anyone know what that means? What did he... Yeah, riddles upon riddles. It also certainly doesn't help that now that like Halo 5 starts... They just keep jumping around these different locations, so you never really get to settle down on any one particular setting. Also, check that out. The last time I played Halo 5's campaign, 2,625 days ago. That's a long time. That is... I have not replayed this game.
Has anyone heard from Aperture State?
Aw, that's no fun. They're all just fine with it. So you let me kill those other guys, but not these. I want to calculate the exact last day that I played this. Oh, Thursday. Wait, Thursday, December 2015? God damn. That's so crazy. That's how much I didn't like it. Oh, okay, that was kind of epic. I'm gonna die. Fuck. God damn it, I have to go all the way back. Son of a bitch. Every death is another minute we have to play this.
Spartans. Was that your doing? We just helped, Governor. Your people did a lot.
No, they didn't. I did everything. Your people suck. I still can't get over the fact that it's like this is a Halo game and I'm fighting robots. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I despise the way the Prometheans enter combat. Oh my god, it's just so lazy, dude. Oh my god, dude, they just keep spawning them. And bro, are you serious? You guys have really dumb outfits.
Nothing personal, Spartans.
Nothing personnel, kid. You know, this game, I guess I didn't appreciate that, but the skyboxes and the backgrounds and everything, it's pretty cool. This is kind of a cool area. Lava place. They had a what?
You know, we've seen Promethean attacks since Requiem.
You know, fellas. I think Halo 5 had a wider array of locations than Infinite. Oof. That's rough, man.
You try my patience. Can you?
What? His audio just got cut off. Oh, baby. Let's go. Best fist fight in the world.
Blue team.
There's just all like, oh, hey. Like they don't even draw their weapons.
Cortana's our concern now, sir.
Like hell she is.
Oh, what do I do with my other arm? Whoa! She just walks into that knee. He just walks into it. Yeah, just let him get up and turn around slowly. There you go. Make sure you show him the thing that you're holding. And the fact that there's three other Spartans just watching for some reason. Also, why is this place collapsing? I think the motion capture is pretty good.
What's taking so long, Spartans?
There's 100 guys. I like how there's no blood anywhere. Halo 5 also does this really weird thing. It's not nearly as bad as Scarlet and Violet, but it's definitely noticeable where the frames of enemies at even like a modest distance gets pretty low. Oh, mission 7 already. We're already halfway through. I think at this point the narrative is kind of like nothing has any real explanation. It's a very disjointed narrative with all these things going on, and now you're here and now you're there, and nothing ever really gets fleshed out. I feel it's trying to juggle too many things at the same time. Like, where are we now? Where the game raises all these questions and it just never answers them. Just put the setting on a Halo. Oh, you got fucking bugs. Did you guys watch Angry Joe's review of Halo 5? And he's like,
For Christ's sake, they even have bugs! There's fucking bugs underground, bugs!
oh, you got fucking bugs. You can shoot the bugs. I don't know why 343 has always been so stingy about ammo in there. I don't care about terminals. Let's just get through. Let's get through this. Yeah, you know, the thing is, you're not really sure for the majority of Halo 5 what to think of the conflict or the villains, because as far as we've seen, we haven't seen the Guardians kill anybody. So the game feels very low stakes. Imagine playing Halo 5 in 2023 and complaining about it on stream, right? Like, what's the purpose? There is no blood. It makes the game feel so plasticky and like not real, you know? Like the blood and violence gave a certain authenticity to the conflicts. Yep, it's this guy again. Then why are you leaving? Yeah, they have way too many concepts, right? There's like the domain, there's the created, the reclamation, there's just so many concepts and things to keep track of. I don't know, man. Were they trying to make like Halo MCU? Jesus, that was loud. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I gotta redo the whole thing. Come on. Leave Linda alone. Leave her alone. Yes.
Soon the Forerunners mantle of responsibility. And once there is peace, we can focus on poverty, hunger, illness, believe someone
Poverty, illness. It's not even about like the Halo rings, you know?
I'll have a briefing for you by the time we reach San Helios.
She just doesn't have an arm. She's just missing an arm for some reason.
Arbiter has united the
Formed a new alliance with Arbiter's victories and the death of Jewel M. Down. The Covenant remnants grow desperate.
I like how you land on this planet and some random elite just starts spouting exposition. This place is really cool. This is definitely like a highlight. There aren't many highlights in Halo 5, but this area is one of them.
I'm impressed. Arbiter has females in his ranks.
What? The Arbiter's not an incel? I'm shocked. I think that Maquis character exists solely for them to be like, huh, he's got females working for him. Arbiter pulls bitches. Forum Dama, but what? See, that's a big problem because if you didn't play Spartan Ops, then Jewel Dama is basically nobody. Like, you don't know who he is, or what his significance is, or what his goals are, or what was he trying to do in the first mission? Why did he kidnap Halsey? I totally just forgot about that. That fist fight is all we really got when it came to the whole Chief versus Locke thing. And that was the big disappointment of this campaign, I'd say. Locke is such a cool concept. The Spartan that's trained to hunt down other Spartans. Very cool concept.
They were already ancient history before humanity built the pyramid. The Arbiter ships are taking heavy...
It's just,
in the name of
shut up. Whatever you're saying doesn't matter. Just interrupted her.
Think they can win this thing.
If they kill the Arbiter, they'll be well on their way.
It's talking about killing the Arbiter. Why do they want to kill the Arbiter? Why are they fighting? Oh, okay. All right. You getting some points for this one? Whoa. You're getting some points for this one, Halo 5. Yeah, okay. So, you know, this part's kind of fun. Mantis is a great vehicle. Mantis Divine. Oh. Well. And a checkpoint. So, well, goodbye, Mantis. She called him a Kigyar again. It's so cringe.
Kaidon! Solu! Keisuta!
What? Okay, this game does have Arbiter, so that's something. It's something. Even though it doesn't do anything, it's good to hear Keith David. We love Keith David in here. If you do not love Keith David, you are hereby exiled.
I don't understand Sangheili. All I hear is
Wart. Yeah, this is one of the cool parts. Game, you playing for 4 hours? That's right, baby. We're gonna do the whole game because I don't want to boot this up again. Let's watch the big boom. Give me a big explosion. Oh, I guess it just falls.
There it is. Do you think it'll follow us?
Wait, didn't we see a bunch of these earlier? Why couldn't we just get one of those? Sanghelios done. Nothing's really happened in the plot. Yeah, you know. Halo 5 looks damn good. Am I wrong? It looks pretty damn good.
Let's make a good jump like we mean to. And handle fools like we need to.
Ooh, you get it, girl? It's really funny looking at Infinite. And like, none of this matters. None of the characters in here appear. What was that blood-curdling scream?
Direct access to the Guardian.
I can't believe the Arbiter has females working for him. Isn't that crazy? Have you guys ever met a female before? All downhill from here. It's downhill the second you put the disc in the console. So we're like 13 missions in, and I feel like nothing has really happened. Like, the whole thing getting the constructor was just a waste of time. There was like filler. This is incredibly visually impressive for an Xbox One game from 2015. It really is. I didn't give Halo 5 enough credit for that, man. I really want to watch the Vidocs on this campaign now. I feel like I want to know what they were thinking. The game's pretty polished, right? Halo 5 is pretty polished. You know, Infinite has a lot of scars of, like, technical debt, as they call it. It's very rough in a lot of ways. It seems like with Halo 5, they had the time to do what they wanted. Like this is the story they wanted to write. Is that... Oh, yeah. So long. You can stop talking now.
But still, the warrior is victorious.
How so?
This
He's victorious. We just killed him. The answer. Oh my god. This weapon was sick. This is the most busted weapon. Explosive minigun. Oh my god, he's bad. Oh god, there's two of them. Oh my god. They really throw... They really throw 3 of them at you like this. By the rings, this is too much. Go away. I'm dead. I gotta do all that. Oh, no. Buck to the rescue. What a hero. Oh, come on. Oh,
Warden is not a robot. I thought you understood that.
no, I didn't. We're so close. Oh, and there they are. Just now you point your guns. What are you talking about? What plans? I don't even know.
Leave, Warden.
So, okay, so the implication is that Cortana can destroy Warden Eternal whenever she wants, but she lets you fight him. Why?
Nurse used Guardians to keep troublesome worlds at bay. I intend to do the same. You want?
Why?
There will be no need for discipline.
What trouble?
Come to me quickly.
Come to me. Go fight all my robots first. Hey, little 5 gardeners. That's a good one. I haven't heard that before.
Psychological tactics. Saying my name. Playing nice.
Psychological tactics. Calling me by my name. I know this strategy. I think having almost beaten this game, I think the story is worse than I remember. I think it's worse. Who is the warden? Just some guy. Just some guy.
Humanity's discovery of the halos was the culmination of the librarian's planning. Your species' ego led you to...
They finally mentioned the Halo rings. I think that's the first time that the Halo rings have been mentioned. Mission 14. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Come on, Fred. Oh my God, he finally did something. Oh my God, this is hell. Why did you leave 3 of them, Cortana? That's what I want to know. My thoughts was that she couldn't get rid of all of them. Yeah, I mean, they just don't explain anything. Like why she can get rid of some of them, but not all. They really just said fuck you when they put 3 of them down there. Oh. Thank God. Oh yeah, the stairs can kill you in this. I forgot about that.
The mantle of responsibility
Man still hasn't given up.
belongs to Cortana and her people.
Focus fire.
They start shooting separate targets. Oh yeah. Look, she can get rid of all of them.
Cortana, I have failed you.
She wanted to meet me, dude.
This is too important.
What is too important to stop? What are you going to do? What is your plan? I still don't know.
You'll be safe inside this cryptum until my work is done.
This fucking sucks. What's up, Cowboy John?
Hunters. Your proper name is Megalagolo.
Oh my God, you fucking virgin. Actually, Megalagolo. Stay mad, bro. I will. Whoa, okay.
Look at all of them. How are we gonna stop that?
Looks pretty epic, man. It's kind of funny seeing all the Guardians and like the end of Halo 5, it builds up to this great conflict. And then all of this is just completely resolved off screen. It's like, what happened with the Guardians? Nothing. We took care of it.
Who will help me bring an everlasting peace to the galaxy?
It is fucking Star Wars.
Cavell, after surviving the glassing of the knob, I'd have kept you away from sharp objects.
Oh my God. The dialogue is awful.
Olympia Vale.
Oh.
The little genius girl who only wanted Daddy to love her.
Oh my God.
My psych eval, you know it takes more than my father to get to me.
And yet...
Don't engage, Vale. Focus on the mission.
Focus on the feeble...
She's roasting them by basically describing their personalities to the audience. It's bad. Come on, give me a gun. I need a gun. Come on! Come the fuck on. There we go.
The last gravitational core is down.
Good work, Osiris. Exuberant. Can you get us to the...
Her corpse would just flung through the air. So close, boys and girls, then we can end this nightmare.
It will burn hot and consume you. And when you are gone, we will take that which remains, and we will remake it in our own image.
You know, I could keep talking about how everything she's saying makes no sense, but I feel like I've just been saying that for the last 6 hours. All right, fellas, I think that's it.
Where is the infinity? Why is she so difficult to see?
What? I didn't know you could die in this section. The good ending, lock dies.
Alien Gathering.
We're all done.
Welcome to my channel.
Best campaign ever, hands down.
We're just gonna run?
Only until we could find a way to fight.
They did my boy Lasky so dirty in this game. This entire game is building up to a conflict and an event that we end up never seeing.
It took you long enough.
Epic cliffhanger. That's it. That's the end. Oh man, I'm so fascinated by how bad the story is. 6 hours of pure trash. Was it better than the Halo show though? Oof. That's a tough one. You see Master Chief's ass. Why do we see his ass in the TV show? So in conclusion, it's actually impressive how much is wrong with Halo 5's story and how little any of it matters. At the end, it feels like nothing happened and we didn't do anything. I think it's good to, you know, revisit this historical game for better or worse. This is where my channel started, so I'll always have a soft spot for it. Is it worth playing ever again? Not really. Now in a few days, I'll be posting another video revisiting the multiplayer of Halo 5. Boy, that's gonna be a lot of fun too. So stay tuned for that. But thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and post your thoughts on Halo 5's campaign in the comments below. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
Listen up, Spartans. It's Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief Sierra 117. Subscribe to the Act Man for awesome content and finish the fight. Master Chief, out.
Well, talk about if you guys would be so indie releases. That's with now a tidbit of info, or at least some of them are. But when much the in-game cutscene can be a real ass to a lot player on a pre-owned short up might be stuck in this game will give you a great look at it rapidly. That control style from the 90s slot forward to a new angle where I needed to switch it up. That being said, it wasn't too hard to get used to, and while it would still trip me up in some scenarios like the first boss fight, I wouldn't say it's so bad that you won't be able to complete the game. I may not have finished it for this video, but I can confidently say that I have a new RE clone to look for when I get that itch for a Kmart brand survival horror experience. It provides a nice little story, and as a plus, the supernatural elements in the X-Files universe definitely lends itself to this kind of a game. If you're able to look past some of the cornerstones of low-budget game development, I think you'll find a surprisingly competent little RE clone here. Sadly, the collector's market has gotten a hold of this one, so you aren't going to find a reasonable price for it out there on the used market, but I'm sure there are a few reputable sites that will, shall we say, solve that issue for you, which, if you ask me, is a hurdle well worth jumping through. Coming from a guy who only casually watched the TV show, I can assure you deep knowledge of the source material is not a requirement to enjoy this one, and as far as Resident Evil clones go, you can really do a lot worse, so this one gets a huge thumbs up from me, and remember, the truth is out there. And since we started with the PS2 game, why not keep that momentum going with a title from the same generation? One that you guys have been wanting me to cover for a very, very long time. Eternal Darkness was pretty important in its day for several reasons, but mostly because it was a pretty serious horror game while also existing on Nintendo's GameCube exclusively. By this time, Nintendo was starting to ease up on their weird moral rules that decided what properties could and could not feature on their platform, but still, you didn't see this stuff very often back then. On top of that, it was made by Silicon Knights, a company that apparently knew how to make good video games at one point and yet still released Too Human. Interesting. ED has developed what you might call a cult following over the years, and like most things that have that rabid of a fan base, it does tend to get overhyped a bit. That being said, if you came here to see me burn this game alive, well, you're gonna leave unhappy because I flat out love it. It's this incredible middle ground between the gameplay of a Resident Evil title and the story of an H.P. Lovecraft novella, and yes, that is a lot of praise to throw in such a short sentence. Eternal Darkness starts off with Alex here getting the call that her grandfather Edward has been murdered, and she gets on a plane immediately to check things out for herself. After actually seeing what little there was left of her grandfather's corpse to see, she starts to explore the mansion looking for some kind of clue as to what happened here. As she does, Alex uncovers a long-lived series of events that all culminate in the most cosmic horror setup you've ever heard of. Once she gets her hands on the eponymous Tome of Eternal Darkness, she gets to witness hundreds of years worth of prep work, including people from all over the world and all over the timeline who have all come into contact with this book and who all play at least some role in this grand plot to bring a godlike being called an Ancient into our world. It seems like there are protections in place, including other Ancients that are keeping him from crossing over, and the entire plot of the game is essentially Alex finding pages of the tome that tell the tale of how he's been slowly over thousands of years and with help from other humans setting up the circumstances for his arrival. Instead of giving you all this information in a linear fashion, ED has you uncovering the plot points by jumping back and forth between different locations and time periods. Thanks to this layout, you get to see a bunch of creepy as hell locations and experience a few different perspectives. This allowed the environment designers to really change things up, but in a way that seems congruent with the general feel of the game. This means if you're ever getting really tired of a location, just know that you won't be there much longer, and soon enough you might be in another place or another time. As for gameplay, this game couldn't be more RE if it tried. In most areas, the emphasis is on puzzle solving and exploration with a slight bit of combat thrown in for good measure. The choice not to engage in combat is almost always viable, and like a good survival horror game, Eternal Darkness doesn't give out any rewards for participating in combat other than the intrinsic prize of that specific enemy no longer posing a threat to you in that specific area. Instead of the standard tank controls, which I think we all know is my preference for this type of game, we get 3D analog movement like you'd find in most modern games, but unlike the last title we covered, these are actually well done with an environment that was tailor-made for such controls. And what that translates into is this game feels absolutely amazing to move around in. Again, just like the X-Files, ED has a camera that will follow the player on a set course, but for all intents and purposes, it's a fixed camera system. I never had any real issues controlling my character, like I said, except when there were traps in the environment and a careful hand's needed. Even then, it wasn't too huge of an issue, and overall, I have to say the controls here felt very, very nice. Combat in the game is handled with your typical RE approach, that being a shoulder button to ready a weapon and a face button to use it, but Silicon Knights added a limb targeting system that actually works pretty well. When you ready your weapon, whatever extremity you're targeting will light up, and a good strategy early on is to decapitate your enemies and then circle around to their back and hit them while they're swinging wildly at the last spot they saw you in. Instead of usable items, health is regained via a magic spell, and come to think of it, a lot of other cool things are handled that way too. That spell menu can be a little overcomplicated and not very well explained, but you'll get the hang of it after a while, and there are some useful spells to be found here. Ones that'll enchant your weapon for more damage, or the usable types that allow you to progress further into an area. Of course, I couldn't make a video on Eternal Darkness without mentioning the sanity mechanic, a system that'll have the game messing with your head if you let your players see too many messed up sights or let enemies keep their eyes on them for too long. Once sanity is low enough, the game starts playing tricks on you. All kinds of things can happen at this point, and when they happen, it is very, very random. So you might walk into a room, get surrounded by enemies, die, and then get teleported back to the door you originally walked through. Or the game might simulate someone sitting on a TV remote and changing inputs. A trick that genuinely made me yell at my brother who was in the room when I first played this. All in all, I think the sanity mechanic was a little overhyped if you ask me, as it really doesn't have any kind of effect on gameplay one way or the other. Don't get me wrong, it's really interesting and they clearly put some serious time into creating a huge varied list of things that can happen, but this mechanic never really elevated itself past an interesting parlor trick in my opinion. It is a really interesting and innovative idea though, and even though I'm fully aware of what can happen most of the time, I typically play the game with low sanity just to see how the game will try and mess with me. To be totally honest, I'm not sure why no one else has picked up the mantle for this kind of a mechanic. Imagine what could be done with a modern game taking a similar approach, like a PC game that randomly quits to the desktop while displaying a fake Windows prompt about deleting your C drive or something like that. Eternal Darkness is one of those cult hits from the early 2000s, and in my opinion that is for a very good reason. Graphically speaking, this was a really strong showing for the time. ED came out around the same time as the RE remake on GameCube, and while Remake's incredible pre-rendered graphics couldn't be touched by any console of the day, Silicon Knights really knew how to make a 3D environment work in an RE clone. The design and lighting of your surroundings are jaw-on-the-floor impressive for the time, and thanks to the benefit of a real-time rendered 3D world to explore, lighting effects from the character can show up on the background, like when a weapon has been enchanted or you get your hands on a torch, you can see that colored light casting on the environment. 3D models aren't the best looking in the world, but the textures used are pretty damn impressive, and if you ask me, this game stood as a better testament to what could be accomplished on the GameCube. It seems like there was a lot of love and attention that went into this one, and that goes for the 2D assets as well. I mean, just look at this little skull blinking his creepy eyes. I love attention to detail like that. Luckily, this is one of the relatively few games that natively support 480p on the GameCube, which means holding down the B button to force progressive scan mode will net you some serious visual fidelity. Checking out both interlaced and progressive scan options side by side shows the clarity and sharpness gained when using 480p is just flat out incredible. I'm using the FrameMeister to upscale both images, but each is using these same exact settings, and no matter how many times I see it, it just never gets old witnessing these retro games look this damn good. So if you have a Carby, GCHD, or honest-to-goodness GameCube component cables, make sure you play this game in progressive scan mode. Trust me, your eyes will thank you. To be totally honest, I hadn't really played this game since I marathoned it with a friend not too long after its release, and I had sort of convinced myself in the meantime that it didn't live up to the hype, but after starting it just to capture footage for this section of the video, I ended up playing to the very end. It does this amazing job of recreating Resident Evil's approach to combat, exploration, and puzzle solving, but also manages to add on to each of those metrics in a very real way. It's not often that a clone adds this much to the core experience while still staying so faithful to its inspiration. Eternal Darkness is an absolute, hands down, no need to think about it recommendation from me. It is an incredibly fun, creepy, and unique horror game that checks nearly every box I like in my survival horror games. Once again, this is a title that has ballooned in price since its release, and it seems to be getting worse as time goes on. By this point, you guys probably know how I feel about spending on retro games, and I cannot in good conscience recommend anyone pay $50 for a loose disc or more than $75 for a complete in-box copy, but once again, I'm sure all of you know how to get your hands on this disc image, and that is exactly what I recommend you do. Oh, and if you're looking to really increase the effectiveness of this horror game, play it in the dead of night with headphones on. Trust me, you will absolutely love it.
Nothing short of a miracle will keep him alive. And there hasn't been one of those for a long time.
Yummy. Feed me more.
Think about how odd of a time the early 2000s were and how crazy it is we all lived through it. When a property gains enough popularity, the video game tie-in is always an option, but in this list alone, we have 5 or 6 examples of these people saying to themselves, you know what would best represent this product? An RE clone. God, what a time to be alive it was. So, as you might expect, Vampire Hunter D was made to capitalize on the success of the animated VHD film Bloodlust, which is one of my all-time favorite anime, and I was planning on risking a content ID strike to sort of summarize the movie for all of you, but as luck would have it, my wife recently started her own YouTube channel, specifically to recommend her favorite anime to people, and this film just so happens to be her latest video. So if you're curious how great Bloodlust is, or how impossibly cute my wife can sound, maybe swing by her channel PB and Joe. I might be a bit biased here, but I think she's done an amazing job at figuring out how to edit video and put her thoughts into her work in an attractive but informative way. Plus, I kind of owe her a favor for that whole dedicating her entire life to me thing. Nepotism aside, VHD starts off with a very odd note. The game seems to be chronicling the events of the movie, but deviate almost immediately. First off, the Marcus brothers all make it to Carmilla's castle in one piece, and this seems to be the first spot where Dee and them end up meeting. Now, I've only ever read the first novel in the series, so this may actually be a more accurate retelling of the book for all I know, but either way it makes sense from a gameplay perspective. One thing an RE clone typically needs is a large but closed-in environment to take place in, and I can't think of a better location to set an RE-like game in than Carmilla's castle from Bloodlust. It's a genius setting, and the amount of supernatural shit going on here does make for an awesome little spot to explore. Just like any respectable Resident Evil title, you'll be making your way through this old spider's web of a layout and finding keys or items that'll further open up the environment. There are a scant few puzzles you'll need to solve, and while they aren't as omnipresent as they are in RE games, they really fit the game and its setting really well. In the movie, humanity was essentially sent back to medieval times thanks to a ruling class of vampires keeping them oppressed for ages, but the vampires were way ahead of the game, creating spaceships and moon bases, so it makes sense you would stumble across the odd security terminal or what have you. Taking full advantage of the source material, VHD has Dee primarily using his sword for offense, and it's, well, not that great. Well, actually swinging the sword and making contact is surprisingly satisfying, but getting to that point is where the issue lies. The game auto-locks on the enemies, but that means the controls now switch to orient themselves to the enemies and not to D, so there's no turning around until you unlock from one. What this means is you are definitely going to take a lot of hits just trying to get past a monster so you can heal or use magic or just run past it in general. In order to engage with enemies, you need to hit triangle, which has D taking his sword out and switches the examine button to circle, so you don't want to keep it out all the time unless you're fond of attacking instead of picking up items or accidentally menacing the wall adjacent to a door when you're trying to open. Now, you might think having to hit triangle during a fight and waiting the oh-so-long unsheathing process might get in the way of fluid combat, and you'd be right. So hitting the button while moving forward allows D to instantly take it out, followed by a lunging attack. The only issue there being there is a crazy amount of lag in inputting commands in this game, and more often than not, you're going to hit forward, then triangle, and for some reason the game will only recognize one of those inputs. For mobility, D moves around using tank controls, which, like I've said a million times before, are very easy to get used to and can be incredibly responsive, but these tank controls specifically were not implemented very well. Like I mentioned before, there is a butt ton of lag in inputting commands, but on top of that, the movement scheme was made for fast-paced running around in larger areas, so you are going to overshoot where you're trying to go a lot. And I'm sad to say you don't ever really get used to this. Compounding things, we have a feature that no other RE game has ever seen before, a jump button. Now, jumping with tank controls and laggy inputs is about as bad as you might think, but it still feels surprisingly good to get right to the edge of a screen transition and jumping forward to trigger it. In combat, jumping serves no real purpose other than letting you hit flying enemies. At first, I thought this might let me jump over enemies when I didn't want to fight, but this is definitely not the case. In fact, you probably don't want to jump in a fight at all. Not only will your jump arc stop the second you get near any enemy, but any damage you take while jumping will have D backflipping away, which not only loses whatever momentum you might have had, but also turns him in a random direction. So if you've been holding up when you got hit, D will start running, oftentimes right into another attack. And the shitty cherry sitting on top of this bad design sundae is that hit stun for D is way too long. Even a single enemy can lock you into a position where you have no chance of escaping, and Couple that with the laggy inputs, you've got yourself a recipe for a really bad time. Now, with all that being said, I still really enjoyed my time with this one. Don't get me wrong, it frustrated the absolute hell out of me, but I really liked the setting and source material. Plus the gameplay, had it been put together by a company who knew what they were doing, would have really made sense for the books and movies. I liked being able to use D's left hand to absorb enemies for MP, and there's this cool system by which D gains VP from the blood shooting from his victims. This gauge decides how strong he can hit and how much life he gets from certain enemies, but a full MP gauge not only lets you use really useful healing and attack spells, but also gives D an extra life when he fills it all the way. This was a genuinely cool system and had me questioning whether or not I wanted to absorb monsters or kill them with my sword. On top of that, I like seeing these familiar characters interacting with each other. To my knowledge, the only voice actor they could get to reprise their role was John Rafter Lee, who voiced Meyer Link, but everyone else sounds at least somewhat adjacent to how they sounded in the movie. When I sat down to write about this game, I ended up with nothing but negatives, but for some reason I really can't explain, I still really enjoy it, and I'm not sure why. I mean, the amateur design moves don't stop with just the combat and movement. Instead of assigning the map to one of the unused shoulder buttons, you instead have to go into your inventory and use the appropriate map item. And I know that doesn't sound too bad, but this takes a nice little chunk of time, and the castle isn't so recognizable that I could navigate it without checking the map a lot. And since we're on the subject, using an item can potentially be a pain in the ass. So the general rule is you open the menu, select the item, and hit OK, but that is also how you assign a function to the square button. So anytime you're using an item from the inventory without moving the cursor back up to the left hand option, you end up spamming yourself with potions or blood pills instead of using a magic spell or absorbing an enemy like you wanted to. This happened to me a lot during my playthrough, and it was a real kick in the ass when healing items aren't very plentiful in most of the areas you come across. Okay, so I know I painted a very bad picture here, but I do think VHD is worth playing for some reasons. It clearly had a small budget, and the people working on it definitely weren't the industry's elite, but at the same time, it's really interesting seeing a genre I'm so familiar with operate in such an odd way. I mean, think about it. How would you react if someone told you they were planning on a Resident Evil title taking place within a Metroidvania framework? You'd lose your mind, and for good reason. The setting and different approach to combat really helps it stand out as well. It may not be a game I can confidently call quote-unquote good, but it's one that I recommend Resident Evil fans play anyways. At the very least, it's worth seeing such a wild spin on the gameplay you're used to, and maybe you'll enjoy the setting and characters as much as I do. And you know, as I'm writing this very sentence, it's just now coming to me that everything I enjoy and find to be so unique about this game ended up making it into the next entry on the list.
Don't tell me you saved me. I didn't ask you for that. You think I should be grateful, don't you?
I was just...
We have taken Lord Sudoka's head!
Well, it's been long enough. I'd say it's about time to pull out one of the heavy hitters in this list. Onimusha is pretty unique in its capacity as an RE clone, as it's the only one actually made by Capcom, the one and only company credited with both creating and naming the genre of survival horror, and I've got good news for you. If you were expecting a higher level of quality given Capcom should probably know how to clone their own creation, well, you're absolutely correct. This is a flat-out incredible series, with entries that, like Resident Evil, all differ from one another in small ways, but unlike RE, stay true to the foundational elements that made the first game so damn compelling. And before we get too deep into this, I may or may not be planning to do a full series retrospective on Onimusha at some point in the future, so I won't be going terribly in-depth with this segment. And further to the point, yes, Blade Warriors and Onimusha Tactics are very much a part of the series, but since the focus in this video is on RE clones, don't expect to see them covered here. Don't worry though, you'll be seeing them soon enough, I promise. Okay, getting back to the real point of all this, Onimusha's first entry, Onimusha Warlords, was kind of created back in the late 90s when a Capcom dev came up with the working idea of Sengoku Biohazard. And you know, it's one of those ideas you hear and you think to yourself, how the hell is it that no one thought of this sooner? The idea was to take RE's recognizable gameplay and transplant it into an ancient Japanese setting, something I had no idea I needed until I found out it existed. The project in its infancy eventually grew a little too big for the aging PS1 and was moved over to the upcoming PS2, and just 4 years after it was a mere idea in some developer's head, we got Onimusha Warlords, and I will tell you right now from personal experience, it was amazing. This game really does perfectly represent its RE origins. It pulls off the amazing feat of simultaneously being perfectly recognizable in its survival horror roots, and unique enough that it never really feels like a clone. The story sees your main character, Samanosuke Akechi, as he travels to Inabayama Castle to make sure his cousin Yuki is alright. He doesn't do a great job of it though. So the ancient Oni clan pays him a little visit and gives him the power he needs to defeat the demons that have infested the castle. A pretty cool setup that serves two very important purposes. First, it gives us a perfectly understandable reason for the game's events to take place, but more important than that, it feels like something you would actually hear about in a Japanese folktale. And in that sense, it gets two big thumbs up from me. Onimusha's unique gameplay is probably going to be the most familiar and unfamiliar part of the game for you, and I say that because tank controls and exploration will definitely give you RE flashbacks the entire time, but little tweaks make sure it stays feeling like its own thing. For example, sure, you'll be using tank controls to get around the whole time, but when it's time to throw down, you'll be using melee attacks almost exclusively. To account for this, the game gives you all kinds of mobility options like a lock-on and a dash, but most interestingly, it does something really cool by combining survival horror and Metroidvania. See, in your average survival horror game, exploration is the main goal, and key items can be picked up to further open up the environment. But Onimusha takes that one step further. That means that a majority of the progress you'll be making will come in the form of gaining new moves or weapons. In a Metroid title, or I guess more specifically any Metroidvania game, it's common for the environment to reveal itself a little more every time a new mobility or combat option is gained, and the same thing applies here. All over the place, there are doors that can only be opened by a specific weapon, and sometimes that require a specific level for that weapon to be at. And speaking of which, there's also a system that lets you spend souls you collect after killing enemies on leveling up your weapons and gear. I really like this little inclusion because it makes running around and figuring out where to go next feel like it's serving a secondary purpose by allowing me to engage in combat more, thereby collecting resources that'll make the game just a little more forgiving and a whole lot more fun. This first entry in this landmark series was incredibly memorable for me and will likely always occupy a small spot in my heart, but there are a few more titles we need to go over.
What's that smell? Who's there? A human?
The second Onimusha title capitalized on a lot of the previous entry's strengths, but added a lot that, if you ask me, goes a little outside what Onimusha was all about at the time. In the game, you take control of Jubei Yagyu, a guy looking to get revenge on Nobunaga for wiping his town out. On the way, he ends up crossing paths with other elite fighters, and the crew forms this on-again, off-again relationship where Jubei is constantly expected to shower them with gifts. The gifts can be found during the course of actually just playing the game or bought in a shop. Like you might expect, some characters have preferences, and giving the right kind of gift to the right kind of person will lock them in as a more permanent member of your troop. While on the expectable flip side, continually giving the wrong type of gifts to someone might see some of these guys leaving or betraying you at some point. This main town acts as a staging point for a lot of your adventures, so you'll be coming back a lot to stock up or give trinkets to your friends. If you ask me, there is a lot about this game that just doesn't fit the Onimusha feel, at least in my opinion, but I cannot deny how fun the combat and gameplay is. I might be crazy here, but this game seems to control a little better than the last one, and fights flow just a little faster and more fluidly. So while it's not my favorite in the series, it's still an amazing game. But you might be asking yourself, what is my favorite? Well...
Magoichi! Where did you take my girl? How dare you disturb our time? Together!
For me, Onimusha 3 is when the series peaked. Not only did you have Takeshi Kaneshiro reprising his role as Samanosuke, but they upped the ante by adding Jean Reno to the game's cast, an actor that most people associate with his role in Leon the Professional, while incorrectly leaving out his awesome performance in the best Godzilla movie ever made. I'll let you guys decide if that's sarcasm or not. The story sees Samanosuke being teleported to modern-day Paris, while Jean Reno's character gets sent back to the Sengoku era. Despite the fact that they spend most of the time apart, it takes on this sort of buddy cop feel, and I absolutely love it. The gameplay returns to that classic RE clone style and ditched the gift-giving and hubtown mechanic from the previous game, which was a good call if you ask me. These aren't bad elements on their face or anything, I just didn't think they felt right in an Onimusha game. The combat in 3 feels a little slower than it did in the second game, or maybe that's just me, but you have way more offensive options now with Jacques' new whip and his readiness to bust a cap when necessary. The story has this double fish out of water kind of approach, and I'm not sure why, it just works for me on every level. Plus, this might be one of the best looking games on the PS2. I mean, look at it, it's absolutely gorgeous. Without a doubt, this is the best entry in the series if you're looking for an RE clone, but it definitely isn't the last. I won't talk about Onimusha 4 Dawn of Dreams too much here, and that's not because it's bad, but because it's just not an RE clone. The camera's now locked behind the main character, and that means all the backgrounds are fully rendered in 3D now. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean it negates any type of a survival horror bend to a game, but it seems clear action was the goal here. Its events proceed along a more linear, level-based sort of route, and combat is the main attraction with combo multipliers and the score/ranking system coming into play. If I had to describe it, I'd say this is what happens when Capcom's arcade roots start to show in a series. By no means would I say Onimusha 4 is bad, it's just not what I was looking for. That being said, to get this footage, I had to play this game a lot more than I ever have before, and I think I'll be picking it back up when I'm done. And now that I think about it, it seems like this series acts as a sort of microcosm of Capcom's RE approach, but only taking place across 4 main titles. You can see Capcom's trademark unwillingness to hold on to tradition and their constant obsession with tinkering with core mechanics. All in all, though, it's still one of the most fun, varied, and true to Resident Evil series you're likely to come across. If you're watching this and have never played one of these games, I suggest you stop what you're doing and track them down. All of these games are amazing in their own right, and if you're looking for a little bit of a deeper dive, well, let me know in the comments section if you'd be interested in an Onimusha retrospective, because I can promise you that is one request I'd be more than happy to grant.
Get back. You're not gonna be of any help anyway. Then get back. No human blade can kill them.
Oh, is that...
Nobody's seen him since last night. I'm really starting to get worried.
I know. Aliens beamed him up to their ship, did some experiments on him, and finally killed him.
You know, the best part about covering a series like Obscure is that the name could also describe its popularity. I really don't remember anyone being particularly wowed by this RE clone when it was released, which sort of blew me away because at the time we really didn't have many survival horror style games to choose from, if any at all. Then Obscure showed up at my local Blockbuster, and as a PS2 owner who loved RE, it was a done deal the second I saw the screenshots. What we have here is essentially what would happen if RE2 bred with the late 90s horror movie The Faculty.
Guaranteed to jack you up.
It takes place in a relatively contemporary high school, involves a group who stay after the last bell in order to find their friend, but end up getting involved in a secret experiment set up by the principal, who may or may not be a few hundred years old. The biggest upset Obscure delivers to the established RE norm would be the ability to switch partners. I mean, sure, RE0 did come out 2 years earlier, but since that's the last time we saw that mechanic, we'll give Obscure points for trying. Your entire crew is available from the start, and not only does that mean you can decide who you'll play as, but also who gets to come with you. And if one of your buds get murked, well, it doesn't necessarily mean an automatic game over. I believe the game can still be beaten as long as there is one single character left alive, but to be honest, I always just reset when someone dies anyways. And I'm able to do that because Obscure is kind enough to allow me to save literally anywhere. You save your game with these CD items, and as long as you have one in your inventory, you're good to go. This little attempt at aping RE success ditches the tank controls and goes for that 3D style where up could literally be any direction depending on the camera angle. But this game makes this style work really well in my opinion. I think it has to do with the environments being mostly wide open, which allows for a little course correction, but for whatever reason, this was the most fun to control game on the list so far. The camera follows you on a set track, which makes for a great cinematic feel and matches the horror movie this game might as well have been based on. The combat is very, I guess, clunky, but works most of the time, and I like the added ability to knock out windows to damage your enemies who just so happen to be hurt by sunlight. The voice acting is, well, I don't know, I guess just about as bad as you might assume.
Don't tell me you didn't see anything. You didn't notice anything bizarre?
Yeah, everything I see up in this piece is whack.
But the story has a very endearing feel to it. Plus, it does a great job of creating a believable atmosphere. Anyone who went to a public high school probably sees a little bit of their own alma mater in this place, and I absolutely love it when developers create this specific genre of games in a believably current, more normal setting like this. Oh, and I forgot to mention there's multiplayer, although, if I'm being honest, I have actually never tried it out myself. We're looking at the Steam version of the game here, a version that I am very happy to say has no issues installing on Windows 10 and supports both modern resolutions and controllers. So if you're a little worried about heading so far back into the gaming timeline, maybe a nice high-res image will help ease you in a bit. Although it did famously remove the Sum 41 song that normally plays during the intro, I guess it's up to you whether or not that's a plus or a minus. If you ask me, Obscure is well worth checking out today and might be one of the most faithful and fun RE clones we've covered so far, which makes me wish I could say the same for the sequel.
Walking around on your bare feet in here means you'd be picking mushrooms from between your toes.
Obscure Aftermath came out a good 4 or so years after the original and hit the PS2, Wii, PC, and PSP. Now, me being the absolute dork that I am, I hit up the PSP version first and foremost. I recently soft-modded my PlayStation TV and installed an app called SharpScale, which allows PSP games to be played at a much higher resolution than native PSP video output. So I figured this was a great time to show that off. The PSP version of the game actually looks really good, and the sharp integer scale used on my PS TV certainly helps. That being said, I can confirm this game looks great on a PSP's native screen as well. On the plus side, we still have a butt rock song over the intro, so it's nice to see some consistency there, but right off the bat, the camera and controls jump out as being far lower quality than its predecessor. First off, the environments you start in are much more closed off, often having you move around in one tiny hallway after another. And the fixed path moving camera has returned, but there's also moments when the player can move the camera around freely. The only issue there being you never really know which section is going to be a fixed camera section and which one will let you take control of your field of view, so you never really know what you can and can't do. See right here, I can fully control the camera anytime I want, but just 2 steps forward and I can't anymore. And keep in mind this is on the same exact screen. This really sucks because the camera angles are much more close up than before, so it's not uncommon to see the camera get caught on a door or the odd corner. It looks to me like they were going for a closer to the player sort of over the shoulder look for a lot of it, and if you ask me, it makes the game a nightmare to actually control. While I haven't put as much time into this one compared to the first, I can confidently say that any fun you get out of this game will be in spite of the controls and not because of them. Other than that, it seems like the overall gameplay hook is roughly the same here. A bunch of young adults stuck in some kind of a school-type environment, solving puzzles and finding keys in order to survive an outbreak of a sentient plant creature. I really do want to spend a little more time with Obscure 2, with anything, because there aren't a lot of games in the genre, and at this point I'll take what I can get. But that being said, the first game gets my recommendation. It's this perfect little microcosm of RE-style gameplay with a few flourishes that come from a new team taking a crack at an established formula. The second game offers more or less much of the same, but the game switches to a sometimes free, sometimes fixed camera, and that leads to huge issues controlling your characters. But on the plus side, they streamlined a lot of mechanics and genuinely improved a lot of the go-to controller functions in the sequel. If you're looking to spend a Saturday night remembering that short window of time when RE clones like this had some kind of a market share, Obscure might as well be your go-to. Definitely give this series a try, and if possible, get one of the console releases so you can watch that original intro and be reminded how bad Sum 41 is.
The organs are all still there. There are these purple marks all over it. This is mad.
It may save your life.
I think most people see Cold Fear as a kind of RE4 clone, and while I can see where that idea comes from for sure, it's important to keep in mind that Capcom's Resident Evil upset only beat Cold Fear to market by a month, which means they wouldn't have had the foresight of knowing that RE4 was going to revolutionize gaming as we knew it, so I think it's a safe bet that Darkwood wasn't copying much of anything. In fact, the only reason this game is on this list is because to me this feels like what I wanted RE Revelations to be. This perfect marrying of RE4's aiming and controls with RE1's general game design. And I think that makes a lot of sense, seeing as how Darkworks' previous horror title was another game we'll be looking at in one of these RE clone videos, Alone in the Dark: The New Nightmare. But first things first, we have to cover all of my nerd stuff. What I really wanted to do was have all my captured footage be of the PS2 original because, well, you know how crazy I am about upscaling old analog consoles, plus Cold Fear offers an anamorphic widescreen option, and it's always fun playing old video games in true-ish 16:9. But sadly, there were a few issues with that approach. First off, my frame meister was losing sync every single time I went through a door, and I'm not really sure why. I'm almost positive the game runs at 480i the entire time, so that was a huge bummer. But more importantly, the frame rate was just awful most of the time. All of the extra effects like water cascading over the screen and realistic ship movements combined with the huge waves crashing on the ship made the gameplay experience less than ideal. So sadly we'll be using the Steam release for this playthrough. And to be totally honest, in its vanilla form, the PC release isn't exactly great looking either. It's stuck at 4x3, doesn't accept modern USB controllers, and scoffs at higher resolutions. On the plus side though, there are a few mods to get around this. First, there's a widescreen fix that'll let you run the game at 1080p and up, and then there's a .dll that'll allow for a modern USB controller, which is very, very useful and goes a long way in having a modern gamer play this game nowadays. But stuff only I care about aside, Cold Fear starts off with a Navy SEAL team infiltrating a Russian whaling ship. Sadly, these guys get torn apart nearly the first second their feet touch the deck, and in a bout of frustration, the CIA, who's running this little op, orders the nearest government vessel to pick up where the SEALs left off. And the aforementioned closest ship is a Coast Guard vessel led by Tom Hansen, our main character. As you explore the ship, you find the Russians were messing around with some kind of an ancient parasitic life form they call exocells. These little bastards like to hijack dead bodies, making the enemies in the game basically Las Plagas, but without a Spanish Napoleon stand-in. So, I guess better. Voice acting in Cold Fear is actually relatively okay, with most of the talent coming from Tom here.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm here and you're not dead.
Ha, funny.
The controls are, well, they're kind of terrible in a lot of ways. Movement is handled without tank controls, despite the camera being mostly fixed, so that means you'll find yourself having to reorient after every camera change, and that kind of sucks. Now, this isn't anything new. We've already covered a few games in this list that use this method. Cold Fear takes it a few steps further than the following. Hitting L1 readies your weapon and puts you in an almost over-the-shoulder type of perspective, but like I said earlier, this game came out a mere month or two after RE4. So on the plus side, it does get a free pass in the, well, you're just copying RE4 category, but on the negative end of things, these developers didn't have a chance to see a working model of this kind of gameplay before making their own. I mean, let's be honest, I talk a lot of shit about Resident Evil 4 for ruining the formula of RE games going forward, but one thing I can criticize it for is it was a really good first-person shooter that figured out how to do over-the-shoulder better than anyone at the time. I'm pretty sure you guys know that me personally, I prefer the Max Payne 1 and 2 approach, because hey, what are you gonna do? The industry has spoken, and RE4 is the de facto way all third-person shooters were gonna be made after its release. And what I mean to say with this long rant is there are a lot of issues here in Cold Fear. One of the worst being the over-the-shoulder view sharing a game with a fixed camera system. So in order to aim at a target, you need to rotate Tom so that he's facing what you want him to shoot at. In RE4, this is a snap because the camera is always in the same position behind Leon, but here there are two viewing perspectives, making this a real chore. And normally that wouldn't be the worst problem, but enemies in Cold Fear hit hard as hell. Even the small exocell parasites can drain a quarter of your life in a single hit, and that effect continues until you kill them or run out of their little grabby range. Now, it's my opinion that the developers knew this was an issue because they also implemented a more traditional RE type of aiming that lets you draw your weapon and aim straight ahead without altering your perspective. But this relies on the game's auto-aim, and in that case, you might as well not use it unless the enemy is so far away that it really doesn't matter anyways. Since you're able to move around while aiming in either mode, the right analog stick is used to adjust your reticle, but this process is so slow in the secondary, more traditional firing mode that it boggles the mind. Which really sucks, because this mechanic could have very well transformed this game into a real traditional Resident Evil type experience. But here's the catch with all this. After all that complaining, I still really enjoyed this game. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on here, but given the context of this specific video, what really impressed me was how well they did laying out a cool environment and using old RE tropes to dot the landscape with puzzles, keys, and weapons that can be incrementally discovered. In a lot of ways, they do everything right in my book. There's a cool little story that feels more like The Thing than some kind of zombie invasion, and some absolutely stunning graphics for the time. I mean, sure, there's a lot of jank to be found here, but the camera angles are cinematic as hell, and the lighting is just to die for. There's a huge amount of dynamic lighting sources to be found here, and that may not sound too crazy until you figure, hey, this is a console game. Now, I would have loved to see more accurate real-time shadow casting to go along with those dynamic light sources, but you really can't look a gift horse in the mouth. But I think if you're going to have a long discussion about Cold Fear, the main point has got to be the unreal amount of time and effort that went into accurately mapping and animating both the ocean waves around the boat and the effect those waves have on the boat's position. Not only does the boat move in a really convincing way, but you'll also see Tom's position change along with it. This was a really interesting development at the time, and to be honest, you still don't see games doing anything close to this. Cold Fear definitely has some major issues, but without a doubt it is one of the more interesting and playable RE clones to date. If you ever wondered what would happen if Resident Evil Revelations was made by a team who actually revered the original RE trilogy, well, wonder no more. I don't care if it's on Steam or console or whatever, just give this one a try. It's rare for a game to stray so far from its original inspiration, yet still hit the mark so damn well.
He wanted to use them, and this is the result. It will kill us all. Hey, okay? Kill me, please.
And for the very last game to feature in this video, we have to hit up one of the major titles people have been asking me to cover for years now. An RE clone that's both popular and barely known about at the same time. And when it comes to RE clones, Sega really does know a thing or two. For me, the first real RE clone I ever played and was fully aware it was obviously trying to mimic Resident Evil was a Dreamcast title by the name of Carrier. But years before that, on Sega's ill-fated Saturn, some of us got to see a really cool attempt at capturing the lightning that was RE's success in a bottle. Deep Fear was a Sega-produced title and took the survival horror genre in a direction that you still don't see very often. The game takes place in probably the most claustrophobic environment humanly imaginable, that being the ocean floor. You play as John Mayer. Nope, not that one, although that would make for a wildly different game. And you had a civilian-run rescue service called ERS, and you and your crew operate out of a naval refueling operation called the Big Table. While you're going about your undersea business, a capsule lands in the ocean that just so happens to contain a chimpanzee that was sent into space 40 years ago. While that's going on, a submarine that was meant to refuel at the Big Table instead decides to crash into the top secret research division on site. Being the only rescue operation available at the moment, the powers that be decide the risk of sending civilians into a top secret facility is a small price to pay to save a few lives, so ERS go into action. Along their way, the team runs into some kind of infection that turns people into grotesque insect-type creatures. And like you would assume, it eventually makes its way into the Big Table, and also like you would assume, we're the only ones who can stop it. Gameplay in Deep Fear plays it pretty safe in my opinion. The Resident Evil formula exists in a pretty unmolested state here, with just about everything you would expect being present and accounted for. One of the additions that I was not expecting, though, was a system that lets you recharge your bullets at certain points on the map, something that may wreak hell with the whole survival horror classification in my opinion, but realistically speaking, I imagine the amount of firepower that a single person would have access to in a naval facility might be so plentiful that, well, it might as well be unlimited. Plus, it's nice seeing where RE Dead Aim was drawing its inspiration from. The other factor to keep in mind when playing a little Deep Fear is that each area of the map has varying levels of oxygen, which is represented by a meter and a few counters on screen. This wasn't only a really good move in my mind, but it also serves as a really cool way to gamify Deep Fear's underwater setting. Scattered all around the environment are panels that'll let you flood a room with oxygen, and when these can't be found, you can actually throw oxygen grenades, a phenomenon that just feels ridiculous to even describe out loud. Moving around in Deep Fear works pretty much exactly like you would expect, with tank controls and kind of clunky movement, but it doesn't feel as organic as a typical Resident Evil title, thanks to the slow-loading nature of each room or menu transition. Typically, you're only going to spend a second or maybe two in any one area, but moving to a new screen can often last longer than the amount of time spent in the previous one. And in a game chasing after a genre where exploration is the key point, this really kind of, I guess, tainted the experience for me by making it feel incredibly choppy. On top of that, if I'm being really picky, combat feels pretty clunky, something that might be a problem if this title weren't years ahead of its time by allowing the player to both fire their weapon and run at full speed, a concept that I would like to add still hasn't caught on in most modern RE games. One thing that I imagine would have blown me away back in its day was the sheer amount of CG animated cutscenes this game has in it. In the first few hours of gameplay, you've already watched minutes worth of animated cutscenes, which was a lot for its time. I mean, CDs weren't exactly known for their infinite amount of storage space, and the compression available to developers at the time wasn't amazing either, so it's nice to see a Saturn game that beats out your typical Squaresoft release in the density of pre-rendered cutscenes.
Boyfriend?
To be totally honest, Deep Fear is a sort of sad story for me, because it has a buttload going in its favor. It nails that Resident Evil combination of a fearful setting and a story that's just shy of purposeful satire. I just wish the game didn't always feel like it was about to give my Saturn a heart attack. If the amount of time spent looking at a blank screen with white text over it could be cut in half, I'd feel so much better investing my time in this one, but as it is, I always get to the same point in the story where I just stop being excited to see what's next and end up putting it down eventually. As a little interesting factoid, Deep Fear never got a US release officially speaking, but there are ISOs out there that have been converted from the PAL release of the game. Now, I haven't burned one myself to see if it'll work with a pseudo-Saturn card or mod chip, but I have tried it on the Fenrir ODE and it works perfectly. I would definitely recommend you guys who adore the genre like I do take a look at this one. It scratches nearly every itch you'll likely be looking to get scratched and does so in an interesting environment. And when you think about it, isn't that like 90% of what you're looking for in an RE game? I guess, as a warning, just don't go in expecting it.
End fight guide for Leandra, the Shadow Priestess. The boss can be found shown with a ads. When hit by any of these ads, they will do a decent amount of damage and knock you back. The number of these ads depend on the number of players attacking the boss at once. The boss also has two projectile attacks. A single projectile attack, when hit this does a decent amount of damage and slows you for about 2 seconds. With the second projectile attack, the boss will fire 3 projectiles at once. One projectile will fire through the middle while the other 2 are arcing around in a curve, ending up at a ranged location where all 3 will explode at once. When hit by one of these, this will do a decent amount of damage and slows you for about 2 seconds. When hit by the explosion of all 3 projectiles at once, this will do a large amount of damage. When the boss is a bit lower health, the boss will yell, "Do you hear that? They are coming." You will then go into a Shadow Realm phase where a lot of shadow ads will spawn. Try to avoid these ads by walking around. However, try to not walk into a straight line, but try to zigzag to avoid as much damage during this phase. If you get hit by one of these ads, this will do a decent amount of damage and knocks you back.
watching for very long. That being said, try to tough it out and make it to the end of this one. There's a lot more here than poorly recorded English voice acting, although there is plenty of that to be found as well.
What? I told you there's a monster down there.
Didn't you say you just took care of it?
Hey guys, real quick before we get into what I imagine will be one of the greatest...
Ja gram V-Rising, pokušavam dobijem neku... A šta je mu dođe? Shadow Priest. Neku žensku. A to je baš... Ma dosta kostura ima i... Može, može. Samo da se napijem krvi ovome. Ja, kakav idiot. Točno to mi je trebalo.
RadyMercs _ Welcome to my channel.
Hello,
Snake.
Ray. What's up? Did you get the drops?
My coffee.
I didn't send it. Thanks for asking. Well, I have to say that the business I work into isn't doing that good. So
Dilazim.
I can't really...
Welcome to my channel.
Oh my god. You might think that I'm cheaped out. It could be true. As I said, like, I am paying internet and electricity bills, and that's it. Like, my job is on standby, so I don't know. If I start working more regularly, I'll probably like fulfill your request.
I understand, don't worry.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't give up, skeleton. Jesi ti hostao?
Yes.
Dobro. Pam, 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 pam. Mislim da mi neće konektovati dok mi ti ne pošalješ invite. Jer mora da promptuje onaj password. Prozor daš, a viš, neće. Ne. So were you streaming Hunt Showdown during this event? You know, I seen the boost in popularity of some of people that stream game.
Jamie. Yok.
Oh boy. Nadam sam da ću se probuditi. Jesi mi pomerio sam dok jesi. Čudi me kako sam se uopšte ustavio. Ovo ti je magazin. Šta?
Da sad je smješteno tu.
Gde? Ništa. Znaš da ti treba prostora za baštu?
Nije.
Da. I'm sure. Koliko si ti ovo igrao sinoć?
Nisam puno, neki 2 sata.
Još 2 sata. Ima mnogo, ako nisi primetio ove blood esencije. I to pravi veliki klater. I moj ti savjet da probamo da ulovimo onoga, ne znam da li ćemo moći, ali možemo da probamo.
Možemo. Ja sam sinoć za malo pobio.
Gde ti onaj 100 za research?
Ovdje. Da.
Aha, vidim da si istražio to.
To su sve dekoracije, to manje više nebitno.
Jesi ovaj amulet. Ali taj amulet isto level 12 kire, tako da nema veze. Ništa. Imamo ovaj Merciless armor set, ali... Imamo li samostral?
Nije.
Imamo li materijala da napravimo po jedan samostral?
Ja imam.
Imaš onaj od kostiju ili imaš onaj...
Da. Od kostiju.
Pa napravi onaj, imaš workbench za to. Jesi napravio taj workbench? To ti je onaj woodworking workbench. Gde ti je to?
Vidim, hunt, crossbow.
Da.
9 daski i 5 kože.
Da. I pecajka nam treba isto po jedna. Možda upecaš recepte. Dasaka više nema. Ti baš voliš da zgrabiš sve daske odjednom, ne?
Dobro sam. Šta ti je bilo? Ništa. Ma nisam je uklopio, još sam uzem ovaj tajno hod. Očutio sam na ovom. Mašine radi, fani, ono. Jedno može da radi. Multimilionerski film. Ma puk. Ne pucim. Nema, žao me ne kuka, ne dobijaju. Jobu, vi oni. Pošto je samo ti ne razmaziš robu. Što ne? Ti razmaziš robu. Pa još samo to da. Kažem, moja C kategorija, ja ću da vozim. Ću bacim u karticu neko vozača. Ali čekaj, ali ti si prodavali sa svim vozača, da? Normalno. Ako će mi razvozimo u robu, može. Da piše kad išao, ne da je čaka da što da ću više. To mu se ono ko se osmo pomno. Stavamo možda mu radi.
Da nisi uzela pa iš...
Jesi, stavio sam se P2, ali šta?
Hvala.
A nije otkaz da je otkaz i nego da ga da. Gdje će da? Ja kažem, to nema otkaz, nema Jova, Bog, Isus, svi možda dođu, ja ne idem broj otkaz, znači ja ti otkaz, važno. Gdje će da otkaz? Da puću kurac samo. Ja ću radim prvi mjesec dana za istupa, hoću mu kažem ne. Znaš, ovako više ne idem. Ili podignut će se ostane. On mi pokaže, ono kao. Znači, ja ću da pokažem da raškom. I odmah zovemo oba i idem na to. No, ovo je nešto.
Ajmo.
Si uzeo si oba.
Jedan imam. Jedan imam u inventaru.
Pogledaj.
Pogledaj moj stream, pa mi reci.
Dobro. Ne bude podignut. Dobro. Ja imam mnogo opcija u životu. Ja mogu da biram do čemu.
Gdje ti je onaj altar?
Ovo Srđan će sada se vrati iz Francuske, pa će video školačku da radi.
Stani malo.
Ne pašam u Francusku. Pa udemo bliže. A isto vrati će ovo.
Gdje ti je research table?
Ništa. Evo uvijek imam tamo u korniku onome. Ovdje, ili...
Ja.
Igraš to?
The Rising. Pa pokaži mu borbu. Znači isto se igra kao Dota i... V-Rising, da.
A V. Ali V se koji igraš tako... Nije duplo V kao V. Dam duplo V se kaže W. Ali V, mladene, igrica se zove V. Nije... Pa ne počinje se W jebote, ma me jebavaš. W se kaže. Ali nema W.
Nema. To je skraćenica od vampiri. Da, V kao vampiri.
V kao V se kaže V, a W je... A evo ti pogledaj. To se kaže V-Rising, ne V-Rising. V-Rising. A mi smo ga se pisali. O, Bože, ne znam. Obično V se parlanski ne izgovara. Dobro, na času gramatike engleskog jezika.
Ajmo. Što se radi? Ajde, sedi na konj, idemo da dolovimo toga bounty huntera.
On je tu oko naše baze uvijek.
Nije. A igram u klanu.
Protiv drugih ljudi ili? Ne, ovo je... Pere se, to je ja sam sve to. Ne. Mislim čim da ja bez željeni pješake ne znam kod.
Ja ga ne šibam, da to ideš brže. On ti krstari ovuda cestom negdje, znaš? Evo ga, Boris ovdje, dođi, našao sam ga. Banditima. Ne, banditi. Boga mi. Auf. Ne bio njih. Da ga Vuk. Ovo je jackpot. Ako se bude Vuk pobije s njim. Ti izgore me. Pazi, vatrom on razvaljuje, znaš. Najbolje opciju koju imaš je da ga projektilima razvališ. Stižu i banditi čovjek. Ideš u banditski kamp, naučiš njih vam. Pazi, ima ovdje i onaj Vuk alfa.
Ma da.
Znaš šta možda uradiš? Možda uradiš dodge i da ga pogodiš strelom i da se ne healuješ, to sam provalio. Bjež od vatre. Možeš gledat kad radi taj skok napred, znaš.
Ovo te prestane da... To sve ide pa na animaciju.
Ima i on samo izgled budi rečeno, znaš. Čuvaj se ovoga. Aha. Ne znam da mogu da uradim, bit će nas obojicu, bojim se.
No, but thank you. Ja sam sinoć na prilike isto toliko smatram.
Sa solo?
Da.
Da ga stiže, pazi. Ne znam kako ćeš ovo da izvedeš. Zato će tebe da juri, neće njih da juri, sigurno.
Ma da, koliko ja ove...
Op, Vuk! Obojica mrtvi.
Sad si bio pozivom.
Pa ajmo, X to respawn. Ajde možda... Ček. Ako... Neće ga Vuk ubit, znaš. Neće ga Vuk ubit, ali...
Sve nam je daleko pizdu.
Ako uspeš da stigneš dok je Vuk živ tamo, znaš. A ne znam, ja se pretvorio u Vuk. Trčim tamo. Treba malo jače oružje za njega, čini mi se. Čisto da... Imaš ti i drugi ability, imaš onaj Chaos Dash. On ti daje dupli dodge. Imaš kao da, ono, kad tapuješ jedan space, on radi jedan dodge, a ako u roku od 3 sekunde pritisneš jednom, još jednom skoči. Ne verujem, ja mislim da je Vuk mrtav. Čisto sumnjam da može to...
Živi.
Pa kajtuj ga, sad ću ja stići. To još nisam vidio ni u jednom RPG ovog tipa da baš imaš ono NPC, znaš, da idu tako free roam i da ono... Gledao sam, isto ima neka arčerka, ona se šeta kroz rudnik, gvođe. I ako ne iđe na kosture, bori se s njima. A većina tih kao bossova, jedino Tristan čini mi se da nema, a i ne trebamo. Većina tih bossova ima sa sobom onu foru da prizove kao henchmene.
To bilo je...
Mnogo bi mu to bilo, da prizove bilo šta.
Jebeni je koji dolaš moj moj.
Pokupi nebitno. Gdje? A nije ga valjda ubio Vuk?
Nije.
Gdje je on?
Nije mogo da vidim kako to je.
Ima on da samonuje ove henchmen. Ali ne vjerujem da ga mogu ubiti. Free drvo. Što neče fora sad ga ne treko igra uopšte. Pa ga sad ti nađi. Ja ga nigdje ne vidim na mapi.
Možda nije ubio ovog jedan. Možda nije ubio.
A ne vere. Ko ga je Vuk ubio, onda je u šumi negdje na samrti.
Ali ne iše se na 100% HP.
Gdje, naišao si njega?
Mislim, kažem, kad se tako ne ide na 100% HP.
Inače, konja si je stavio ovdje.
Ne, više ne pokazamo ovoga.
Znaš da je jači zapravo udarac konja. Aha, da, imaš i ovoga. Se meni čini da on ranjiv dok ovo radi. Imaš unholy spell ovaj za kosture. Si gledao to? A, nije za kosture, to ti je... Ovo, gledaj.
Ovo se explosion.
Da, imaš i novi dash, ne znam da li si vidio, na taj tab, Unholy, imaš Veil of Bones. O. Dobro, njega smo smakli. Koji je on bio po redu. Aha. Sad možemo da pravimo grob. Možda praviš groblje oko baze. I da uzgajaš ove kosture. I zombije. Ali to nije neki posao. Najbolji posao ti je kad možeš da sumoneš na groblju ove skeleton, nikak zovu, undead priestove. Undead priest sumonuje kosture i njih piješ, a ne diraš ove undead priestove. Poginut ćeš. Ja sam za to da se vratimo, da ga trekujemo. Mada mislim da nam treba malo jači gir. Stavio si konja. Nešto se dešava ovdje, ko se bije tu? Ne znam da li se primetio ti oružje ima durability. I armor. Ako ne gledaš na vreme da ga opraviš, može se desiti da uđeš u fight polomljenog gira. Ili na pola fajta da ti se polomi prsten ili nešto. Mada za sad čini mi se još nije problem. Ćeš opet njega da probamo ili ćemo redom? Možemo mi ići mi redom posa ako ćeš. Možemo po redu.
Moram stavim ovaj otpor što sam tako pustio.
Treba će ti posebno sanduk samo za mešine, to ti je moj savjet.
Znaš šta?
Prati, kako ti to zoveš, ove kože? To što ide malo jako u stek. I moj predlog bio da ulovimo prvo ovoga zato što imamo mnogo već ovih Blood Essence-a, znaš. Ja, to će teže ići, već vidim.
Neće se posmetniti.
Gdje ti je ono za štavljanje kože?
Evo ti.
Znaš koliko ti treba, ono što ja znam, što sam ja gledao recepte, treba ti oko 1000 kože da imaš ovako sirove, a sve ostalo možeš da štaviš odmah. Ne moraš da čuvaš.
Kesik C. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si, Dragana? Što ima, brate?
Da se radi.
Ja igram se nenadom V-Rising. Volim što moram, su sobe ogromne, kilometarske. Ne znam zašto si napravio velike sobe, čoveče. Znači dok dođem iz jednu u drugu sobu ne znam gdje sam. Founder ima 2 mašine i sve ostalo je prazno, razumiješ? Raširio si ga do besvijesti. To ima koliko treba da bude veliko, sve ostalo je previše.
Opravi vampi sve meni.
Važi, sve megalomansko. Nešto se otučalo, nemam pojma šta. Mislim da je buzdovan, Merciless Copper Mace. Jel' tako?
Ja sam to imao. Nije, ja sam to imao te. Stolice.
Ale?
Simple.
Furniture. Dobro. Ovo će prebacimo u sobu za alhemiju. Kako to da ste... Ste vozili danas bajs, jeste kurac. Pa sneg i dalje pada, jel tako?
Po ovom snegu.
Vreme je odlično.
Pa da.
Zuplo pluća. Majko moja, šta se radi? Dobili smo opciju da pravimo groblje, ali mislim da imaš samo da summoneš zombi i kosturove, nemaš ove skeletal pristove, znaš?
Danas bi trebala plata biti, jel da?
Pa danas,
više
sutra.
kao defense neki, ja mislim.
Ne, nisu. Nije ti to defense. To bukvalno ti piše, stavi pa šveti. Piše ti put flowers on this tomb to raise various undead, then slay them once more for their remains. To ti da farmaš grave dust i kosti. Stavljaš cveće na grobove i tako i sumoneš. Mislim, napravi ako hoćeš. Napravi neđe jedan grob. Piše... Pa, kao što rekao. XP nemaš, tako da se ne možeš baš tako nabustat. Niti krv generišu da ti ono za to treba.
Pazi, ušao u kuću za samo. Pazi, bukvalno je brate, evo ti ne.
Ali te ne napade, jel tako? To stavio si da trekuješ onoga 300, ne? Dobro, evo sad ću ja staviti isto to. Čim nađem glavnu sobu. A glavna soba u pički materin. Zapravo ako si ti stavio njega da pratiš, šta će taj drugog? Zapravo možemo li pratiti?
Možemo ga ja znači.
Možemo? Dobro.
Ja moram tišu čak do juče svaki dan oko naše baze je bio čovjek i sam.
Možda kad si veći, mislim da random se on šeta, samo to da ti kažem, ja sam ga vidio svuda po mapi. Nije to baš oko naše baze, više je random. Treba ovdje više vrata. Mene buni kad treba da idem iz sobe u sobu, znači uopšte nema pregleda gde šta.
Meni to ne smeta, ne znam kako te ne smeta.
Nekad si ti postavio layout.
Paul arguing. Welcome to my channel.
Recimo postavio si kovačnicu i ovaj... razdvojeno ono bukvalno.
Bije si sa vukovima, ali sa banditima se ne bije.
Very good. Otišao je gore, na sever. Ozbiljno. Si zebaš. Da ga ti pratiš, da? I tu te vodi put.
Ma evo ovdje da. Evo ga.
Ima li još neki ability koji oštećuje? Mogu da mu bacam ove lobanje ispod nogu, znaš? Jer kad bi on teo da...
Puci ga. A, vidim ga.
Viš da mene juri, pravolinijski. Nemoj da ga vučeš gore preko mosta. Sad već mene juri. Ovo možda ga pogodi samo kad trči pravolinijski na tebe, znaš? Inače, ne znam da si primetio da napada iluziju. Kad ti dođuješ, ostaviš iluziju i onda on napada to mesto. Pa dobro, samo da ne svane. Možda ga imamo sad.
Ja bi se nagio na te.
Moraš se povući. Budi pasivan, počet će o mene da juri. Iskoristi onaj ability na ili banditi je bot. Još su nam oni farili. Mogu da vjerujem da ga ovo pogodilo. Jelen će izgoreti. Da, ovo nije humano, taj kanister što baca s eksplozivom. Ne vidio? Ha, i dalje gori! Kakva glupost. Ne.
Ma da, ne.
Čito je sa ovom vatrom, znaš.
Pa pukli za tebe, ja. Čemu da ja lično?
Mislim da izgubio agru na hilovac. Tebi ili? Nije, dobro.
Ja više nemam kev. Ubijali. Kako seći ne možeš ti ništa dok si u ovom. Šta be? Gdje god si pogledaš ovo ukupni ime glave, ovo nije... Ne, ti kažem, glave puca.
Ne mogu pobjeti. Ne!
Ostani, be.
Ne! Ne. Nisi imao dodge više.
Si ubio, ne?
A, jes. Moraš da ga ubiješ sad sam. Moraš sam da ga ubiješ. Važi. Ja bi drugo nešto da jurimo, ne možeš?
Nije mi dobro jedan dodge sve na kej.
A, nije ti dao. On ima običaj, vidio sam šta radi. Ima običaj da skoči na glavu. I ti moraš da uradiš... Ma neću ni jednom više, hoću da napravim jači gir. Koliko god me nervira to što imamo pune sanduke toga blood. Jedini način da taj blood essence iskoristiš normalno to je da njega ubiješ i onda imaš opciju da konvertuješ, da praviš taj veći blood essence. Koliko god me to nervira, znači više me nervira to što razumeš. Bolje da napravimo taj alchemy table i druge stvari. Alchemy table ako napraviš, na primjer, možda praviš napitke. Recimo, da boostaš magic power.
I da prvo uvatimo ovoga da dobijemo ovaj set.
Kojeg?
Bandit King.
Njega? Ajde. Al ne... Ti hoćeš da preskačeš te tire. Ti da bi napravio taj set, ti onda treba da ideš da majnuješ iron, znaš. Ti ćeš dobiti recept za taj set. Ali za taj set ti treba, ne treba ti iron, treba ti cotton. Znaš, ne možeš baš tako da preskačeš stvari ko što ti misliš. Možeš ti ubiti kojeg hoćeš boss, ako imaš dovoljno ljudi ili ako imaš dobru taktiku. A džaba kad, recimo, jedan od prethodnih bosseva ti otključava neki upgrade koji ti treba da bi to uradio. Ja sam Marko u sljedećih. Bolje da idemo redom da ubijamo bosseve, znači brže ćeš sve unlockovati. Jedino što ti ostaje onda je da, random jebi ga da nađeš ili one recepte, one knjige, ili papire da farmam. Nebitno skroz. A ovo nije normalno koliko ima ovih. Evo, našao sam sad knjigu. Knjiga vredi 10 papira. Pošto već imamo taj recept.
Malo bez veze što ne može tužu vodu.
Malo bez veze što ne mogu da se ugasim kad me taj govnar zapali s onom... Molim te, skloni se da ne izgoriš. On je u nekom rudniku, ja ne znam tačno gdje, zaboravi se. Ja sam već odradio. Ćeš da googlaš gdje? Taj je sljedeći boss. Evo ga 300. Oh! Možda ti se ostvari želja. Evo će kurac. Mene će razbiti. Molim te, napadni ga. Ne mene, ne mene, ne mene. Sad. Gled ti, on udara golema. S svojima vidjeti. Ale majke ti. Pogledaj. Razvalje golem. Golem je agro na mene. Ajde, ostavi me goleme. Sad ti je šansa, a ne može golem dugo da izdrži. Nema šanse. Ne može.
Evo, ja sam daleko.
Ma nema to veze. Pa svejedno ga ne možemo sad dobiti. To ti ja kažem. Da je nastaje do dara golem, ubije bi ga. Golem se disponovao, otišao na drugo mjesto. Ja sam otišao bio da trekujem sljedećega bossa i ovaj random naišao, 300. Problem je maksimum HP-a, kad počnu da te biju toliko jako da ti počne da ti opada maksimum HP-a, više ne može da se ne healuješ do kraja. Vidim. A našao sam 20 papira i jednu knjigu. To je efektivno 300.
A? Kako ti mati točno gdje duplo ne jedeš? Donesi mi. A?
Prejahao sam kroz groblje. Nisam htio se zadržavam tu predugo. Šanče fora groblje odmah pored nas.
Da.
Ja setio u koji sanduk je papir.
Našli te mogu ovdje mislim.
To si našao?
Ovog 8.
Kojeg? Onoga fire startera?
Mao. Ona je ubiven. Što on treba za sumpor?
Pa šta zgubio već?
Da.
Meni nije otključano to. Ja to nemam. Da nisam alchemy table.
On je ubiven.
Alchemy table. Imaš ti da craftuješ to? Pritisni B pa mi reci. Simple workbench.
Ovo se stavio u alchemy table.
Moram ja da ga ubijem da bi ja to otključio. Znači tako to radi. Dobro.
On ti je vamo u bandit super krenu.
Gdje je to? Bi ga označiti na mapi?
Levo.
Imaš desni klik. Tu! Čak tu!
Ne.
Evo označit ću je. Da, ne mogu da se ne vikne za to što si stavio ovaj foundry i ovo za drva na dva kraja različito.
On je normalno kako ne šeti.
Šta tražiš tog bossa? Znači ti juriš večera po mapi.
Šta je to? To ono...
A sad ima ikačka, da? Je lijepo?
Ne mogu, ja ne volim to kad se nabije taj ketchup.
Neće ne jedeš? Ovo si ne.
Ne volim to.
Ja da vadim koliko se radimo. A stavio malo da bi imalo, znači nećeš.
On mnogo nabije taj ketchup, ketchup nije...
Dobro, ti kad budeš gladan, paprikašće da dobiješ. Eto.
Idemo ne gubimo, ajde.
Možeš čekat da se promijeni doba dana, hoćeš opet da ga juriš po danu.
Ja sam je po danu i ubio.
A onoga može. Samo da razvrstamo ovaj papir. Mogu samo
se... Bilo teško, ali...
Ako sedem na konja stići do tamo. Samo kad se setim opet gdje ti je osoba za research. Zbog nje to što nemaš vrata, znaš. Ja sam imao vrata svuda, bukvalno svuda. To ću da uradim. Bukvalno moraš neka čitavu sobu da obiđeš da bi našao ulaz u... Ne znam zašto si štedao na vratima.
Znači, ovo mislim logično da nema vrata sve.
Pa jesi li vampir ili nisi, treba ti je promaja u kući. Znači, bukvalno iz sobe u sobu se ulazi.
Kako se tebi otežavaš, znaš?
Ne otežavam ja ništa.
Imaš manje mjesta.
Zbog tog zida. Ti znaš da mogu da zatvorim vrata i da postavim tačno ovdje, da stavim 100. Da to znaš? Ako treba. Tako sam i radio par puta. Ne otežavam sebi ništa.
Voliš ove vrate voditi?
Da, volim. Naravno što ova vode nigde. Umjesto da iz ove prostorije uđem direktno ovdje, ja moram da obiđem. Znaš što sam ja radio? Znači dođem ovdje, odem do stola, odem ovuda i ovo me ovdje, znaš. Kad obiđem čitavu ovu sobu, znaš. A nemam potrebe ovdje da budem. Samo hoću da uzmem drva ovdje. Znači moram da obiđem sve. Znaš, to je ono što jebe naše koke. A nisu pepel. Vidiš? Znači, evo ti gledam. Iz centralne sobe treba da možda ideš svuda, a ne... Evo vidiš, ovo ti je forge. Zamisli da hoću iz forge-a da odem po drva, hitno. Treba da obiđem čitavu ovu sobu da bi to... Evo mi sad sam ovdje odmah, vidiš, da treba. Jedino što ti je daleko gore soba za alhemiju, ali to nije toliko ni važno. Ja ne znam kako je kod vas, u vašem kraju, da li se tako obilazi čitava kuća da bi došao do jedne prostorije specifične. Kod nas nije. I jedino što bih ja hteo je da probijem jedna vrata, da idem direktno u ovaj gornji deo kuće, da ne moram da izlazim napolje pa da idem okolo. To me nervira, ali to je previše kompleksno trenutno raditi. To je trebalo malo ranije misliti kad su pravili u kući. A zašto si...
Šta?
Što nestaje magazin ovdje, u dnu baze, a centralnu sobu gdje ti je ovaj research? Samo pitam. Samo pitam. Ne moraš da prebaciš, samo sam te pitao. Mislim, ovo se zove Heart of the Castle. Ti si ga stavio u pećinu negdje, razumeš? I stavio si research table isto tako unutra. A u suštini najviše stvari što radiš u igri je da unlockuješ ovo i da researchuješ, bar u početku. Ja sam posle digao u vazduh ovaj, kako se zove, research desk, zato što kad istražiš sve na tom tajeru, taj 100 ti više ne treba tu. Bukvalno sam ga uklonio. Možeš, estetike radi možeš da ga vratiš, ali to je samo estetski, ništa drugo, nema funkciju.
Ajde, dođi, nubimo ovdje.
Hoću čini se setim gdje mi je konj. Kao što rekao, bio sam tu kad smo postavljali zidove, nisam bio tu kad si pravio sobe. A to je bila velika greška, ali nema se. Ti si odjahao dole, a? Eto, man će sad smrknut.
Teleportao sam se do pol.
Najem ja teleport. Znaš. Prvo moraš da odeš u tu oblast da bi ti dao teleport. Nekad je dovoljno samo da uđeš u taj sektor i da ti on kao da automatski kao taj waypoint. To se meni dešavalo. Da poginem i da mi kao ponudi teleport koji ja u životu nisam vidio. Ja sam bio napravio sve u ovome copper tire-u. I onda sam kao htio da počnem da pravim stvari te od irona. I onda sam skontao da nije baš tako lako kao što ti misliš. Ni brzo. Pa ne žurim, ali jedino što možda probaš je da ubiješ njega, jer to ti vredi, jer vremenom jako brzo se desi da počinješ da klateruješ sanduke s tim Blood Essence. Gdje ti bus?
Beži.
Viš da imaš sanduke ovdje, samo da ih digneš u vazduh.
Ne može ih uvišiš.
Ako ga možeš, može ako ga prvo otvoriš. Kao što sam ga uništio. Sad ga ne možeš uništiti kad je prazan, to je zanimljivo. Dok god ima luta, možeš. Gdje?
Nije on teže da se ubije.
Nije, ali ja ti savjetujem da ubiješ prvo Ove.
Kurac.
Jesi tu bre?
Furio me tako.
Šta radi?
Igrao će se sete, ja sve govorim. Koji se mene jučer jeste, onda ga ubijem. I mikser se. A oni iz mene imaju neku zonu koje su aktivne, što je?
Da, i onda više... Trebao bi da imaš brut, ovaj blood. 40%. A, ubralo je.
Najče, nikada.
Ovo već strašno. Strašno. Vraća ga nazad.
Dok je tu u pitu, to neće se sete.
Nervira strašno. Ajde izlutujemo je sanduke i ovo. Dade knjigu. Merciless Copper Sword, to ti je jači mač. Ja se izvinjam, meni treba šta god. Ja vidim da si ti na rezervi vi. Šta on daje? Koji ability? Ništa, samo unlock.
Ništa samo može da praviš u to. I se može pravimo ove dinamit.
A možemo, ali ne znam da li dobijaš loot kad razbijaš dinamitom. Znaš šta ti, zašto ti je dobar dinamit?
Za nove atente.
Za... Možeš i da ubiješ medveda. Ako pogledaš sa onim koji je medved. Medved ti je, imaš drijadu, ako pritisneš O pa vidiš. Imaš drijadu pa imaš medveda. Na zdravlje. Medveda u dvoje možemo lagano da ubijemo. Aj bi ti predložio možda prvo drijadu. Ima li još koji sanduk ili možemo ići? Čim da smo sve otvorili. Ima ovamo gore, na ovu stranu. Ovo je odmah koljem, ovo je s bombama. Čim mi da opciju da ga ono one shot, odmah skočim da ga prikoljem. Toliko me nervira. Kradi ti mog konja. Ja ću peške. Vraći konja! Lopove. Pa što ideš peške pa onda kao ja sam iskoristio teleport, vraći konja. Idi sad teleportom. A ne možeš. Pa u tome je pointa što ne možeš sa lootom da se teleportuješ. U tome je pointa, zato ja nosim konja. Zato ste rekao da ukrademo konja onako rano u igri. Ali ovdje loot ima, vidim sanduk jedan. Si našao škrinju. Njega se treba da pare mi ne trebaju. Gore pa desno. Evo ti ga Tristan. A ne. Ne. Sad će da svane, podanu mu se ne. Bar da ima nešto da ga bije, znaš. Bilo šta. Ali da otprilike toga nivoa, da nije level 10. Počeo da golem da kao... Da ga bije, on udari golema, nokuje golema nazad. Ja ne znam kako misliš na fair kod njega da ubiješ. Možda možeš buzdovanom da ga biješ. Što znam da buzdovan radi nok. Eto, sad imaš mač bolji. I ti ja.
Što treba da se skija?
Moraš doći do ovoga stola u radionici. Sad ćete reći, imamo mi sve što treba, ja mislim. Mislim, sad ćemo pogledati. Treba ti 2 safira.
Mislim da ih nije. Jo, imate.
Trebalo bi da ima. Čim se setim gdje je sanduk sa ovima.
Evo ga.
Tu je sanduk sa dijamantima.
Evo ti ih podno.
Pa ne treba mi 13. Ono što pokušavam da ti kažem. Izvoli, treba ti 2. Uzmi 2. Si uzeo?
Uzi skjapti tebi meni.
Daj mi meč. Uzmi skraftaj. Bukvalno se upgraduju mačevi, znaš. Tako ide. Leather.
Discord streamer community. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Black Mesa. Što neće fora praviti ga free, znaš? Izvoli. Sad je level 41. Iskraftaj, daj mi buzdovan isto. Ajme pročitaj koji treba dragi kamen za buzdovan. Ne znam nija sve na pamet.
Ja ne mogu da ga ne.
Kako ne možeš? Pa nisi ti, nisi ja igrao više nego ti. Idi tamo na 100, nauči recept, hoćeš. Čim se setiš da je onaj 100. Idi levo tamo, levo, tu, kroz vrata, da, vrata postoje. I sad nauči recept. Pa.
On ne piše nam izučen, evo.
Merciless Copper Mace, odmah po... Ne vidiš?
Da.
Kako ne vidiš? Krut topaz, imamo li topaza uopšte? Imamo, tačno imamo 4 komada za tebi i mene. Kao što rekao, izvoli. Dobra je fora zato što ne možeš da upravljaš. Eto. Samo da istovarimo ove gluposti iz inventara. Da je mimik.
Gdje su sanduci?
Sanduci su ovdje. Kako je onda on tu?
Naši sanduci.
Da, baš tu treba da bude. Izvinjavam se. Tu. Šta će tu? Da mi podgreva noge. Sjebavaš. Znam da sam kompulsivan po tom pitanju, ali ne volim kad se šetam i... Ovdje ni ne moraš da ulaziš, znaš, tu gdje su ti sanduci. Tu možda držiš robove i kao tu odeš da spavaš kao kad si AFK, to je dobro fora. Ali tu uopšte ne moraš da budeš. To. Da, gore. Gdje se srebro stavlja, brzo. It burns, it burns. Sve je u redu, za malo sam se istopio. Floor.
Da vidimo što se učinilo. Mene toliko vrata zbunjuje.
Zbunjuju te vrata, pa nemoj da ih otvaraš i zatvaraš. Mene zbunjuje kad moram da idem dijagonalno da bi... Znaš ti kako je tvoj layout bio? Sad ću ti reći. Gledaj. Evo ti pokažem ovako. Evo gledaj. Nalazim se ovdje. Vidiš?
Dobro.
I krećem. Ok, treba mi nešto iz kovačnice. Kovačnice, samo malo. Gde? Ovo je kovačnica. Ne, ovo je alhemija. Ne, ovo ti je woodworkshop. Ovo ti je woodworkshop, gledaj. Ovdje je bio originalni ulaz, samo ovdje. I da bi otišao u kovačnicu, moram da pretrčim čitavu sobu. Da, i još nisam stigao, gledaj, i evo me. Ovdje sam. Gledaj, tu sam, gledaj. Znači, dijagonalno moram pretrčiti sobu. Gledaj koliko je to dužina, gledaj.
Ono sprej si tu peđe dači sjevati.
A gledaj sad, ma vaši. A gledaj ovo. A nije kraće ovako, ne? Ne, nije, jeli? To je samo jedna vrat. I ti kažeš, ne, estetski nije lepo. Ako ćeš mi verovat, ubaci se developeri, ne znam da si čitao onaj changes log, imaš tamo kao za ovaj mjesec. Treba da spratove. Možda napraviš na spratove zamak. Ne znam koliko ti je to interesantno, meni jest. Znaš. Možda će biti više se trči gore dole, ali bože moj, možda stave lift ili neko instant stepenište, nemam pojma. Ajde, ko je sljedeći boss? Ako znam da je riba stoji. Evo je riba. Tu.
Ima ovaj pacu, a njega najviše možemo i tamo napravimo.
Paco možemo odmah da uradimo ako hoćeš. Ako hoćeš po redu da idemo.
To je ovaj...
Samo napravi onaj spawner za pacove. Treba ti 360 kamena i 120 kostija.
Ma da, to je manje više. Ajmo da odradimo prvo neko ovaj...
A nećeš ovo da odradiš onako čisto...
Ovo nije ni bitan kako vidim.
Pa nije. Ja mu nisam našao namjenu ako mi vjeruješ. Otključao sam tu formu pacova, ali ne vidim šta mogu s time da uradim uopšte.
Da ne počinimo ništa važnije. Ja da jem pa moram da jem uzim ključar.
Šta sad ti podrazumijevaš pod ništa važnije? Ideš u prodavnicu, gdje?
Da jem pa idem uzim ključar. Da jem pa idem uzim ključar.
Evo, želim da staviš. Sutra radiš kada mladi.
Mame, kukam. Zvao kukam. Nema jadnicu, nema fizikalci, nema vodači.
Kako se nema? Ne znaš? Se svede na 5-6 skat.
Samo nešto. Kod Safira sam grade dosta. Mhm. Co to radi? Fan. Jedi govna. Jo! Vampire Hunter V.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, hello man, what's up? Welcome, Welcome to the most boring, grindy game. Maybe it isn't. Depending who you ask, it isn't boring to me. So this, and fishbone.
You shouldn't.
Miscalculated, guided by the price. I patiently waited. Wow, that's a problem. Oh, what a clutter.
YouTube videos ever produced, I wanted to let you guys know I finally have merch available. It took me way too long to jump on this bandwagon, but in return I've commissioned some killer designs, and since I figured no one wants a plain old picture of my ugly face on their body, I tried to make sure my stuff looked more like band and video game merch. If you'd be so inclined as to check out my Teespring store, I've got shirts, hoodies, tank tops, stickers, and anything else you could imagine. If you're interested in copping one of these designs, I'll have a link in the description, and with the shilling out of the way, let's get on with the show.
Won't that destroy his brain cells and prove fatal?
It might, but we must follow the clinic chief's orders.
Galarians is a series that has always been on my radar, but for whatever reason I just never got around to playing it, which is a real shame because there's some absolutely killer ideas being implemented here. It's a lot like your typical survival horror title, but crossed with that one scene from Akira where Tetsuo has to escape the government hospital he's being kept in. This style of the first entry in the series is just undeniably cool, with this very anime-inspired dystopic future sort of vibe. The story has to do with your main character Rion suddenly waking up in some kind of sterile hospital-type setting with no knowledge of who he is or how he got there. As you might expect, the majority of the game is spent piecing together some answers to those questions, along with some new ones like who the hell is behind all this and how is it that someone keeps speaking to him telepathically.
Voice again. Lilia?
This futuristic setting and equally futuristic design style really lets Galarian stand out from the other RE clones we've covered so far, but the uniqueness goes a little deeper than just that. Mechanically speaking, there is a lot of other stuff stacked on top of that RE-style gameplay that makes this game feel more like its own thing than just a clone. For example, since Rion was experimented on and given these telekinetic powers, or however you would explain this, he needs to take certain drugs to keep his anger under control, to make sure he doesn't kill everyone around him, including himself. A pretty cool little mechanic that can actually be exploited to get out of tough situations. Then of course you need to refill the compounds that give him these abilities, and it's all done in a very appropriate way with a futuristic kind of handheld injector. Of course, these are just masks put over a traditional ammo and weapon system, but I really like it when devs find creative ways to shake up what we're used to and offer it to us in ways that feel new and fresh. The actual process of playing the game, however, can be very up and down. While I love how nimble they made Rion in this game compared to your typical STARS member, I am left wishing that speed was a little more consistent. What I mean by that is Rion can run really fast, but he turns even faster, and what that means for a game that uses tank controls is you're gonna have to take some serious time getting used to the idea that you run in one speed but turn at another. So for a while you're gonna be overturning a lot or even pulling 180s on accident. The enemies in the game are all kinds of stuff you'd expect to see in some kind of underground experimental psych ward, like armed guards, hospital staff, and of course miniature mobile suits. But their ability to knock Rion down and stop him in his tracks while doing not very much damage to him really doesn't jive well with that run speed I was talking about earlier. Actually exploring your environment, collecting keys, and solving puzzles is all very fun, which shows me the game's developers really understood the source material they were basing their IP on, but the first real boss fight was so goddamn frustrating I ended up turning the game off on 2 separate occasions. No joke, this guy here can kiss
Yeah.
my ass. You can either outrun my character or use guaranteed damage dealing command grabs, but putting both traits in a single boss, that tells me maybe these guys weren't as talented as I first thought. Don't let that deter you though. He sucks an almost unbelievable amount, but the rest of the game I found to be incredibly refreshing. Not only is it nice seeing these RE clones start to step away from the whole modern day aesthetic, but the style this game brings just drips from every visible corner. Of course, you will remember I said this was a franchise earlier, so how does its PS2 sequel fare?
Do you really think that you can make me kill Lilia? What's this?
Well, I would love to tell you the devs took what they learned from the first game and applied that to some killer RE clone action in the sequel, but sadly that is not the case here. Galarian's Ash resembles Resident Evil about as much as, well, I guess RE Village resembles Resident Evil. So no, we're not going to spend a lot of time on Galarian's Ash because this is an RE clone video, which is a real shame because it's honestly really fun. It takes on a more fast-paced third-person shooter type of feel, and the story is pretty damn cool. I think it does lack the dark and depressing nature of the original, but there's some of that old DNA in Ash for sure. The beginning of the game has you taking part in this Groundhog's Day type of cycle that has you reliving the end of the first game over and over again, and I thought that was really cool. For some reason, after this first section, some cutscenes turn into what a really smooth PS1 game might have looked like, and it took me a while to figure out that they were just using scenes from the Galarian CG movie for cutscenes, and any part of that movie they couldn't fit into their story essentially gets this treatment, which genuinely had me laughing at my screen. Not because they look bad, I mean, they do, but I was more laughing at the blatant laziness of it all. You really do have to appreciate this level of work avoidance. And in the end, I think while I would have certainly preferred a sequel that expanded on the RE clone gameplay of the first, a fun third-person shooter isn't the worst thing in the world by a long shot. So I guess my recommendation would be that you play the first game for its super awesome, dark cyberpunk take on Resident Evil, and play the second only if you really like the first game's world and characters. Or I guess if you really like the idea of doing this to your enemies, which you probably should.
Detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
And what list of Resident Evil clones could possibly be complete without mentioning the series that did it better than anyone else? Silent Hill in its infancy was supposed to be Konami's big-budget Hollywood action answer to Capcom's success with RE, but since the Big K put together a team of misfits who didn't really fit in, they ended up with a game as unique as the people who worked on it. Now, it's worth mentioning that I already covered this entire franchise here on the channel with my Silent Hill retrospective, which is a not-so-subtle hint to check out the link in the upper right-hand corner of the video. And since I already dove about as deep as I possibly can into the series, well, I'd rather give you a list of games that most mirror that RE style of game design. Now, I am fully aware that there are already people just blasting me in the comments section, but keep in mind this is a series that I only recently played to completion in every single conceivable way possible. I know these games, and I know Resident Evil. Trust me, this is the list. Or at least it is until you put together your own.
Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life.
And of course we have to start with the first game, which was a landmark title. The goal was to mimic RE with this first attempt, but somehow along the way the team decided on a much more subtle approach to horror, dubbing their own spin on the survival horror genre psychological horror, and in my opinion you really couldn't ask for a better situation. I mean, I do love it when other developers attempt to recreate Resident Evil's formula, but I like it even more when the series is used as an inspiration and something new springs up as a result. Silent Hill 1 was incredibly unique in the way that it made the player actively take a role in solving the mystery of its story, and believe me, finally uncovering it all is a damn satisfying thing. You gotta make sure to inspect every room and read every piece of text you come across because almost all of it plays into the overall narrative, and it's one you definitely want to see all of.
Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
And moving on, we have the even more infamous Silent Hill 2. Although I myself tend to think this entry gets automatic nerd cred based solely on its subject matter, I've got to admit it is an incredibly refreshing playthrough. SH2 covers deep issues like depression, suicide, and the old, shall we say, struggle snuggle, which is exactly the kind of shit you did not see in games very often at the time. Thanks to this, I'm of two minds. On one hand, this was an amazingly detailed and refined experience that touched me in a deep and emotional way that not very many games have, but on the other, it drew in countless posers with active Tumblr accounts who would never play another entry in the series for as long as they live, but still won't refrain from letting you know that this is indeed the best entry, because I think we've all figured out by now that there is absolutely nothing more edgy than playing a game specifically and solely because it talks about a real-life mental issue that a majority of the fan base of this game has diagnosed themselves as having. All of that nonsense aside though, this really is one of the more sobering game stories you're likely to ever come across in your life, and I'm happy to say that even though I see the game as either being overrated or misunderstood a majority of the time, it still lives up to 99.9% of the hype. And up next, we have what is, in my opinion, the absolute best horror game ever conceived. Silent Hill 3 takes every single aspect of the previous two games and polishes them to a mirror-like sheen. What you're looking at right now is psychological horror defined, and I don't think you're likely to ever come across a game that has had more love and care put into its production, bar none. I genuinely beat this game about once a year, and each time it floors me. The story's to die for, and if you ask me, the main character, Heather Mason, is one of the most well-written fictional beings ever put into an interactive medium. If Silent Hill is even remotely on your radar, you are legally required to play up to at least this point in the series. I don't make the rules, but I do enforce them with an iron fist. Make sure no matter what order it takes you to get there, that you play this game before passing judgment on any other SH title. It really is the series in its absolute best form, and well, I guess that means it's a little bit of a drop from here. Silent Hill Origins had the bad luck of being released during Konami's famous "we'll let anyone with a condom and a motel key bed down our IPs" period. But even though nearly every SH title released post-4 can be described as being sort of terrible, Origins is most definitely the entry that most lives up to the original series, at least as far as gameplay is concerned. The layout will be familiar to fans of either RE or SH, and I'm happy to say that is the compliment it sounds like. As a matter of fact, if you're playing the PSP entry, you have in your hands right now the only game that even comes close to survival horror on the platform, minus obscure Aftermath. For its meager beginnings, this game manages to impress me every time I boot it up, and even though I don't like that the devs made transitioning to the other world something the player can opt into, I'd say it's the closest thing in the latter series to an actual SH game. Of course, there are plenty of Silent Hill titles to dive into, but these were the ones that most resemble the series' roots of cloning RE, and if you ask me, probably the highest quality games in the series anyways. So even though it doesn't really need to be said, Resident Evil fans looking to keep those survival horror flames burning have a wealth of content to find here in this foggy little town.
I lost my glasses. They was chasing me. I can't see nothing without my glasses.
You know, the best part about working on a video covering RE clones is getting to play quite a few games I've never really tried out before. And even though Cursed: The Eye of Isis has been on my periphery for a while now, until today I've never actually played it for myself, which I will go ahead and say right now is a crying shame. Cursed starts out with our main character, Darian Dane, whose name sounds like a rough draft 70s porn star handle, showing up to the Museum of Natural History to meet a colleague. He gets stopped at the front door by the police, who tells him he can't enter because of an ongoing investigation, but then they immediately just walk away, allowing Darian to just stroll right through the front door anyways.
Now, sir, please go home. My officers will deal with the situation.
Once actually inside the building, we find some strange shit has most definitely been going down. The intro shows us that earlier in the night, a thief tried to steal the centerpiece to a brand new exhibit concerning Isis and Osiris. Doing so apparently unleashed some kind of malevolent energy, a curse perhaps, and it's wreaking havoc all over the place. Darian gets his first whiff of what Isis is cooking when he comes across a corpse, only to watch a yellow gas or energy enter the dead body and reanimate it, turning the poor guy into a pretty cool looking monster. From here, Darian meets up with one of his father's closest associates, who warns him that this energy corrupting things inside the museum is tied to a curse that Darian's dad accidentally unleashed on his entire bloodline. This curse, or possibly the process of trying to defeat it, eventually turned his dad into a raving lunatic, and now apparently the task of ridding his family of it falls to Darian. Honestly, this story felt like a massive breath of fresh air for me. Now, you guys know I love a good zombie outbreak in a small to medium-sized town or city type of tale, but this game feels like one of those old adventure serials that inspired the Indiana Jones movies. But here's the real kicker. It so closely resembles one of those early black and white mysteries without making me feel the goal is to satirize the concept. It seems like when developers go for this kind of a narrative, they can often make their work feel like an extreme, over-the-top and exaggerated form of the source material they were working from. But Curse has a very genuine and earnest feeling to it. The story sets up this cool little mystery, and all the notes you end up finding essentially spells out a script for one of those old black and white films where an archaeologist goes a little too far in the name of discovery and opens some sarcophagus, unleashing a powerful entity of some kind. I really like this story, and because you don't see this kind of a setup too often outside of point-click adventure games, I have to recommend this game on its story alone. You really aren't going to get this anywhere else. But a game can't live on story alone, so the question is, how does it play? And that's kind of hard to say. I won't lie, it's very clunky feeling, but it's a kind of clunkiness that genuinely works most of the time. Controlling your character feels relatively solid, but this is another one of those games that has rapidly switching fixed perspectives while opting for a 3D control style where the controls change along with Darian's orientation. I will say though, they work really well here because the developers obviously tune them to the environments you'll be exploring. Darian's turn radius might be a little wide, but you'll almost always be in an area that accounts for this because most locations have a pretty wide open floor plan, allowing you to move around with ease. In my last video, I figured Obscure might be the best implementation of this 3D control style, but I think Curse might beat it by a narrow margin here. When creating the combat, the team at Asylum Entertainment must have been playing a lot of Eternal Darkness because we see its limb targeting system make an appearance, but I'd go as far as saying it actually works better. Holding the right trigger lets you aim, and hitting the left trigger will change where you're aiming at. Once you're aiming at something, you'll see a reticle appear, and waiting until it lines up perfectly will ensure your shot doesn't miss, and I think it might also make it a little more powerful, but I'm not sure. This system by itself actually works perfectly, but that jank I mentioned before is almost all found here in the combat. First things first, firing and hitting your target feels great, but having to reload afterwards is where the whole thing falls apart. Your reload animation is the most fickle thing I have ever experienced. You can walk around avoiding attacks and Darian will still continue to reload, but God forbid you even inch near that run button. If you did, well, you just canceled your reload, and the same thing goes for taking damage. Something that'll be very hard to avoid since you can't run without accomplishing that goal. Now, it's pretty common to see something like this, so I'm not too mad about it, but where I really start to get frustrated is when that animation seems to have finished perfectly, so I run to the perfect sniping spot, line up my target, wait for the reticle to align, and as soon as I hit fire, Darian starts reloading. I had this happen to me so damn much it's not even funny, and each time I could have sworn the reload animation was finished before I ran or took damage. On the plus side though, the game gives you an option to reload outside of the menu with a manual reload button, and I was doing this non-stop to make sure I didn't run into that issue again. Outside of that, you'll definitely notice the telltale signs of a not quite AAA development budget, but nothing ever feels broken or unplayable, which is really nice. I will say I didn't like how there wasn't much of an invincibility window directly after taking damage, so you might find yourself in a situation where you take a lot of hits rapid fire without much of a chance to do anything about it. But that only happened to me once. The aforementioned jank does make its way into the visuals, but again, not in any kind of way that'll bother anyone. Moments like this can be a little funny, and some rooms can be so insanely bright they actually wash out the game's colors and shading, but all that aside, I love the way this game looks. It pulls off this style that has your surroundings looking realistic enough that you feel like you're running around in the real world, but character models are stylized to a really cool degree, and I have to assume that the Time Splitter series served as a bit of inspiration because the resemblance is uncanny a lot of the time. If you ask me, this was a perfect look to go for. It matches the feel of the game perfectly and keeps things in this limbo between serious and cartoony, which, again, feels very accurate to the old mystery serials the game is essentially based on. While we here in the US got Curse on Xbox and PC, the Xbox version commands a pretty steep price nowadays. I would have really liked to try out this console version, but I'm not made of money and I haven't modded my Xbox yet. But as luck would have it, it is available on Steam, and I just so happened to stumble across it for a cool 50 cents about 5 or 6 days ago. The good news is this game installs and runs fine on Windows 10 and even recognizes modern USB controllers. You'll have to go in and set your own key bindings, but that's not too big of a deal. For some reason though, not all of the game's functions can be set here, so you're still going to need to reach for your keyboard to get to the pause screen and change pages on text pickups. The console version of this game seems to support widescreen, but on PC I couldn't get it to go past 4:3 without stretching the image. If you're looking to go past the relatively meager resolution the game supports out of the box, you can mess with its .i9 input your own custom resolution. But keep in mind, you can't use the same 16:9 ones you're used to without making everything on screen really fat and distorted. Well, all of the technical stuff aside, I really can't recommend this game enough. It has a great look to it, an amazing atmosphere, and a uniqueness you really don't see a lot, especially in the genre. If you're looking for more of an in-depth type of coverage, I'd like to give this bad boy the full Avalanche Reviews treatment, but until I get around to it, my buddy the Dolly Popka has a review of the Xbox version up on his channel, and I'd really recommend you check it out. He goes into much more depth than I can here, plus he's an adorable little scamp, so give him some love, and more importantly, give Curse some love. Coming from a guy who's played nothing but Resident Evil clones for the last 2 months, this game really stands out as being uniquely fun and having a bulk of fun, which is exactly why I heavily recommend you guys give this one a try. When it comes to non-RE survival horror, this is easily one of the best titles you can get your hands on.
Hey, what happened? That bastard. Hey, get it together. What happened?
In the last video, we took a look at Deep Fear, a Sega-produced RE clone that stuck pretty close to its inspiration, and today, we're doing the same exact thing. Carrier hit US Dreamcast at the start of the year 2000, quite literally a month before Capcom's Code Veronica had a chance to show DC owners how it's really done. And this is another game I've already covered here on the channel, so if you end up wanting a little more of an in-depth look, check out the card in the corner or the link in the description. Actually, my first experience with this game came from one of those Dreamcast demos that came with the official DC magazine, and even though it was noticeably rough around the edges, back then I was really excited to get my hands on a game that played like Resident Evil, but had the unique touch that only came from an outsider's interpretation of how the genre works. Well, a few years back, I finally played all the way through it, and, well, it was certainly something.
Hey, stop! Are you crazy?
The game starts with a surprisingly interesting story concerning limited resources and the entire world essentially breaking up into 2 warring coalitions. You play as a member of the Spark team, which is like Jalico's Walmart brand STARS, and you've been sent out to the US's biggest wartime weapon, the Heimdall, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that might as well be a mobile continent in itself. You were sent out because no one can get in touch with the damn thing, and the powers that be are understandably a little worried that it may have fallen into the wrong hands. Once your chopper gets near the Heimdall, it's immediately fired upon, forcing an emergency landing, and things only get worse from there. Just like the Obscure series, everything seems to have fallen prey to this weird plant-like infection that has both covered nearly every surface of the ship and turned its crew into these weird plant-monster hybrids. And after hearing that basic setup, if you've even walked past someone who knows about RE1, you're likely to finish the story in your head with a pretty good degree of accuracy. The gameplay is about what you would expect from an RE clone. Exploration tops the list just above trying to survive a ship filled with monsters. Tank controls will be getting you from point A to point B, and in a straight line, these controls might feel a little more responsive and quick than most old school RE titles. But when it comes time to take a corner, Jack's crazy wide turn radius can make for a very difficult time. That complaint standing, honestly the game feels really good to control most of the time thanks to the environment consisting mostly of long straight corridors and hallways. Combat in Carrier works in the expected way, but with a cool little twist. In your standard survival horror game, a shoulder button needs to be pressed to aim your weapon, and the D-pad is used to move your aim up or down and turn your character left and right. The same thing applies here, but with a very slight difference. In Carrier, letting go of the up or down direction won't have your aim returning to center, which is usually straight ahead. Honestly, I'm not sure why that seems like so big of a deal to me, but for some reason this blew my mind when I first played it all those years ago. And to further compound this, to be totally honest, combat really isn't built around this mechanic, so you'll only ever notice it when you either fight some of the swimming enemies in the flooded sections of the ship, or you accidentally hit a diagonal when aiming. In my opinion, the game drags on a lot longer than it needs to, but it can be pretty fun some of the times. Of course, you're gonna have to understand a lot of that fun needs to be had in spite of the jankiness that obviously comes with any title from Jalico. It's clear these guys knew enough about Resident Evil to copy some of its systems, but not so much about it that they could get them all to work together perfectly. So you'll find yourself in a lot of situations where you'll say get your ass kicked thanks to an obscuring camera angle, or spend way too much time trying to figure out exactly what the game wants you to do in order to drive the story forward. To save myself a little time, I'll just say it feels like a budget title. Jalico also made the Vampire Hunter D game I covered on this series, and I would say it's a damn near mirror scenario here. Great setup and technically speaking a good foundation, but a lot of the connecting material just isn't up to snuff. The backgrounds are fully 3D rendered, which means it can switch between your more traditional fixed camera angles and the moving perspective you see a lot more in these early 2000s survival horror clones, which you guys know I always get a kick out of. Credit where credit's due though, Carrier does a little more than most with a scanner item that lets you get a first-person view of your surroundings, although you'll probably notice the game slows to a crawl anytime you use it. As far as the general look of the game goes, you could be fooled into thinking it looks great if all you see are far-off shots or stills, but when the game zooms in for cutscenes or conversations, the veil starts to slip a little bit. I'd say Carrier looks exactly like what it is, a Dreamcast game. That console had the most recognizable 3D graphics and color palette I've ever seen, to the point where you almost instinctively know you're looking at a Dreamcast game just from a single still image that's zoomed in a lot, which is kind of funny in this sense. And that's because Carrier goes for this dark sort of horror movie look, but you'll often see that clash with the Dreamcast trademark bright and noticeable color palette. All that means nothing though. If there were one defining aspect that made Carrier stand out from the crowd, it would definitely be its legendarily bad English voice acting. And if you know survival horror, you know exactly how bad voice work needs to be for it to stand out in this genre. Honestly, think about it. Can you name a better, more emotional scene than Jack yelling Colonel a whopping 3 times in the same key and cadence, all in the same sentence?
Don't make my death meaningless!
We're dealing with pure magic here. Carrier isn't exactly what I would call a must-play for people interested in Resident Evil lookalikes, but if you enjoy that classic look and design that defined the Dreamcast, and you need your survival horror fix, well, I'd suggest you play Code Veronica. But in a pinch, I'd say Carrier can certainly entertain. And that goes double if you're a fan of laughably bad English voice acting, which, let's be fair, if you're listening to my videos fairly often, you probably are. When it comes time to start really talking underrated survival horror titles, there are 2 names that come up 9 times out of 10. And the crazy thing is, here we go. I have never played Rule of Rose or Haunted Ground. I know, some fucking expert on the genre, right? Well, the good news is I've officially taken steps to remedy that problem. I started with Rule of Rose because, well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not letting alphabetical order make all my decisions for me. And instead of leading you guys on until the halfway point of this little piece, I'll let you know straight up, this is one unique, top-rate, world-class education on exactly how this genre's done. And if it sounds like I'm a little bit surprised, well, that's because I am. See, when a game starts getting all this cult following type of love, I tend to default towards skepticism. Not sure why, but I've just always been that way. And luckily I was proven dead wrong here. But let's take care of some business before we get into that. In Rule of Rose, you play as Jennifer, a teen on her way to some orphanage. Once there, she follows a young boy to a graveyard on the property where she digs up a blood-soaked sack, likely containing whatever these creepy-ass kids were stomping a mud hole in earlier. Shortly after, these super creepy kids show up and just bully the hell out of Jennifer. They push her into the coffin, and next thing she knows, she's aboard this disheveled airship where some kind of cabal is formed between the aforementioned kids, called the Red Crayon Aristocrats. A name so damn good, I absolutely refuse to believe there's not some college jam band out there that hasn't already taken it. Jennifer finds out there are a few adults on board, but they're not exactly what I would call reliable. So she is essentially at the mercy of this kid-friendly form of the book Animal Farm, where she has to bring the group 1 gift a month in order to stay in its good graces. Now that's the general setup, but what you're not getting from this description is the pure, unadulterated weirdness of this game. It plays like a relatively by-the-books RE clone, but the scenery, story, and symbolism all point towards it being more interested in the Silent Hill side of the survival horror dichotomy. The game has this David Lynchian dreamlike nature to it, and like SH, it's not afraid to pull some seriously disturbing shit. It's very, very hard to really describe, and I would wager that factored into me not really ever caring much for giving it a try based on recommendations alone. Like I said before, Rule of Rose sticks pretty close to RE in a lot of ways. The game is essentially one big point-and-click adventure game, with more of the large environment opening up to the player once the right item is combined with the right door or puzzle, and in that sense it hits the ball out of the park. But don't let that fool you into thinking this is a cookie-cutter experience. The standout feature that, well, makes this game stand out would be this mechanic by which you can find a little doggo friend and use him to find characters, locations, and items, as long as you have something he can smell and form a scent to follow. This first portion of the airship pretty much leads you into discovering and rescuing this little guy, and before you get your hands on him, I gotta say this is a much tougher nut to crack, mostly because the in-game map is all but useless, with it not marking locked doors, previously visited rooms, or really anything on it other than room names, which are useless to me. Something I would like to remind you both of its inspirations, RE and SH, nailed in the 90s. This first section of the game had me really struggling to find my way back to areas I was just in a few seconds ago because of how winding and convoluted the airship's design is. Honestly, at this point, I was ready to mark this whole thing down as a major flaw type of deal. But once you and Brown team up, a whole new element of the game opens up. The trace elements of the gameplay really start to flow after this, and it becomes really, really enjoyable. Once I wrapped my head around the scent tracking mechanic, I was zooming through this area, and now that I could reliably navigate it, the airship became a much more interesting place to explore. Now, anytime I received any kind of instruction, I went straight into my inventory and got to work on figuring out what item might lead me in the direction I wanted to go. I went from struggling to remember room layouts and routes to really enjoying the act of exploring this separate-looking thing. To perform that exploration, your standard for the time 3D style controls were used, but these have a much more polished feel than you're usually used to, and it's clear they were perfectly tuned for the game, only really giving me trouble in the first boss fight where I got stuck between him and a camera change that really messed with my attack strategy by turning Jennifer around right when I got near. A problem, ironically enough, that would have been solved with tank controls, and no, I will not stop simping for them. There is combat in the game, and much like any other self-respecting survival horror title, it's rarely necessary. Believe me when I say you'll be glad for that when you actually decide to engage in it. To say it's clunky just would not get the right point across. Jennifer is, for all intents and purposes, a complete wuss who couldn't swing a melee weapon if her life depended on it, and it often does. The enemies I've come across so far have either been these very disturbing, faceless children, or variants that, for whatever reason, have rabbit heads on them, so I guess take that for what it's worth. Like I said, you won't exactly be pulling off any massive damage-dealing combos or sick one-frame links, but on the plus side, Jennifer can take a lot of damage, or in this case, hugs, I guess, so it does sort of even out. And I'm happy to say Brown the dog is utilized pretty well too, with him picking a target and barking at them till they cower in fear, leaving them open to free hits. Honestly, I wouldn't even put this game's combat in the same league as the admittedly bad melee combat in early RE games, but since most fights can be ran from and the enemies aren't exactly doing much better than Jennifer at it, it all kind of works itself out in a weird way. I'd say more than anything, you should be playing this game for its very effective dreamlike approach to disturbing horror. Throughout my playthrough, I saw things that didn't seem to hold any coherence to the plot or game world, which made things way more creepy. The standout instance being a part of the game where the young communist club charges me with finding an escaped rabbit named Sir Peter. I spent a damn long time tracking that bunny down, and in the meantime, the terribly creepy janitor guy wrote a book about him. And I started developing this kinship since we were both trying to get the hell out of there, until I found a group of those damn weird kids just beating the bloody hell out of it with sticks and brooms. Like, how am I supposed to feel about this? Honestly, I would have been less disturbed had there have been a human body in there and not a cute little rat that I was trying to track down. The soundtrack feels to be very much a part of the game's general time and setting, and by that I mean there's a lot of somber piano licks and sorrowful, almost weepy violins, and they perfectly match the game's setting and feel, but what was odd for me is the voice acting. Not that it's anything to write home about though, I mean, it's average at best, but it was kind of weird to me how little of it there was. Every one of the kids in the club have actual voices, but you only ever hear them during random interactions. The rest of the time you'll just hear a sound that relates to that kid's character trait. Talking to the sick girl only plays coughs while you read her dialogue, for example. This really wasn't an issue for me, but at this point in the PS2's life, this kind of cost-cutting measure just wasn't seen a lot, especially since SCEA themselves were footing the bill for development, which kind of makes me feel like it was a purposeful inclusion. Now, why they would do that, I'm not really sure, but it seems odd that it would be left out in a game that had a pretty decent budget for the time that it came out. I was really pleased with the look of this game. It hits this really nice middle ground between realistic and stylized. I'm not sure why, it just really does the trick for me. My only real complaint being the constant static filter that plays over the screen. You guys know I've never liked this approach, and for some reason it was everywhere you looked back in the PS2 era. On the plus side, you can turn it down to 1, but a completely off option would have really improved what is an already great looking game. What really bothers me though is the fact that there are surely people out there who would crank this dial all the way to max and actually play the game that way. To be totally honest, that might be scarier than the premise of the game itself. Rule of Rose is an automatic recommendation for me. Being such a fan of psychological thrillers like Silent Hill, I thought I was nearly impervious to being disturbed by a video game, but the pure insanity of this game most definitely did just that. On the downside, I do get the feeling that this is all heading towards some kind of Silent Hill 2 tier, Jennifer is just reliving some terrible event that she tried to suppress for too long type of deal. But in full disclosure, I haven't finished the game yet, so I have no idea. To be totally honest with you though, the rest of the game could just be sliding block puzzles set to easy listening tracks, and I'd still love it. It may rely pretty hard on the inherent creepy nature and automatic repulsion that comes from seeing small British children in school uniforms occupying a dark room, but hey, that trope works for a reason, right? So long story short, you should have already tried finding a way to play Rule of Rose for yourself. I slept on this one hard for all these years, but you should definitely learn from my mistakes. Nowadays, you really don't come across a lot of games that put you in that Silent Hill state of mind anymore. Hell, you can't even find any in the modern Silent Hill series. So what I'm trying to say is Rule of Rose is incredibly effective as a horror game that wants more to make you feel uneasy than it wants you jumping at quick audio spikes, which I really appreciate. And as far as this little Resident Evil clone project goes, this one stands as one of the best playing, most atmospheric, and all-around most well-polished titles on the list. So in honor of this sleeper hit, I'll be putting a paper bag over my head and standing outside a neighbor's house while beating a bloody burl they do.
No, I can't believe it's Robert.
And since we've already covered one Dreamcast RE clone in this video, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do another one. And what better property to convert into an RE clone than an equally famous Japanese horror franchise? Oh yeah, once again, I've already covered this game in length here on the channel, so if you're a little interested in giving that a watch, you know what to do. The Ring, Terror's Realm hit Sega's doomed last console the same exact month as Capcom's RE Code Veronica, and I would just love to tell you guys that they share a similar level of quality, but that is just flat out not the case. This was very clearly a budget production staffed by people who may not have been the absolute best in the industry. Nearly every aspect of this game is flawed in some kind of way, and I know that makes it sound like it's not worth playing, but that couldn't be further from the truth. And to further cement that case, let's take a listen to the genius level sound effects Asmik decided to include in the title screen. Ooh, that's that good jam. So you might be wondering to yourself, if I started this piece by telling you how flawed nearly every part of the game is, how the hell is this worth playing? Well, all of those flaws, or at least most of them, end up either being very interesting or just flat out laugh out loud funny. For example, both the English translation and voice acting are in a league of their own in terms of terribleness, but come on, you can't tell me this isn't funny as all hell.
Like, hey man, what's happening here?
Now hold on a moment, sir.
I know the two of them. They're friends.
And sure, the combat may be god-awful, but it's a little hard to get mad at a game that lets you fire a rocket launcher at a shaved baboon. Listen, the point is, the game is the stuff memes are made from, but it seems like the gaming public just hasn't got a hold of this one yet, or it would have already achieved legendary so bad it's good status. Alright, so we already know it's wacky as all hell. Let's dive a little deeper. The Ring is the story of Meg, and specifically it starts with her driving to her boyfriend's house for a nice little date night. But it seems like he won't be joining her for that date.
Kind of a slight case of death.
Now, you'd assume an event like this would scar Meg for life, but you know what's even worse? Starting a new job at the CDC the next day and not only replacing your dead boyfriend, but also occupying his old office. Now, I'm not saying this was an obvious assassination for monetary gain, but this is exactly what it would look like if it were. So on her first day, Meg gets a call from her reporter friend, and he lets her know that the dearly departed was working on a ring case, which is kind of interesting. This makes this game less of a tie-in and more of a continuation of the events in the movies. Apparently, the CDC got wind of the Sadako murders and got involved, leading to the discovery of this program simply named Ring. A few other CDC workers were looking into this killer app, and they died the same way Meg's boyfriend did. So to make sure there wasn't some sort of viral leak, the CDC fully locks down maybe 10 minutes after Meg settles into her new office. And the rest of the game is spent finding out what the hell this program is all about and who's behind the shady stuff going down in the CDC during the lockdown. Now, this is where things sort of split into two separate games. The first gameplay experience is sort of a detective game that has Meg exploring the CDC, talking to her new coworkers, and figuring out what the hell is going on around here. And the second sees Meg opening the Ring program, which transports her to this post-apocalyptic version of the CDC building filled with these skinned ape and lizard-looking creatures. The detective parts of the game have zero fail states, and because of this you could say it's a little boring, but to be honest, they were my favorite parts to play through. I liked figuring out the story and interacting with the odd people Meg works with. Now that doesn't exactly mean these sections were amazing, but comparatively speaking, they might as well be. The portions of the game that has Meg engaging in combat with monsters are some of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had in my life. When Meg runs around, it's insanely easy for her to get caught up on every little piece of the environment, and the enemies can be a nightmare to put down thanks to an inconsistent amount of hits done per shot, and the fact that the auto-aim can sometimes have issues figuring out which is the biggest threat, the reptile abomination right at Meg's feet or the square inch of wall directly behind it. And I know that's some damning criticism, but the more survival horror parts of the game's design, like opening new areas of the environment to explore and unlocking more pieces of the story through puzzle solving, can be really fun and satisfying. The only issue is you will need to engage in combat in order to engage with those parts. If you ask me, the entire game could have been those detective parts and I would have genuinely enjoyed it, but if that was the case, I don't think I could have included The Ring on this list, so I guess take that for what it's worth. More than a video game, The Ring essentially acts as a physical list of game design mistakes for developers to learn from, but I'll be damned if it doesn't have enough heart to make those hurdles almost worth jumping for an actual player. After all, how many games can you say that you've played that crash to some sort of command line prompt when trying to load a cutscene? If you're looking for a movie tie-in / RE clone to play, there are definitely way better options out there, but as far as creativity goes, I think there's something worth checking out here. So let's count this as less of a recommendation and more of a check this game out if you're looking for a good laugh combined with a slight chance of enjoyment.
Thing's not gonna die unless I shoot it 2 or 3 times.
And without a doubt, we absolutely had to touch on one of the most interesting concepts I think I've ever seen before. Sure, Parasite Eve gets a lot of praise for being equal parts survival horror and turn-based RPG, but and this is a big question. Is it? Really, what specific part of that game is survival horror to you? I'm genuinely asking the question, and no, I'm not talking about the story or the setting. They're both amazing. Honestly, Parasite Eve might be one of my absolute favorite video games ever made, no joke. I just don't see how very typical linear RPG game mechanics and zero backtracking equals a survival horror title. And don't you dare say it's because of its limited inventory, because if that's the case, I know a few Shining Force titles that might be up for the survival horror genre label. So why start this section with such a dumb and pointless rant? Well, there is a game that actually lives up to the survival horror RPG category, and for some reason it just never gets any praise.
That doesn't sound very priestly. I am not a priest. I am a bishop. I don't give a rat's ass what you are.
Kodelka on the PS1 delivers an honest 50-50 split between really cool RE clone and satisfyingly deep turn-based JRPG. And unlike Parasite Eve, the survival horror classification isn't just skin deep. The environment is a big creepy castle. You explore it incrementally while unlocking more areas with key items, puzzles, and story triggers, but when it comes time to get down, combat suddenly switches to a strategy RPG system, and honestly, it has no business being dysfunctional. Battles are triggered randomly like any good RPG, and once you're engaged in combat, you'll get to move around the playfield one turn at a time, using items, casting spells, or attacking. You know, the typical assortment of options. The battlefield is certainly much smaller than your average SRPG, but I find with the limited amount of tiles, movement and positioning becomes much more important. In games like FFT or Tactics Ogre, positioning positioning typically takes place over a much larger area, which means a bad move can be corrected by degrees, but in Koudelka, misjudging your enemy's movement range even for a single turn means an automatic hit. Characters not only level up by gaining EXP, but also from repeated uses of their weapons. This means you do best by picking a weapon and sticking with it from the beginning. Except the game knows that, and weapons break when they hit a certain threshold of uses, meaning Koudelka both rewards and disincentivizes grinding, and I don't know about you, but that sounds survival horror as hell in its own way. Outside of combat, you'll be doing all the familiar stuff you're used to, exploring beautifully rendered 2D backdrops, looking for a door that's locked, and hoping like hell you've already come across the key or item needed to unlock it. Controls surprisingly ditch the tank style the genre is known for, but in true Koudelka, I don't want to do what everyone else is doing form, it replaces it with something we've all seen before, but with a slight twist. Basically, it's just a 3D control style, but without an analog stick, so you'll be doing this all on the D-pad, which is not that strange, you just didn't see it in games with fixed perspectives like this. Outside of the downright impressive skill these guys showed by making such opposite mechanics exist in the same game organically, I'd say Koudelka deserves praise for its really, really good voice acting.
Was there no poison in your food? What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
Caretakers tried to poison and kill us.
That's not funny.
Granted, it's not exactly going to match up with today's standards, but come on, the game hit store shelves less than a year after RE2, and despite that game being one of my absolute all-time favorites, I think there's no doubt Koudelka takes home the prize in convincing VAs. Not only is this refreshing as hell to see for its era, but even today you might find yourself taken back by one of the more emotional performances. Honestly, these guys killed it every step of the way. Well, okay, so maybe not every step. If I'm gonna level with you guys, I think the whole random encounter thing, while totally fitting for an RPG, sort of gets in the way of the exploration and backtracking driven nature of an RE game. Sometimes you might get your hands on an item that may or may not open some portion of the environment, but backtracking to do a little investigating can be broken up by several battles. In the game's defense, I didn't find this to be totally annoying, since fights in the game are typically pretty fast-paced and they're never too much of a challenge. But since your weapons break after so many uses, it's in your best interest to save them for boss fights. So now you're left with a choice. Do you make common and plentiful random encounters go faster, or do you lengthen the runtime of an average fight to make sure you can beat a boss? This decision is usually pretty easy to make, but I have this weird anxiety when I know there's some form of meter running in the background, and at some point, the weapon that has served me so well is going to go the way of the buffalo. I can fully admit that very well may be a Jared problem though. And if it even counts as a complaint, I really wish this game lasted a bit longer. The crazy amount of really impressive CG cutscenes and vocal recordings take up a lot of disk space, so you might see the end of the first disc in an hour or so. That being said, I guess there are worse problems than a game being so good I just wish there were more of it. Another feather in its cap, I'd say, comes from the combination of its setting and atmosphere. The game takes place in Wales in the late 1800s, which I always thought was really cool and gets me one step closer to my ultimate dream, a survival horror game set in the Renaissance era. Seriously, how damn cool would that be? Instead of using green herbs to get health back, you could put leeches on yourself to get rid of all your bad blood. Getting back to my actual point though, the setting just oozes this supernatural ambiance and I love it. I'm not sure why, but the concept of demons and psychics clashing for a battle of good versus evil just doesn't set off any red flags for me if it takes place far enough back in the past. I was also really interested in the characters. Koudelka is some kind of cool nomadic gypsy psychic, Edwards is a not too smooth talking thief, and Bishop O'Flaherty over here, ironically, is no saint.
While those liars and humans are killed is not my concern.
It's really cool having an entire cast of anti-heroes. You never really get the feeling that they're here to save the world and everyone in it. Each one's just trying to accomplish their own selfish goal, and I don't know, I think that's pretty cool. Plus, most of the time, they can't stand being around each other, which is genuinely entertaining.
That's how I encountered that monster. Yeah? And we're the ones who took care of that monster. Far be it from me to expect any words of gratitude from you.
These guys are kind of like the opposite of Mary Sue's. Characters made mostly of flaws who only accidentally stumble into doing the right thing while robbing a house or something. This game absolutely deserves more fanfare. It's such a great representation of both of its halves, and it's the rare occasion where each side of the coin gets an equal share of the gameplay pie. If you haven't heard of Koudelka or never actually saw it running in real time, do yourself a favor and track it down. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but this is yet another game that used to commonly sell for 20 to 30 bucks, now sitting pretty at closer to 150 in okay condition. But I'm going off on a limb here and assuming everyone knows how to navigate that one bay all the pirates use. So don't let a little thing like the fickle nature of used video game prices keep you from enjoying one of the most unique and well-executed ideas to ever hit the PS1. It's an absolute blast to make your way through, and the best part is, I think it can work as a bit of a gateway drug. Maybe your average survival horror fan gives it a try and figures out a little RE worship is all that's needed to ease them into the awesome world of strategy RPGs. And perhaps an SRPG player could use this to finally get him into the groove of playing survival horror games. Honestly, who knows what kind of power could be gained by finally joining these two warring clans together.
Speaking of which, you wasted all of that food. What's wrong?
Yeah, if it weren't poison, then it would have had some.
When it comes to games I've been asked to cover here on the channel, I would say the Fatal Frame series is by far one of the most common. And to level with you guys, I honestly haven't touched any of this series since I rented the first one a year after it launched. I remember really getting into it, but for whatever reason I never picked any of them up after that. Which, in hindsight, might be because I'm not much of a fan of Japanese horror. And yes, I know that sounds insane. I spend all of my time watching Japanese media and covering horror games on YouTube. It sounds like a sure thing, but I just never got into the Japanese approach to horror. Maybe that's because the horror of most of these movies made in Japan is sort of up to the viewer to determine, and my big dumb American brain likes to have at least 8 bloody corpses on screen per every 10 minutes of runtime. Besides, the majority of the Japanese media I like to consume is a little different. It's what you might call the furthest thing from horror, and by that I mean it's mostly effeminate men playing high schoolers with impossibly cool haircuts beating the absolute shit out of each other. Except for that one time, it was the same premise, but the entire cast was made up by members of the group AKB48. Don't judge me on that, I've admitted to way more embarrassing stuff on this channel. Well, either way, it's finally time to get back in the saddle and see what I've been missing out on. Now, I can't do a full rundown like you guys know I normally like to do, so you'll only be seeing the PS2 entries in this video. But let me know in the comments if you'd be interested in a full series retrospective, because that sounds fun as hell. Oh, and before we start, I gotta thank my buddy Guardian Games for being a sweetheart and lending me his copy of the first game so this video could get made. He streams here on YouTube, and the last I saw, he was working his way through all of the RE games up till Village is released. So I'd imagine if you like watching my streams, he might tickle your fancy as well. If you'd like to drop by and say thanks on my behalf, I'll have his channel linked in the description, and without further ado, let's take pictures of dead people. The first Fatal Frame is a wildly simple title when you really get down to it. These guys wanted to make a game that played like some early 2000s ghost movie, and that is exactly what they did. Like I mentioned before, I really didn't remember too much about this game because it's been so long, so when it came time to dive back in for this video, I was kind of excited to see if it stood up to my tarnished memory of its killer atmosphere, and I'm really happy to let you guys know it actually surpassed it. I sort of had my doubts going in because popularity tends to only increase how critical I am with the game, but Tecmo's RE meets The Grudge project really left an impression on me. The basic setup is it's the 80s, and your brother, who like you has always been able to see supernatural stuff, goes missing when chasing after someone else who also went missing. The last place where both of these disappearances occurred is the rumored to be haunted Himuro Mansion, so completely unable to see patterns, you take your anime-looking self right over there. The big defining hook with this series, if the name didn't already give it away, comes from the primary means you have for defending yourself against, I don't know, ectoplasm? So you basically get your hands on a camera that can capture spirits, and now you know almost everything there is to know. Like I said before, and I do really want to emphasize, this is not an insult, this is a simple game. You use the survival horror checklist to explore a big creepy estate while looking for usable items, keys, and MacGuffins to solve puzzles. You fight ghosts with a Kodak, and boom, there's your video game. You know, it's actually really nice to see a game that knew exactly what it wanted to be, and even nicer to see that it perfectly lived up to that ideal. In my opinion, this might be one of the most tight and satisfying survival horror type games you can get your hands on outside of RE. I'm not really sure how to phrase this correctly, but every element in the game just seems to work exactly as intended. Now that doesn't mean it's without flaws, hell there's plenty of those, but all the things that matter either get executed correctly or are balanced by overachievements elsewhere. For example, your run speed is almost a joke. Really, the first hour or so had me repressing the square button because of the nearly imperceptible difference between running and walking. And when you are running, make sure to keep control of that analog stick, because every little jutting handrail and background decoration will stop you in your tracks till you hit the right angle required to break away. Now, this isn't exactly something I would typically look for in a game, but Fatal Frame is almost built around these elements, it seems. Combat doesn't exactly require a lot of nimble movements, mostly just needing you to run in one straight line when a ghost gets too close, and then turning on a dime and taking a snap with your camera. It's like they either complement each other or cancel each other out. Similarly, I really didn't like the film damage filter over the screen, but that filter really only shows up when an enemy is near, and most of the time the screen is amazingly clear and sharp. Again, an issue and its perfect complement. Although the odd motion blur that seems to be present in a lot of PS2 games still smears my screen to an uncomfortable degree depending on what's being displayed. If I had one single gripe with this awesome little RE clone, it would be that it sort of steps on its own toes in a way. See, the goal is clearly to scare me with these ghostly encounters, but it seems like the game pulls this trick so often that instead of watching cutscenes and appreciating them, I couldn't help but try to predict which corner of the screen was going to reveal the ghost and whether or not it'd be the old hands reaching out for you in the dark or the classic character's body obscures a ghost until that character moves, revealing the ghost was there the whole time. Because it relies so heavily on jump scares and uses them so often, it really doesn't take more than an hour or so till they start to lose their effectiveness. And the only reason this bothers me so much is because I really wanted it to scare me more. I actually kind of get into ghost stories and those cheesy ghost hunting shows that used to dominate the airwaves, so I was definitely ready to be spooked. I just wanted a more subtle touch, I guess. Oh, and this may be a little petty, but it kind of took me a while to get used to the genuinely disturbing stuff on screen and the sort of cute anime look to the characters. Once I did get right with it though, it really started to make sense in my brain and I learned to actually love it. In my opinion, Fatal Frame is indeed an amazing horror experience that really does invoke the best parts of early Resident Evil. Even though the subject matter couldn't be further from Capcom's seminal zombie shooter, it still does an amazing job at poking at those survival horror soft spots in my brain, which may cause a bit of an issue for part 2. With such a strong showing, it seems to me the series could either continue in that awesome direction or totally shit the bed. I guess we'll find out which way the dice rolled in a second. If there is one thing in this world I love, and I mean truly love, it is a sequel to a video game that actually does what a sequel is supposed to do. Carry over all of the elements that worked, and improve on the ones that didn't. Seems like an obvious concept, but I think we all have a franchise in mind that hasn't gotten this memo. Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly feels like a perfect follow-up to the first game. All of the core elements that made me enjoy the first entry have been brought over, and you can really feel the hand of the developer in some small key areas. For example, look at this awesome transition into the menu. I mean, come on, it's so fitting. I'm actually a little mad they didn't think of this for the last game. And as another example, once you're actually in that menu, you'll find what I think may easily be the absolute best map in a video game, bar none. Not only do we have the ability to move around the map with a little cursor and icons for important stuff like locked doors and save points, but also a little thumbnail view of what the area you're selecting actually looks like as long as you've been there before. How in the hell is this not a standard feature in video games by now? Honestly, this was so insanely useful, especially since the explorable environment in Crimson Butterfly is larger and less densely laid out than the first game. While using that map to explore, you'll find nearly the same exact style of gameplay with almost no changes except for one improvement on an issue that bothered me in the last game. It seems like it's way harder to get caught up on environmental details now, and I welcome that with open arms. Combat still uses the camera obscura and flows in a similar fashion, but it doesn't seem as impactful and satisfying as the first game. I'm not really sure why, but I think it has something to do with sound and camera effects in the first being way punchier and providing more visual and audio feedback. The system is the exact same here in part 2, but for some reason I just didn't get that feeling of satisfaction after a fight. To balance this out though, we now get to face off with several ghosts at once, which really ramped up the difficulty in a way that provides a more intricate challenge, but not so much that the game becomes noticeably harder to play. The story's still your standard Fatal Frame deal. Two twins get stuck in an area where a great tragedy took place a long time ago, and because Shintoism was involved, apparently that guarantees a ghost infestation. Now, I would like to comment on that, but I have no idea how Shintoism works. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think most Japanese people do either outside of celebrating a few holidays. We still get all the expected symbolism and Japanese ghost story cliches, and again, they're awesome. In the first entry, I sort of got burnt out on the ghostly jump scares because they were so frequent, and I think this one does a great job of toning them down so each one feels a little more significant.
Halo?
Game still combines.
Imaš opciju da praviš ovu sekiru bolju. Da, i našao sam papir za workshop. Mislim, pogledaj, vidjet ćeš. Napravio sam više onih za topljenje metala i zašto će ti treba kad budeš došao do gvožđa. Sad ne treba, ali treba će.
Vidim, ubacu si ovo za pacove.
Stani. Ima razlog zašto sam to uradio odmah. Čekaj, ne diraj ništa.
A, da proizvodiš pacove.
Ne, samo ovoga. Trebaju ti kosti. Nemaš trenutno toliki luksuz. Imaš kasnije ove recepte koliko ja vidim. Mosquito i Spiderling. Spiderling ti proizvodi svilu, silkworm, kao svilu. Trenutno ti ne treba, ali nek stoji ovdje. Nemaš ti potrebe za toliko pacova. Dođi vam da ubijem ovoga. Nemo bježat. Evo ti ga ovaj, sponuo sam ga.
On se spavno. Šta je to bilo?
Gdje peđe, beka? Drugu radi, a? E?
Uzmi da ga sisaš, da dobiješ ovaj ability. Čuješ? Zdobio!
E?
Pa zdobio ability.
Nisam se ni pozabio. Vidim gdje to problem. Stoka nije problem. Stoka mora biti. Dar kako poluiđe, ti da budu da pinite uopšte doma. To me ne interesuje.
Gdje, nisi čuo nešto?
To me ne interesuje. Dobro, lepo te. Ma tu, neki skasidor pitali mi stvar, neki smagre iša.
Da ti dođi mi ovdje. Evo ti je. Prošao. Ja ću kažem to, Anici.
Ali ljudi mi rekli. A ovo je sin ljubimac. Pa to me i celako. Ljubulja. Da to.
Ja sin sam vidim. uzeo tamo pogrešno izmjerio hranu na kuću i u kuću i poslije vidio da ima tašu. Možda ću to više uračuni, jer to neće prihati. Ne, nije lepo izmjerio. Izmjerio manje. I kućom, i on nam, samo ja bio kriv što on izmjerio manje. Išao je kuća.
Ti si bio crta to. Da. A to sad bilo je?
Sad, isto mene da.
Jel imaš ovo? Jesi dobio? Mada mislim da nisi, pošto nisi sisao krv iz njega. Jesi? Dobre. Ajmo. Ajmo drijadu da lovimo. Ona je ovdje. Ako se dobro sećam. Toliko se sećam da sam išao u krug. Imaš i konja i ćeš da trčiš. A ti si stavio konja. Random. Ja se izvinjam što sunčanica mu bi.
Idem. Ajde.
Ja mislim da je ovako brže, šta znam.
Gdje idemo na ovo obeleženo, a?
Tamo ti je drijada. Možeš da praviš baštu. A i dobiješ od nje ability isto. Znaš. Ne. Na tu stranu dole. Pretvorio u vuka pa trčiš, a? A može i tako. Trebalo nešto da doručkujem. Ti treba krvi?
Jo.
Si već nekoga...
Ništa, nego nije se smaknuo uopšte za ovih sefene.
Kad se ne pomeraš, a? Pretpostavit ću da je to u pitanju. Ja sam stekao iz roka. Ima ovih ruža dosta ovoga, cveće.
Jesi ubio neko poslije bez mene ili?
Ništa. Spremio sam bio eksploziv da odem u tvrđavu da... Ali bolje da ulovimo medveda. Eksploziv možemo za druge stvari da upotrebimo. Ako odemo, ubijemo medveda, možemo u medveđoj formi možeš to da uradiš. Evo ti ona, ide u krug. Šta ćeš sad?
Što pije, a?
Ne, ona je drijada. Ima healing ona. Moraš da je pušaš s magijama i neće se ne healovat. Inače ima samone, znaš, kad igraš sam, možeš da bežiš i od njenih samona. Izvini, moram da ih ubijem. Dosta su naporni. Gde je sad? Aha. Mrtvana. Gle, healuje se, svi da? Bila je prazna skoro. Bila je skoro prazna, gledao sam je health. Bila je health na nulu i bacio na vidljivost i počeo se healuje. Marš. Imaš... mislim da je illusion, ovo imaš. Spirit Wolfa da bacaš. Ajmo na sljedećeg. Na medveda. Ćeš da googlaš gdje je. Ne moraš uopšte sraćaš u bazu. Tu ćeš da pogledaš na Google, samo da zabodeš pin gdje je. Ferocious Bear. Rocious. Samo zabodi pin gdje je. Ima pećina tačno gdje je, samo ja ne znam na pamet. Ovo sam znao, zato što sam umirao par puta s njom. Samo možda praviš baštu inače, kad si nju ubio. Možeš lepo da napraviš u sred, ono, zamka. Napraviš baštu i poseješ fino. Gde?
Kude sam došao.
Tamo. A, može biti u pećini, ajmo. Pro savjet. Dok ne budemo ključali presu za papir, nemoj više skupljaš ono plant fibera. Slobodno ga dropu iz inventora. Ne, ozbiljno, ja sam počeo ga bać sam. Znam sebe isto, znam i tebe. Teleport ne možeš da koristiš i da hoćeš. Toliko dobar mobility imaš na konju da možeš samo da prođeš kroz njih. Pa. Izvini. Imaš pecajku koju sam ti, tražio da napravim.
To sam napravio, nije.
Ako vidiš negdje onu... mehuriće pored vode, ako prolaziš, slobodno stani, pogledaj, možeš nešto pecat. Možeš pecat ili recept nekad, ili... Aj sad šešir, koliko te zanima, ne znam, to kozmetika, ali može se to pecat. Što onda prođemo uda.
Neko nisi, kažeš.
Pa ako vidiš, obično preko mostova kad pređeš, vidi se onako ne vidi.
Je on samo automatski izvuče ili...
Vidjet ćeš da počinje trza.
Ja trebam da ga izvuče ili...
Pa... moraš da klikneš. Na nišaniš, izvučeš, uzmeš štap, akvipuješ ga, prevučeš kursorom preko mehurića, klikneš jednom levi klik, samo jednom. Da zabaci. I kad zabaci, onda čekaš. I onda ga vidiš da počinje ono kao, vidjet ćeš da se umjesto na tim mehurićima pojavi se novi sprite kao, ono kao da trza. I samo klikneš u iste sekunde, isto, mišem i izvuče. To je to. Jednostavno je pecanje. Vrlo jednostavno. Ti ćeš me ti. Znaš. Potukao sam kamp čitav. Si ga našao?
Gdje je keve, gdje je ovaj ulaz u pećinu.
No to? To tvoj konj.
Moj.
A molim te uzmi ga. Ja ne mogu da jašem dva konja. Siguran da je ovdje?
Da. Pogledajte onaj Wolf Den i to.
Evo gledam me.
Po gajdu. Po gajdu je tu.
Moram se prvo sakrit negdje. Da ne izgorim. A vaši. Ne, brate, to je gore desno. A, ja. Pa nije to tu. To je gore desno. Ma gore desno, ne čitaš dobro mapu. To je ovdje. Bukvalno nije ovdje. Znači, ja gledam vodič. Nego si ti video guide, jeste, ali nije dobro. On je izbacio mu, nije nego tooltip mu izbacio i taj tooltip tačno stoji preko keva koji je, nema veze s tim. Ja gledam ovaj marker, gdje je on na mapi, znaš, uopšte nije tamo. Uopšte nije tamo. Dozvoli. Uda, pazi, izgorećiš.
Znam.
Kad si na konju malo je zajebano to... Taj trn. Da, turn rate je zajeban. Ne možeš baš ono dead stop da se ukopaš umjesto. Mislim da sam ja išao ovuda, nisam siguran, sad ću ti odmah reći.
Jest, možeš.
Pošto je samo on tu, znaš. Da, samo ti on tu. Pazi. Skloni se, skloni se.
Ma buono me.
Ja. Toliko sam usporen, mu drago možda.
Vedi buona! Dentro che malattia.
Zanimljiv moveset ima, znaš? Vidim health. A nemoj da...
Nisam ja kaj ti si povedao dalje.
Gdje ćemo sad revivovati?
Vampir da vidim. Iza nas.
Vidim. A, imaš double dash. Jesi znao za ovo? Ne znam, jesi provalio.
Imate onaj Void ili šta?
Da, Veil of Chaos. Nešto me gađa.
Idemo.
Idemo samo da... Ko me bije, jebem ti majku, dođi vamo. Pokušavam da vidim koji power da uzmem za ovaj fight. Nije svaki boss isti.
Nije problem ni ovo power. Problem je što kad udari, on te prvo udari pa te gune i on ti stane.
Bije pa razvaljuje. Ti si već skočio. Vidim. Jedino ovo da ti nabacim, vidiš?
Kako mi se ovaj damo našu kuću? Kad nam daju, oni mi ne gledaju 5 sekundi. Da. Baš mi boli ga koristim 5 sekundi kad nam gledaju.
Evo ti kurac. Mogu dvojica da igra tu i... Tak. I sad imaš ovo. Kad si inače medved imaš, možeš da napadaš, znaš, gledaj. Mislim da ne možeš da harvestuješ resurse. Da imaš to. Nisi pokupio, hvala ti za to. Nisi pokupio ove resurse ovdje.
Gdje volim?
A ovdje napolje.
Ali gdje?
A napolje na drugu stranu. Molim te uzmi konja pre nego što to uradiš. Nećemo da stavljamo opet, ja ne idem po njega. Pre nego što kreneš u istraživanje, bar sedi na konju.
Ne možeš početi sa konjem.
A, može.
Na shift.
A, to je... Aha, ti si došao gore. Da, ne. Skočio si dole, no? Uzeli ga, hoćeš i...
Ja sam film.
Hoćeš i nekromansera da ubijem.
Što ne?
A ide ti on pa onaj... Kako zove, Bandit King.
A Bandit King je vjerojatno u tempo.
Kad ubiješ Bandit Kinga, onda dobiješ opciju da praviš gvozdeno oružje, ja mislim, i gvozdene ingote i armor, taj kao. Ali onda moraš da ideš po koton i moraš da napraviš preslicu i gluposti, onda imaš druge probleme. Aha, on je na vrhu groblja, samo da vidim gdje je tačno. On je tačno pored nas, je moguće to? Kaže da je on na vrhu toga Forgotten Cemetery. On je
Samo
pored...
da stopim jedan lik i odmah.
Šta da rastopiš? Link? Yep. What a mistake they make. No, pazi, taman je svanulo, imate sunce i stopi, kao šećer.
Nisam ovo X danas ne zbunio.
Ne znam da li si primetio kad si prolazio konjem ili peške. Ima dosta interesantnih mjesta za građenje, onako proplanci neki i tako.
Jesam, jako interesantno.
Ne moraš ti da napraviš bazu tamo da sam ja tebi predložio, nego sam ti predložio da to što je u blizini barem kopera Da, barem po to nismo morali da pešačimo. Sad power plate je, ali to ti se ne isplati jer su ti mnogo jaki protivnici tamo. Napraviš bazu tamo gore na severu, gdje ti je rudnik irona. Mislim, ne moraš.
Radio Ebola. Welcome to my channel.
Dosta su jaki protivnici tamo, znaš. Evo Ebola. Carry me horse. American woman, won't you get away? American woman, I don't understand. Nema dovoljno papira. Imaš ti nešto papira? Opet imamo koževnog. Svaki put kada dođem 500 do 1000 kože da nesem, znaš?
Znam, ja više ne uzimam. Skin sam ovaj X ili ja. Smatra.
Odakle?
Pa ovdje gdje sam ja.
Što te buni? Pričao sam siguran da ti treba ono gvozdeno oružje da bi mogao da se boriš sa njim. Ne možeš ti da izdržiš koliko, on kad te udari jednom ili skoči ti na glavu skine ti po health.
50 HP skine.
Jes, a koliko imaš HP?
Kesik C. Welcome to my channel.
Dobro, regeneriše se health, možeš ti da napraviš alhemiju, imaš boce koje ti vraćaju health.
Znam.
Ali...
I to treba da krenemo da radimo.
Ja sam već napravio jedan eksploziv, ali...
Nije bio ravno super, ja sam dao samo 10. Sumpor je za sad najveći problem.
Pa to ti se lako rešava. Prvo nađeš worker blood. Ispod treba naći radnika. Recimo u rudniku bakra nađeš radnika nekog. I onda odeš s tom krvi, odeš tamo u rudnik sumpora i onda iskopaš sumpor. Ali ne treba... Ali toliko... Ne treba tebi sumpor za napitke, jesi to mislio? Ma jok.
Treba ti eksploziv.
Ma ne, viš sad će ti eksploziv?
Ko može farmiš one velike čankove?
Ne, eksploziv ti je za PvP, a za velike čankove da. To ti ako hoćeš brže da farmaš, ali toliko muke imaš oko oko pravljenja eksploziva da ne znam koliko ti je to ono isplativo. 2 deša možda pređeš jednu sobu, da, to otprilike toliko ti treba. Evo, ima 210 skoro bakar ovih poluga. Gledaj, ovo sam tada ti pokažem. Sad možda praviš baštu. Blood essence, plant fiber. Aha. Treba ti jedna... Nije soba, treba ti jedna prostorija da ćeš to odradiš.
Evo ovdje.
Misliš šta, pored forge?
Ovdje možeš. Ne, ovdje.
Ne mogu. Gde?
Ovdje, da.
Gde? Ne možeš to na livadu. To mora biti unutar tvoje teritorije, znaš?
To je na naš teritorij.
I ovo ti je bašta.
Da.
Jel ti znaš koliko jedna biljka zauzima? Evo gledaj. Pokazat ću ti odmah. Uzmi seme, ajde. Imaš tamo... Donesi seme. A ne, a džabe, ne možeš više da proširiš teritoriju, znaš?
Možemo, ono naperimo ovo.
Evo što ti idu naprediš. Castle limit reached. To je to. Sobe su prevelike.
Ali skupo je više.
Skupo jeste, ali zato sam ti rekao ne pravio toliko velike sobe. Ti si napravio od svega zamak i sad kad ti kažem treba mi bašta, ti kažeš ups, nema. Dođi vam. Uzmi to seme i počni da sadiš.
Treba da ga vidim.
Ovdje je sobi za alhemiju, dođi. Treba da ga vidim. Evo ga ovdje. U ovom čestu je. Desno. Piše seed, fino. Sadi ga lepo u liniju. Ima koliko mora biti udaljeno jedno od drugoga, ali postoji neki među razmak između sadnica. Moraš imati prostor za baštu, zato sam ti rekao da si sad bio prostor iskoristio i zagradio, to je baš idealno. Da, tako, jedno do drugog bukvalno. Ako budeš random sadio, ne staći ti brzo mjesto. Mi nemamo ovdje izvor vode, jel tako?
Ne.
Evo ti je ovo. I ovo posadi. Ali ovo ti je veće, ovo ćeš morati u neki poseban ćošak. Veliki. Da, to ti je taj Hell Clarion, kako se zove. Crvene, vide se te biljke.
One pečurke, šta se već?
Velike pečurke. Jer ako hoćeš da radiš alhemiju, treba će ti bunar za vodu. A može i reka, ali pošto reku nemamo bar blizu. Aha, vidim. Morat ću bunaru baš trstim, nažalost. Ne da ga na pod stavim. I sad uzmeš kože. Kože sašiješ ovdje u ovom, kako se zove, teneriju. Sašiješ ih i napraviš prazne čuturice i onda od toga praviš kao napitke. A da imamo nešto već ovih koža. Mogu da stavim još da se pravi. Blood Rose Broom. Points to copper ingots.
Evo me. Izvinjavam se.
Ništa. Evo napravio sam bocu za heal.
Evo me. I što ćemo sad?
Ništa, uzmi 5.
Gdje si staviti?
Na stolu za alhemiju. Vrlo logično.
Dankiš.
Ništa. Samo piše ovako, the healing effect is limited when in combat and breaks upon taking damage, tako da nemoj misliti da će te boss pustiti da si ti tako healuješ.
Znam. Treba da ubacimo ove snuge.
Koje?
Te snuge treba da namatamo.
A, to treba da uloviš malo higher level NPC-eve, znaš. A to tek kad odemo gore, to ti ja... Ili imaš... Ček da vidim. Rising... Servants...
Tu su isto robe.
Kažeš 6 nuns, 5 clerics, 4 priests, 3 sword knights, 2 paladins, 1 light weaver. Treba ti po jedan sluga, čini mi se. U suštini treba da nađeš slugu koji ima kvalitetnu krv, znaš. A nemamo mi još opciju da dominiramo, znaš.
Imamo be.
Kako imamo?
Imamo.
Drži crtrlo. Ja to nemam.
A ti nemaš ova misija?
Koja misija?
Čekaj na koju...
A, stani. To je to. To je to, sad imam. Tek kad sam interaktovao sa sandukom imam opciju, znaš. Ajmo Svetog Nikolu da spend rečeno. Za to mogu i peške da odem.
Ovo je Bandit King, a?
Ne. Svetog Nikolu. To odmah pored nas. Nikolaus, kako se zove?
Aha, tamo gdje smo pali.
Nikolaus the Fallen. Sad će međe tvoja pomoć, ne mogu, mnogo ih ima. Nemoj da biješ mobove, samo bij 300. Čim ubiješ prista, pada sve, znaš. Pristi mageovi. Pazi, goriš.
se čekamo da ono bude ili...
Šta, da noć bude? Dok se ti popneš do gore, bit će noć. Ne može tek tako da se popneš gore da te oni puste, da ti prođeš. Ti ako ne pobiješ sve undeadove do gore, mora ti dolaze non stop. Kao što vidiš.
Možemo li zaobići?
Možeš, ali će ti doći. Imaš dobre šanse da ti dođe gore. Viš da beži i kurva, gledaj ga.
Delazine. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje je to? Ovdje bude, ne? Polako, na healu si još malo. A nemoj to da radiš. Izgubit ćeš krvi dosta, znaš. U sred fajta će ti falit krvi. Popi bocu i pretvori se u medveda. Ne znam koliko ide, 20-30% je efektivniji taj regen ako... Možeš i to da radiš ako hoćeš. Gađen. Automatski ti je prekinuo efekt. Automatski. Vas ti rekao ne možeš. Nije instant animacija. Pazi. Sad ja već moram da se povučem.
Ja samo žviza.
Može, ima mnogo ovih gluposti, znaš, kao on sumano.
Vidi, broj. Ovo žešćevim. Možda još. Mnogo ih ima tu.
Ne mogu da to živim, znaš?
Ja sam uskučio da ne okružu tebe, ali kun. Pravo nismo da me...
Ha, nismo, probudiš se u svom kovčegu i trčiš gore na vrh brda i to ti to. Šta je najčešća fora je spao mi healing, znaš? Imao sam 5 boca, ako sam popio 2. 2, 3 možda. 2, ne znam da li...
Ovo popima nešto, ne? 2 zone.
Znači, fora što se ti ne healaš uopšte na te njegove sluge, nikakav regen nemaš, ništa.
Da ti ostaje jednog živog, a?
Postoji. Stani. Hvala.
Gledajte, stari nisu polovljeni. A moram fiksam ovaj moj.
A nisi opravljao, šta? Pa kad je preizlomet?
Žuti su. Ima više koše da je popriješ nego da koš.
A new variable. You couldn't possibly be.
A ovdje možda vredi samostalno trpat po njemu, nisam siguran. Možda. Zato što ima ovih gluposti ovih. Znaš, imaš onaj Rain of Arrows. Kad je popališ u nebo. Što ima dosta skeletona, vredi možda probat.
Ja onaj... Gdje da se...
Imam. Evo gazim ga samostalno. Ne vredi melee, zato što on ima jake magije. Teleportuje se, nabacuje fije, samo na ovo govno. Beži od tebe isto stalno.
Gdje je tu?
Pali one strele na njih, to. Do srednjih opala. Pazi, mene su izlupale te lobanje. To je to. Skinuo sam ja pola healtha, ali problem je kad počne da zove po 10 ostrova, znaš. To je muka. Pa neki recept. Da, drži on. Šta imamo dalje? Bandit King, ajmo. To možemo i sad. Ne znam da li možemo ono, pošto je dan, to... Treba samo da skinemo sve planine. To možemo odavde. Previsoko, šta? Nije. A jak? Iđi previsoko. Ček, stani. Ja, ovako ću ga poticati. Mora da vrati maksimum HP. Nije pointa u... Dobro sam. Imaš ovo, gledaj. Sad ću pokazati ova ability. Te ljude ostavi kavezima.
Ne daj. Beš.
Šta bi?
Sunce.
Na to. Pa ne moramo s tim da se borimo preko dana, to da li.
Ne znam što to gleda. Što ove ljude možda slobodno svoje?
Može. Ne na način na koji ti misliš. Zebe ono nac sladovinu, pazi. Tu nigdje lada nema. It is I, vampire. Ti si otišao gore, a? Ja sam postao malo krvan. Čekam da ovaj timer se pomeri na noć. Dobro. Na zdravlje. Ja da sećam se, ovdje ideš pored nekih baraka, penješ se gore na brdo. Ti si tu, a? Dobro. Odi u barak. Ovoga isisa. Jezda je na 4%. To ima lifesteal. Very good. Evo ga mrak. Gledaj glavu, glavu. Ako napraviš ovaj štit ovako, gledaj, i izblokiraš 1-2 udarca, jedan je čini mi se dosta. Svaki blok, svaki neprijatelj koji ukleti po štitu sumano jednu kosturu. Sad, zavisi od tajminga kojim te biju, znaš. Ako se desi da tu udare dvoje, troje odjednom po štitu, znaš, umri. Uzmi onaj napitak za regeneraciju health. Pozaj nad. Pazi. Vidiš da se rotira ka tebi, ne znam si primetio. Po animacijama otprilike vidim šta radi. Ovo moraš ubiti, znaš. Bravo. Pazi. Wow, ne smiješ ga gađati, sviđa. Ovo je novo, je. Sad je sumano ove svoje, pazi. On je nas spržio. Ako ga gađaš dok držiš štit. Sad će biti staniran. Sad. Pazi, sumano je. Što je? Pazi, skloni se samo. Skloni se, ili ga gađi ili me diži. Kasno. Moraš... Ubit će me se ubici. Ili me diži ili ga ubij. Nemoj da radiš jedno i drugo isto vremeno. Jebi. Kasno.
Ja ću napraviti pauzu.
Nemoj sad da praviš pauzu, pa prvo pokupi stvari.
Ne staju. Ne staju.
Ne bi se kladio.
Nema ti spavni.
To znaš jer si probao šta? Dobro, ako budeš to kasnije da igraš u redu. Nisi ja znao da je on ovako naporan da deflektuje nazad projektile. Ja sam primetio da mi nešto mnogo healtha fali. Nije on mene udario toliko puta koliko mi čini mi se deflektovao moje napade nazad. Što se tiče ovih slugu, bilo šta što ima krv, ono treba ti što kao bolji procenat krvi.
challenge. Show me your mettle then. What you've got! A rousing battle! Show me what you've got! What you've got! A rousing battle! Show me what you've got! Rise to the challenge!
Nerede?
Defeat. Incredible.
Thagamincage. Welcome to my channel.
Wow.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=nbxhxn_5 new. Remember this song? Laughing face. From his meme, it's this one. Oldies but goldies, some are so epic. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=w15outdh02k4.
You don't say.
Super.
That's a lot of loot. I will check it. I first have to get out of the mountain.
First clip when you only know 5 notes but you gotta set the club on fire, and the second is the original song, Laughing Face. Gigi D'Agostino, L'amour toujours, official video.
Is it one world goes around? Is it that one? Let me get into the shade and I'll see. Wow. Oh yeah, I unlocked the ulti, I forgot. Boom. It's kind of a long cooldown. Let me see the link. How is the work going on? Never heard about this one.
Good. At work, taking my mind off things. Checking some Hogwarts Legacy stuff on YouTube, and I might play some games later.
It's snowing in Serbia, I don't know about Romania.
And in some places, I guess.
In some places it's snowing. Interesting.
Sometimes rain, sometimes snow, I don't know yet.
Eat up my little pet. See, the garden is going nicely.
What? Laughing face.
It's supposed to be a joke.
Didn't hear well, sorry, was BRB at work. Laughing face, what was the joke?
Yeah, I forgot. Was it even a joke? I don't know. I forgot. Something about probably fishing and vampires. I don't know.
How's the new expansion in V Rising? Good. Laughing face.
Wait, did they release the patch? If they did, I haven't downloaded.
I don't know.
It's supposed to land, you know. This guy.
I haven't played V Rising in quite a while yet.
Have you killed all the bosses? I mean, beat.
A few only.
A few only. Oh. It's like playing Dota or League of Legends. You have to like time your abilities and evade.
Yeah, I don't like PvE. LOL.
You don't like PvE. You don't like PvE.
I mean, some friends like PvE only SRVS. I like PvP including ones. Smiley face.
Are we talking about griefing PvP, where you destroy people's base and raid it and...
V Rising.
No. But are we talking about that kind of PvP?
Nah, just PvP outside. Laughing face.
So you can't destroy the base. Or you can, but it's hard.
I mean, I don't care about the bases TBH.
Well, you would have like a wonderful time in a Rust, I think. It's like people's job to like destroy your life work.
In DMZ also. When they finish missions LUL.
Well, I don't know.
Me and 2 randoms earlier today morning killed 5 man that was at Exfil Chopper LUL.
Okay. And?
Two Semtex and Thermite FTW.
I don't know. That could be fun, probably.
I put 2 proximity mines on the front of the armored truck 1 random was driving. Yap, I was playing in Soundpad, Fast and Furious soundtracks LUL. El Bandolero and then lane switcha. I got off of the car and flanked him LUL.
So you like driving on the roof and shooting, I'm gonna guess? I mean, that's how you roll, probably. What is my well?
Sorry, was BRB a bit at work. What is how I roll? Laughing face.
I don't know. I'm just like talking random nonsense. And when you ask me what did I say, I can't repeat. My mind is like preoccupied with like things, I guess.
I was a bit salty in DMZ.
You were a bit salty. Well,
tried a mission few times LOL.
Yeah, and people kill you while you're doing your mission.
So I did kill those 5-man squad ILMAO.
See?
Laughing face.
That's what happens. First you tilt somebody.
Yeah, DMZ giveth, DMZ taketh. Same with Hunt and Tarkov.
No.
LOL.
People have like one job in Hunt Showdown. One job, you know? What's that one job?
PvP blood for the blood god.
No.
Skulls for the skull throne.
Bounty.
Laughing face.
They're not there to like, if you are went into Bayou, Louisiana Bayou to just kill men, you're like a psycho. Like a fucking psycho. If you went there for the money, yeah, well, you know, you're opportunistic. You're
laughing
fighting,
face.
You're fighting for, you know, dosh, for money. Like, I don't know. I'm a calculated person, and like fighting wars or, you know, like shit like that for no money, just for the sake of like waging war, you know, like there is no point. And I've seen teams that say like...
I mean PvE in Hunt Showdown is met. Not much challenge.
Yeah, it is. But your objective is to get the bounty.
Except sometimes when we die in messed up ways in Hunt PvE LUL. Like getting stuck between two meatheads.
Help me, bro, I'm stuck. Yes, yes, yes.
Or killing torch zombie and it drops torch on a red barrel you missed. Laughing face.
Wait a minute.
Yap Megan 10cc Simulator LUL.
I actually killed the boss and went past my
Except
friends.
she was stuck between 5 meatheads. She likes stereo and surround LUL.
Yeah, I guess. I guess. Pay no attention to these little kids. Anyway, I'm gonna check for the lunch because I'm starving. Oh.
Bon appetit, laughing face. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=xbi-0uq6sm. Cool mods are being made for Hogwarts Legacy, laughing face. Write me a PM with the other ACC you said you made, yeah, BTW.
Samo trebaj. Pokri se, stvarno. Pa, ključim. Dentro si, donala sam ti kafu. Mhm.
Le pusti malo naprijed, da se prazne.
A sve po.
Da će pustim po sobi.
You mean for the V Rising? No, I bought the game twice. I'm playing for my main account. So yeah. So.
Why do I hear somebody below though?
I mean, it looks like it could be bounty.
Bro?
There's the Spitzer guys. Yeah, that's Spitzer guys.
No, I think that was just another team, dude. There were Spitzer boys, the teams that killed you, and the Bounty boys. I mean, we can check in the team details, but... Yo, dude! They really like the basement there, holy shit!
There's two guys with shotguns downstairs.
Yeah, that's
and then
the
there's
Bounty dudes.
the two guys upstairs.
Another mind breaks and joins the
And
psychotic
Spitzer, yeah.
host.
Dude, how is nobody pushing while we do all this shit, man? I don't understand.
I mean, I guess it's fine because then we just get to do our own science thing uninterrupted.
I mean, it's working. Don't get me wrong, but not blaming them. Woo! Okay. Hey, Rap 8, dude, I love you. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you enjoy this bullshit here. I wish you the best, bud. But honestly, we found a few really good sling spots. Hey Kindrus, Wild Shogun, Order Arrow, Bullet, Beauty Petals, Chaos Geography, Spinathose, Crack Fox, Boy, Hex Technian, Flamefell, You Will Hate Me, Palincho.
Admiral, this is madness. Entering real space so close to a planet, you'll doom us all.
Is correct.
A good officer commands without doubt and obeys without question.
Entering real. Close to a planet, you'll doom us all.
A good officer commands without doubt and obeys without question.
Entering real space in 3, 2, 1. Blessed Emperor, we're in the heart of the fight.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. Form up.
Incoming enemy squadrons!
Brace for impact.
We've lost the Purity Blade!
Silver Dawn to Cadian High Command. Where do you need us?
This battle is lost! We must disengage!
Coward. Commissar. Do your duty.
As the Emperor wills! Incoming transmission!
Phalanx to Silver Dawn. This is Commodore Trello. Situation critical. Chaos forces have launched a full-scale planet strike. They aim to destroy the pylons of the Elysian fields. They must not succeed. Reinforce the position. The Phalanx will cover your back. Remain vigilant. We have reports that the despoiler leads the assault. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Silver Dawn. This is the Admiral. All ahead full.
Auspex readings indicate unusual energy signatures at the Elysian fields.
Explain. I need more.
That's terrible.
By the Emperor.
Omniscience, Grace. This is beyond my experience. Analyzing.
Hurry.
Okay.
What are we looking at?
Analyzing complete. The pylons, the energy beamers, carrying the Eye of Terror.
How is that possible? No matter. Our duty remains. Prepare for planet strike.
Incoming transmission. It's the Phalanx.
The destroyer has retreated to the vengeful spirit to lick his wounds. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. All vessels, engage the vengeful spirit. For the salvation of mankind and vengeance long due, we will destroy this abomination once and for all.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. We have our orders, and we're closer than anyone else. Today, the arch-traitor dies at our hands. Divert all power to weapons. Load torpedoes. We are the Emperor's fury. We shall not fail. Fire! All weapons!
The vengeful spirit is firing, sustaining hull damage. Structural breaches on all decks.
No! No!
Weapon system critical. Reactor critical. Fires reported on all decks. We are heavily damaged. Estimated crew loss 65,000.
The vengeful spirit intercepted our torpedoes. No significant damage.
What have I done? My pride. My arrogance.
Additional Chaos vessels inbound.
Very well. If that is how this ends. If we are to die, let it be with the Emperor's light in our eyes and his fury in our voice. We fight on. All hands. One last effort before they overwhelm us. Make this count.
Admiral, the enemy are peeling away.
No. You must be mistaken.
Confirmed. They are moving towards the wreckage of the Blackstone Fortress.
What are they doing? Vox officer, transmit a wideband message to all forces on Cadia. Tell them to evacuate the planet. Now!
All right, new in.
To a planet.
No! Welcome to Gone Fishing. Alright fellas, Gone Home is a walking simulator. It is very boring and tedious and nothing really happens. They don't even give you a gun, but it is incredibly emotional. And as such, we shall be walking through very slowly, absorbing all of the atmosphere, and eventually solving the ultimate question of the game, where is everybody at? And to help me explain this game, I am joined by Mr. Branson.
And you're gonna let me go home afterwards, right?
The game's afoot.
Hi, Mom. So I got my ticket home from Europe. I get back on June 6th, but it's a really late flight because that was the cheapest, so it gets in at midnight.
We play as the character who just left that voicemail, and we do not know her name yet. she is passive-aggressively leaving a voicemail saying, "You don't have to pick me up, really."
But don't worry, I'll get a shuttle from the airport so you don't have to pick me up. Like, really seriously, you don't have to.
I'm a little sick, but I can catch a cab. So we go from the airport to the family home. It is the early morning on June 7th, 1995. And we are standing on the porch of the family home, but it's like enclosed, right? There's walls and stuff. We try the doorknob. Uh-oh. We cannot get into the house. How odd. So we try knocking. And Dr. Watson, nobody's answering the door.
And there's not a single sound coming from inside the house either.
Oh, that's quite strange. Where everybody be at, right? Now, it's very odd that no one's answering the door because it's 1:15 a.m. on a Wednesday. So, are they all dead inside? Did they die many, many moons ago? So we go searching through all the furniture on the porch. There's some wooden chairs, there's a table, there's a cabinet. Oh! In the cabinet, there's a rubber duck. And underneath that rubber duck is a key. Ah. All right, now we've got our key, so we go to open the front door, but then...
Is that a note?
Let's read the note right now, Dr. Watson. It says, "Katie, I'm sorry I can't be there to see you, but it is impossible. Please don't go digging around trying to find out where I am. We'll see each other again. ... Someday. I love you, Sam." Well, Dr. Watson, I'm going to make a little deducing.
Go on.
I think Sam is actually short for Samantha, because a dude would never write a letter like that.
Wow, Mr. Holmes, you've done it again. Another magnificent deduction.
So, we unlock the door, and then we head inside. But first we've got to get our bags. So when we turn around, we can see that on a name tag is Caitlin Greenbrier.
And that's us. Caitlin is the name of our protagonist.
Perfect. Caitlin. So, we walk through the door, and inside it is very dark and spooky. It's kind of a grand staircase, and there's rooms that branch off to the left and to the right. But over in the left-hand corner is a family portrait. Dr. Watson, we should go over there and find out who our family is.
Yes, Holmes.
So, we go over to the portrait.
This is the Greenbrier family. Now, the one at the top here in the black, that's Katie, that's who we're playing as.
Right.
The lady at the front is Janice, or Jan Greenbrier, the mother, and to the right is Terry, who is the father. And the one in the green flannelette shirt here is Sam.
I think I know what's going on here, Dr. Watson.
What do you mean?
Well, she's wearing a green flannel shirt, and are those Doc Martens I spot at the bottom? I think something's going on here. All right, so next we notice there's a pile of moving boxes stacked by the door. Dr. Watson, what's going on there?
Well, according to this invoice, Mr. Holmes, they've moved in last year, August 1994.
Wait a minute, Dr. Watson. Look at this. If there's both a library and an office, perhaps somebody works from home?
That's actually some pretty fucking good deduction work there.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly, we hear a disembodied voice, and it says,
"Dear Katie, so much has changed, even just since you've been away."
That is Katie's younger sister, Sam. Once in a while throughout the game, she'll appear and give us a little monologue. But it's just a memory. She's not a ghost.
I think it's a ghost. Oh. I'm going to go with ghost, fellas.
No.
We then go to a closet, and we open it to find a spooky ghost.
No, it's a jacket.
It's got an ID on it. Oh my god, that's me mum.
Janice Greenbrier, a senior conservationist at DeKalb County Forestry Service.
If she has a job in forestry, then she likely has an outdoor job. And because there's an office and a library, that must mean that the father works from home. Right, Dr. Watson? Right?
Elementary.
Anyway, thanks everyone. It's been real good. Thanks for having me on Story Mode, guys.
So now we go to the answering machine. And when Katie hits play, she hears two messages. The first one goes,
"Believe it or not, George isn't at home."
But really, it goes,
Sam. Hello. Sam.
oh my god.
So when...
Oh my god. And the second one is,
Sam, where are you? Really? I need to talk to you.
Yeah, so it's a young woman. She sounds very distressed. She's crying. She's going, Sam, you got me. It's very emotional.
all right, Dr. Watson, let me go into my mind palace. All right, Katie has come back from Europe, and she was not expected home by her parents. Otherwise, they would have come and picked her up from the airport. Either that, or they are somehow dysfunctional. Based on the fact that the bloody moving boxes haven't even been unpacked, I would say that it is dysfunctional parents. Now, Sam is not here, and it seems as though she has left, and in a state of great distress. Therefore, Dr. Watson, my conclusion, a ghost showed up and has been pretending to be Katie the whole time. That's going to be my guess, Dr. Watson. Make a note,
Yes, Holmes.
But first, make a note of ad time. It's the 11-year anniversary of NordVPN, and to celebrate, we're doing a speed run of Gone Home. Here's a trick. You use NordVPN, you can go from the lounge to the sex room to the indoor pool to the back rooms with the simple press of a button. Hold on, I'm getting a voicemail. Sam, have you heard of Nord? Wow, this is emotional, fellas. I'm going back to Europe. There's websites out there, and they're trying to get your data. Luckily, I keep mine under a duck. Oh, there everyone is. They weren't dead after all, spoiler warning. They were busy watching the international Netflix catalog. Sorry, we didn't open the door. Friends was on. Actually, the parents are dead, spoiler warning. But even ghosts love the huge discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 bonus months. Oh, look. In fact, because it's Nord's birthday, you have the chance to win somewhere between 4 and 12 bonus months. There's a countdown timer in the corner till Nord turns 18. A clue. What could it mean? Quick tell us time. NordVPN, that's S-rank. Everything else, that's down here. Oh no, fellas. Stream has been hijacked. Someone found my duck. Go to nordvpn.com/story mode to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus 4 to 12 bonus months. And try not to cry at this incredibly emotional scene. Sam. Alright, so we have to explore the rest of the house, but this game gets slow and tedious. So we are going to inject a solution of cocaine and water, as Sherlock Holmes regularly does in the novels, and we are going to go faster.
Watson also took the cocaine.
Here you go, we can share needles. Alright, so we get to a hallway, and in the hallway is a set of drawers. We open the drawers, and inside we see
a photo of a pink-haired girl in some sort of military uniform.
Oh, I got it. That one's the girlfriend of whatever one's the lesbian. Did I get it?
No, we're not supposed to find that out until later.
Oh, sorry, fellas. Spoilers, says Sherlock Holmes. I'm too good at deducing. All right, so we continue on through the hallway until we get to the lounge. Inside the lounge, you see the TV, you see a couch, and, usual lounge stuff.
You know that feeling where the first moment you see someone, it's like they have a big gold star around them?
Oh my God.
You have to get to know them.
Shut up.
So, what we hear from Sam, talking to Katie about this girl she's seen around the place, who has punk aesthetics and is sometimes in an army uniform.
Whoa.
And essentially Sam wants to be her friend, but she just doesn't know how to talk to her.
Now, attached to the lounge room is a closet, and we open the door, and there's Sam! Sam's in the closet. It's a big metaphor. She's a big lesbian, isn't she, Dr. Holmes? Wait, that's me.
I think you've had a bit too much speed run juice.
Elementary, my
So really, what we can take away currently is that Sam doesn't get along with people at school, isn't doing well at school, no one likes her, and she's always been that way.
So, Katie goes back into the hallway. She looks around and finds a note on the dresser.
That's from Sam to Lonnie, who is that punk girl that Sam has a crush on.
She was very cool.
They have a friendship blossoming. It's very beautiful. So now, Katie goes upstairs to try and find some more clues.
Oh my God, there's a second floor. But how many floors?
There's a secret passage and a basement, and a whole second half to the first floor as well.
Bomb this house, please.
Look, let's just go through each person's story instead of going room by room. How's that sound?
Perfect.
That's it?
I love it. Off you go, Dr. Watson.
All right, so on the first floor, we find an office.
Here we can see a desk and tons of books and all sorts of writings and stuff. But on top of one of the bookcases, we see some hidden alcohol.
Why would there be alcohol hidden away on the top of a cupboard?
And there on top of the desk is a typewriter, and in the typewriter is a new review for something. Okay, so the father is either a copywriter or a reviewer of electronics. Right, now we go over to a pinboard, and it says, oh, hold on a minute, this is getting good. What if JFK wasn't JFK? JFK president, US and USSR coalition, Chinese, Japanese, Lebanese.
3 sides of the same coin.
Okay, so the father is going mad.
So the father writes thriller novels where there's a main character who goes back in time and saves JFK.
Oh, okay.
So he writes crazy thrillers.
You're right. So these are all just the terrible, terrible ideas he has for a novel. So we leave this office, Dad, boring, and we go into the
library. So Katie, in the library, she finds a box full of these JFK books written by her father, Terry.
Oh.
Yeah. Why would there be a box full of these books hidden away if he was doing well?
Oh, I know, because they don't sell.
That's exactly it, Holmes. You've done it again. One final thing. There is a note written to Terry. It's from his editor, who is saying he's on thin ice. He's saying his reviews aren't very good, but he's just talking about other random stuff. Terry's that guy who would start his review for like Forspoken with, "I too have a dream." Right, so what do we take away from the family from this room?
So the father sustains himself with the tech review job. He finds it very unfulfilling, however. Instead, he wants to write novels. These novels are not very successful. So he has moved to Greek.
That was perfect.
Elementary, my dear Dr. Watt. Now it's time for Janice's story.
So we go upstairs, and in a hallway, we find a schedule.
There it says couples bowling, couples cooking classes, and all sorts of stuff. But after the couples bowling, everything else is crossed out.
It looks like after they went bowling once, she cancelled all the plans. So I think it's safe to say, Holmes, the marriage might be falling apart.
Uh-oh. Plus, look at this, Dr. Watson.
Oh, God.
There's a note, and it says there's a new ranger, Richard Hattermach. He's German.
That means fast dad.
So he is being transferred to Janice's forest station. That means they're going to be co-workers.
And I hear he's very sexy. We also find a performance review that Janice wrote for this Slick Rick customer. All 5s.
Lots of stamina.
Has a lot of cum.
And so she wants him to stay on permanently in this position. Says Katie. I think me mum is cheating on me dad.
So we break into the parents' bedroom to look for some sordid clues. Katie, she's pulling through drawers. In one of the drawers, she finds one single condom.
How do you buy just one condom?
Doesn't matter. The thing is, why would you have a condom if you were like 40-something and in a long-term marriage? Underneath her bed is a Walt Whitman poetry book, and inside it there's a bookmark that says, "Take your time, I'm glad to have it in good hands. From Rick."
Oh, that son of a bitch. We also find a pack of matchsticks. This. There's meet me at 8 o'clock at this hotel. Love, Rick. Oh my God, she's having an affair with a pickle.
It was a cucumber when he started working there.
All right.
So Katie rushes through the house, and in the greenhouse, she finds a brochure to a couples counseling retreat.
And look, it says June 3rd to 7th, 1995. Today's the 7th.
That's where they are now.
Mystery solved, fellas. Now everything's gonna be okay.
So, in conclusion, the parents aren't here because they're just on a couples counseling retreat.
Over 2. This is Hope 1. Do you copy?
All right, so the last mystery to solve is where the hell is Sam? We break into Sam's room. It seems as though... Dr. Watson, you explain it.
Lonnie and Sam became friends. Sam now likes Lonnie, but Lonnie is a bad influence.
Oh.
She's even smoking cigarettes now. And all of this turns into a bit of a romance.
Oh, wait a minute. She's one of those girls that likes girls.
What do they call her? The Lebanese.
Chinese, Japanese, Lebanese. That clues are all along.
Sherlock, I think we're digging too deep.
I won't have any Lebanese daughters in my house, says Terry as he throws one of his unsold books.
So Katie finds a map that shows that the house is full of secret compartments. All sorts of stuff to explore.
Let it end.
We'll just hurry through it, Holmes, okay? The game's almost over now.
So, we go to the basement, and we find a note that suggests that Lonnie is being sent to the basic military training thing. Oh no, says Sam, I got accepted into college. That means we are going on different paths, because those are two separate places.
Welcome to
then
my
we go to the
channel.
dining room, and there's a note that says Sam's grounded.
Well, no, they also have the talk about how her being gay is a phase.
I had an interesting talk with Mom and Dad tonight. They were just in denial. You just haven't met the right boy. It's a phase.
All right, last place to go. The attic. Sam, are you here?
she finds the final journal entry from Sam talking about how Sam and Lonnie ran away because Lonnie couldn't go through with basic.
STA by ZA Pladu.
She'd been on the bus to basic, and she said she couldn't think of anything but me.
Oh my god, the voice acting. Anyway, it's very sad. Here's Lonnie. She's at a payphone, standing in the rain. She walks up to the phone and she calls Sam, but Sam doesn't pick up.
Really? I need to talk to you.
And that's what those voicemails are at the start of the game.
So all of this means that Sam ran away with Lonnie, and that's where she is now. And that is the end of the game.
Wow, that was very emotional, fellas. I feel like when I grow up one day, I too will become Lebanese.
In the style of your great Dusty, can you summarize the plot of Gone Home with a bit of flair?
Right. It begins with a family of 4. The dad sucks. The mom is a cheater and...
Ne znam kako ti objasnim, ajde ti još si kao neki zaposleni kontant, ali i ku mi postavlja takva pitanja, ne znam zašto. Ne znam i sam šta će, ne mogu da ti odgovorim. Ovo će biti odlučeno u roku od 2 dana. Vrlo jednostavno.
Hada to Ali Mora Se rated Jebiga and Eve Ready Bez Dinara.
Touch. And even
worse.
The sister ran away, and she has become Lebanese. And that's about it. That's the whole story. It would have been better if it was ghosts.
But wait, what about Uncle Oscar?
Who?
Uncle Oscar, he's the one that Terry inherited this house from, and then again.
Something there. I'm ready. You ready?
So the moral of the story is, it's a lot better to read on a wiki.
Yeah, skip this one, fellas. Question mark? Bro, how good would this be if you just had a gun? Like, there's no enemies or anything because you're at a house.
Yeah.
But you can shoot stuff in the house.
Yeah, she walks it up. Mom?
Thanks, Tala.
Dad?
You're a good kid. Bandages.
Can we show that?
Yeah,
Don't worry, I learned first aid back in summer camp.
Have you ever wondered, wouldn't it be great to go back to the Middle Ages and show a video game to, like, the Queen of England back in the 1600s and go, look at this, Your Majesty. This is it? This is the whole game? So the fire is burning all around you, right? And so, listen, right? But they really love each other. She doesn't want to go to basic.
It's like the collapse.
Metacritic.
All over again.
Oh my god. Yeah. 86? 86. So this is better than, like, most of the games. What? This is 100, right? So what did you like about... Is Gone Home a masterpiece? No. What? Then why'd you give it a masterpiece score?
Just look how it starts. Back in 2010, my wife and I decided to part ways.
Okay, everyone, eyes open. There's gotta be a way through.
Oh, please, oh, in order to make the transition easier. Ah, wait, else could put a few things. Well, you look position when I returned to my apartment, now gutted of any sign she'd ever been there.
Expecting. Yes, so my wife left me. Can we check out B?
Why? Can this man ever catch a break? His review gave me more entertainment value than the entire game. You know what? I'm gonna give this a big who cares out of 10. Dun 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 dun. Oh, and then we'll just kind of cut it off halfway through.
Found some leftovers.
Lose anyone? Found a big stash of supplies.
Intel! Oh, heads up! This is my lucky day!
Found a first aid cabinet. Ammo. Yeah, I needed this.
Cover me, reloading!
Pistol here. Keep bleeding. Hawker. Need to reload. There.
Incoming! Crusher, over there! Reloading! Watch out! Hawker!
Is anyone still out there? We need help. They've got us trapped.
It's okay, we hear you!
Oh, thank God. We thought we were the only ones left. We could really use some assistance. We're pinned down in the old...
This might be fun! Not for the things trying to eat me.
Ooh, gimme. Hawker!
You're in big trouble once I get the bullets back in this gun.
Hey, there's birds. Let me patch you up. No complaining. Well, this is a dead end. Found a coil of razor wire. There's a lobber nearby. There. Cover me, reloading. Lobber. Head, shoot the head.
I think they like me a little too much. Shit!
Looky for fun _ bot _ master. Welcome to my channel.
Last time I was
Dragonigaga 9.
upset.
Welcome to my channel. Gel TV legla januarska plata danas j sadanji dan.
Ne znam, nisam gledao u telefon. Nemam pojma, rekao sam vam... Ne znam, zato što... Mogu da pogledam, ajde. Što vi svi toliko borite za... Više ne dobijam SMS poruku, dobijam preko aplikacije, a aplikacija mi je zaključana, tako da... Moram da odem od banku da odblokiram.
Ja sam mislila da dobijas obavistenje samo ne zenas koliko ti leglo. Čini mi se da ne. Danas ne. Toliko ste me puta pitali svi da me izboli glava. You were doing vala.
Nema nešto.
Upset. I mauled it out like a little bitch. I was fucking furious. But you know what? After all of that, I did actually kill the boss. So I don't want anybody talking shit, okay? We're gonna go back over, we're gonna try and do, I think we'll do, let's go do these. Yeah, I think we should go over there and do those.
This is gonna end badly for one of us.
I don't want to fuck around with Kaylee. Kaylee is dangerous and it's scary. And I'm still kind of low level. There's a part of me that kind of wants to go after that and kill Godfrey.
Oh God, we're going to let them in.
Wants to go over and kill Godfrey so we can unlock the other spells. Because right now, like, the amount of spells that I have is like really, really, really bad. Like, I'm actually getting fucked in the ass with my amount of spells. Godfrey, yes. It's gonna be Godfrey for sure, guys. We don't need to worry about those. That's a dead-ass bitch. Okay, let's look around in this area. Oh, that's right. It's Godric, not Godfrey. Okay. We're just, I'm looking around right now to see if there's any loot, any lootable loot. That's a Revenant, isn't it? Yeah, fuck that. Okay, what's this? What the fuck? Just kill his ass. It's not a big deal. Okay. I hit the wrong button. Motherfucker! Okay. Ooh, we got a legendary here. Legendary. Hoslow's Petal Whip. Assassin Cerulean Dagger.
Okay, back to the grindhouse.
Hey! Hey! Look at that! Ain't that something? Holy fuck! This is insane! I feel like I deserve this, by the way. I'm dead. Bro, this game is great. This is so fun. Wow. Wow, what a good game, guys. Look at this.
Hey!
Holy shit. No, we don't want to go kill that.
Light machine gun.
Actually, there's really no reason
I'll
for me
take
to
it.
go and try and kill these. Oh wait, no, there is an item.
You see that?
There is.
Ooh, shiny.
Okay, from that.
You got me.
Something's not right.
Bust out my move. Shit. I'm out of here. Oh, okay. Now, let's do this. Reloading. Reloading, boy. Shoot the weak spot.
Shit!
Keep bleeding.
Fuck!
Look out.
God damn it, man.
It's running.
Boss Avenger under there? Yeah, I gotta go over there. So annoying. God damn it, man. A bunch of bullshit.
Hold on, I got you.
Another day in paradise.
Is this randomizer the first result on Nexus mods? I don't know if it's the first result, but it is the result that is most popular. Like, there's 3 of them, and one of them has like 500,000 downloads or updates, and we're going with the 500,000 update one. Let's just circle around here. We're gonna do these guys, and there is sniffing one, shattering. Oh, that's a new spell. Holy shit, I actually just got a new spell.
Many ridden since the collapse.
I don't even want to kill
maybe
everything.
not
I'm just
even
gonna
then.
get this item and leave.
Gotta take care
Grabblestone Seal. All-knowing gauntlets. It's only a matter of let's just keep looking around. Okay, so where was the where is I do think there's a vendor somewhere. So get in. Yeah. Actually, let me get off and just kill these. Bloodhound claws. Oh, those are really good, right? Eccentric, machinettes, okay. Noble sorcerer.
Hey! Hold on! Reloading! This is big! Ooh, gimme!
Stone. Grease and grease would be really good with my weapon.
Propane tank!
Okay. What am
Defib
I
machine
running?
here.
All of them. At the same time. I promised everybody that I would not do another strength build. So I'm doing anything but a strength build. If you want me to be honest, the weapon that I really want to get
Yeah, I'm
is
good.
Moog's staff.
What the fuck was that?
That's what I really want. I know it's an arcade. I'm assuming respect your life somehow. So where's the vendor again, guys? Sorry. Or are you guys just talking about this one here? Because if you're talking about this one here, yeah, I'm gonna go over to that.
Glad you're on our side.
Inside the ruins, it's a hidden room. Okay. There's nothing here that's particularly problematic, so.
Whistle! Team clear! Scout, trigger!
I don't see the hidden room. Oh! I found it. Wait, oh shit, it's a boss. I mean, I should be as ready as I can be, right? It should be easy.
Yeah, I needed this.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Check it out. Don't worry, I learned first aid back
Okay, thanks. I'm good.
Did you see that? You'll be okay. Thanks, Tala. That work. You're a good kid. Found some men. Hold on, I got you.
Ooh, okay. That was a little bit rough. Caught me by surprise. I'm not used to fighting those mobs.
Again, I gotta do everything.
Hey, it works, Andy. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shit.
Well, I'm not waiting for
Just
that.
hot.
Let's go.
Oh, so I'm gonna get my I want to learn sorcery.
Oh, faster, Tala! Incoming! Ah, sweet. There's a ton of stuff locked in here. Ooh, gimme.
Very well. You are now my protege in Tombstone sorcery.
Don't worry, I learned first aid back.
I owe you one.
Breaker!
Rock blast.
Found a first aid cabinet. Score encore!
There.
Is this what I think it is?
Ammo here. In your face!
Propane here.
Are there any more of these that I should buy?
Dead end!
Buy
There.
all of them. Ancient Death Rancor. Alright, we're gonna buy this one. I think this one's dog shit ass garbage, so we're not gonna buy it. We can either buy Rock Blaster or Crystal Release.
Time to bust out my moves.
Rock Blaster is great. Okay. But that's a stat. Can I even do that with what I use? I don't have a stat.
Double bag. Anyone have a candy bar? I had big pippin. I'm nervous. Oh! Hi there, handsome! Closing time! Did that hurt? Head! Shoot the head!
Why is it grayed out?
I'm gonna tear this fucker apart and use its parts for hurt!
It needs 2 slots. Okay.
Keep bleeding! Hey, here we go! Watch out! Pressure! What is I need somebody in the nut. Yeah, I needed this. Wow. You guys deal with this all the time? Oh, yes! Did everyone see that shit? Oh. First aid cabinet. Found a duffel bag.
I can't get up on there. Can I? I don't think I can get up on there.
Finders
There.
keepers.
I'll take it. Plan ahead. Propane tank there. Warmer. Helmet. Thanks. This is going to be messy.
Oh, each attack requires one of those ticks of mana. Is that right? Okay, so I don't have the mana cost for it yet. That's fine. I'll get there. I guess we're not going to use it then. That did nothing? Yes, I know that.
Propane here.
So much for the easy way home.
Oh, it's 60 for initial pass, 12 to keep it going. Okay, whenever I get mana again, I'll try it. Okay. Oh, I hate these guns.
Forward here. 4 on 4.
Oh.
Reloading. Did you get the lights on? Ooh, goodie box
Kill these
here.
guys.
No risk, no reward. Looks like someone left us some intel. Though if it's out here by itself, probably didn't do them a lot of good. Light
Beast
the armor
blood,
weapon.
don't really care
Look,
about that too much.
exactly what we need to
I'll
take
probably
this
get a
bitch
reset after
down.
this. Dead ass. Okay.
So it's most likely to fuck your shit up.
Sanctuary zone. Okay, this is big item, big item, big item. Big.
Hey, dickwads, watch where you're shooting. Sorry, I'm
Oh, oops. right. Oh,
In
I
the
got a
cold, they would
curved
just let
great
wounds
club.
like this fester.
Is that a great club or is it just a club? Like, would you categorize that club as great?
Hey,
No? Okay, so it's actually not a great club then. Okay, that's fine.
over there. I'll take it. I'm ready. You ready? Let's kick ass. Score encore. Cover me. Reloading.
See what this is up here. Oh, it's a dick in the ass. Okay. That's fine. What's down here? It's ruined. It's so bad. So I don't know. Should I use the Elden Remembrance? Like, can I get the item? Like, because I know that one of the abilities from Elden Remembrance is really good, but yeah, like, I think I should get it. But the thing is also, like, it's 50k runes. I thought it was like 500,000. It's like 450k runes or something like that. Faith weapon, though? It's okay, I have some faith. Is there anything else over here? Look at this real quick, might as well. Godric Knight Gauntlets. Doesn't really matter either, unfortunately. Okay. I'm gonna get away from these guys. Let's go to this Everjail.
This is General Phillips, commanding officer at the Free Settlement of Fort Hope. If you can make your way to Finleyville, do it. But do it fast. We need to stop written access across the Kanoa River ASAP. That means taking out George Washington Bridge. We cannot wait for those caught on the other side. Hope one out.
You'll be okay. I've seen worse. Gotta stop the bleeding.
We're gonna big dick them. Big dick, let's go!
I'm as ready for this as I could possibly be, given the circumstances. Keep bleeding! What's that?
Okay, we're gonna do one at a time.
Reloading. Hey, shoot the head!
Oh, man, bad play on my part.
Ammo here. I'm going in. Ooh, gimme.
Like that, huh? Other spell. Let me try and fight him first.
Score encore! Yeah, I needed this. Chucking a grenade! Light anti-armor one! Look! Exactly what we need to take this bitch down!
It's off! This is exciting! Like Christmas!
Check it out!
I don't know.
I'm surprised I actually got that roll. I think that was a kind of bad decision.
Our settlements are gone. Infected. Changed. Mutated. I repeat, Evansburg is gone. No survivors.
I should have rolled into him. That was a mistake.
Found some intel!
Same with that.
Gotta reload!
I don't need this! I don't need this! I don't even know what this is.
Nope.
What's that?
He ain't gonna do any of that tail shit, right?
I'll take it. Hold on. Treating my wounds.
That's here!
Ammo intel here. Pistol here. Ton of ammo here. Watch out! Pressure! Reloading!
I thought it was 3. Fuck you! Fuck you again!
In your face! Keep bleeding! Aim for the head! Here. You look like you need this. Reloading. Gotta stop the bleeding. Gotta reload. Gotta fix this.
I choked.
Finger.
Here.
Thank you. Time. Gimme.
Oh.
Ammo! Lots
Hold
of
on,
ammo!
I got you.
Agreed, it's better for me to do that. It's better to get 2 attacks on like that.
Huh, someone overspent on their tax refund.
2-hand was correct? Yeah, I think so. Range on that tail was stupid big. Yeah, I know.
Over there.
just don't want to proc the tail. It's like I can barely even hit him. Fuck, man.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. Okay, alright, I'm gonna kill it this time for sure. Like, it's so hard for me to fight this boss because...
Assault
like,
rifle here. This is going to be messy.
I can only take one hit from her.
In the head.
I wish I had a better spell to use, but I don't think spells really work on this boss. Like, I don't have anything that's like super OP or like really, really strong.
Over there. Supply stash here. We can get in. Yeah, I needed this. Let me patch you up. No complaining.
This is my grateful face.
Got a bait jar. Big hutch of first aid stuff over here.
So fucking bad.
Let's do this.
Hey,
What's my back? Murderous rampage time.
we're going around.
I got it now. I got it.
How about over?
I didn't know I could do that.
Ammo. I'll take it. Get down. Core on core.
Gas can.
There's a way out of it. We're here. Ahead, just ahead. There.
It's not. Yeah, no, I just
Gimme.
that's a, no, I know.
That's it
The
down.
hardest boss in
Go,
Dark Souls
baby.
is Elden Ring for me. I
Hold on,
learned
I got you. Cruiser there.
if I could play the game and never have any, like, if I could play this game completely emotionless, I would never die. But I always get, I get invested and I get upset, and then I lose. That's just what happens.
Glad I could beat you to help you out.
Carrying this place apart.
See, like, how do I get
Here. Now I won't feel bad about forgetting his birthday.
You'll need this.
Ammo.
Not a problem.
I'll take it. Phew, I'm glad that's over with. Let me patch you up. No complaining.
Yeah, I'm good.
Watch out!
What's the worst that could happen? We get ripped apart limb by limb.
Hold on, I got you.
Wow, Paula!
I've had worse.
Nice. Thanks.
Don't hit the snitcher.
Okay. Oh, shit. I got a golden rune 1. Thank God. I thought we weren't going to get anything good out of that one. I do think Crucible Knights are the best NPCs in the game. Like, so it's like, it makes me even more mad. Like, I know every time I get hit against one of those mobs, it's always my fault. It would be nice to have a better spell too, but unfortunately I don't have that right now. Okay, let's look over there and then we're gonna get ready to go to this island.
Gotta reload. Watch out, bruiser.
What's this? Mushroom. We're gonna try to get this right here.
See that? Gimme.
What did I get? Unseen form. I guess that's some sort of like invisibility.
Shit. Here comes trouble. Hello to you too, fuckers.
It's a PvP spell? Oh, fuck. That's too bad. I've already gotten really lucky so far, though. I'm not even upset. Wait.
Something's not right.
Sleeper.
Huh? That's a bush. Okay, never mind. We're not going to talk to him after all.
Over there. Ammo. He's bleeding. Shredder.
Well done.
How the fuck are you
Reloading.
still alive?
My bad.
5 seconds left there.
See that?
Gas can.
you up. No complaining. What's in here?
There. See, I knew it.
Cruiser! Check it out.
Reloading.
No wandering museum. I have no idea what the fuck that is. But I got it.
Close and personal with Walgrime. Yay.
Supply crate!
I should keep this to decorate my room.
Oh, those fucking things.
No risk, no reward.
Bro, that's a boss. Wait, hey, yo.
Keep it together.
That's a boss. Like,
keep it together. Intel here. Talk about it.
Fuck that. I'm gone.
Give it.
I'm almost out of flash.
Reloading.
There's nothing bad down there, right? Oh yeah, this is.
Found a weapon stash.
Hey, cat! Flashbang here.
I guess let's go down here and let's loot the tombs, and then we'll go over to the other side.
I'll take it. Revolver here.
That thing's not dead.
Assault rifle here.
Okay. This is a big loot situation, gentlemen. Somber 1, okay, not too bad.
Watch out.
Holy Grease. Somber 7. Holy fuck. Golden Centipede. Okay, we don't really care about that. Pickled turtleneck. Looks like an uncircumcised dick.
Incoming.
Golden Room 6, very nice. Spirit Flame Arrow. Stone Sword Key.
Back out here. Score on board.
Okay. So, Fire Monk armor. Holy shit. I should probably learn how to craft stuff. I think I'll need to. It's time.
Quiet. I heard something. What's that?
Jellyfish
Ooh,
is
gimme.
pretty dangerous.
In the cult, they would just let wounds like this
thanks.
fester.
I'm good.
good.
Here's something. You got a sleeper. Look at me.
Oh man. Go ahead, we're gonna level up again. Wait, actually real quick, let's go memorize spell. Let's remove that one. Wait, where's the spell?
I'll take it.
It's an acid war? Oh, really? I didn't even know that. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Okay.
Nothing there. Gotta stop the bleeding.
Looks like more than just rats and ridden have been down here.
Well, if they're done.
I wonder if Shattering Crystal is good. But it's better than Night Shard or not. I don't know.
There's an SMG here.
Let's try some of these spells.
Time I shot the snitcher and we almost died? Let's not do that again.
Oh, Rankle. Oh, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm done.
Big pile of weapons here. Okay, rolling the dice because I'm feeling nice. Intel here.
Look.
For painting.
Wow, Tala, this is nice. Thanks.
These guys are a particular kind of dick suckers.
This doesn't feel good.
All right.
Less bleeding, more bleeding. For pain here.
Oh wow, this guy's got a lot of fucking health. Holy shit.
You'll be okay. I've seen worse.
Okay, this is kind of nervous.
Hey, more pieces. You're up. Get down. Well, that gross. Shotgun.
Got a feeling things are gonna get ugly.
Yeah,
The
I needed
range
this.
on this is just so bad.
Let me patch you up. No complaining.
my hero.
Patching myself up. Stinger. Thanks, Tala. You're a good kid.
Tu.
All clear.
Jest dobio onaj ability.
Do not make me teach you a lesson, Dottie.
Ja sam ubio onoga. Dobro, da si dobio ability i opciju da možda praviš drugi set armora i oružje uložiš. Nekako sam uspio, nemam pojma.
That was a lot of
A šta znam, sa istim girom bukvalno.
_Kaylee. Welcome to my channel.
Chanel.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Take it. You can't say no to this. And now the world is a little less worm infested.
Samo da završimo nju.
Gimme.
Can't go forward, can't go back. Where do we go now?
There.
Aha, tam jest szło. Wyszło.
All we have to do is get across the river. How hard could it be?
Yeah, I'm good.
Jesi ti radio danas?
Found bandages.
Maybe there's a way.
Scout, Reeker, score on course. Hold on, reloading. What about this?
Use them.
We've got a stalker.
Was life that had a little challenge?
This is Rover 2 crossing George Washington Bridge. We're bringing company. Over. Anyone there?
What's that? I'm covered in this shit. I gotcha.
Oh, my hero.
Znači, fora mislim da sam mogu i da te dignem, nego nisam znao da se nisi revive-u, da si bio pored bossa.
Approaching George Washington Bridge. Rover 2, if you're out there, you need to run. We won't have time to wait. We need to blow this bridge.
Down, boy. Gotta reload. Hold on. Treating my wounds. Leftover. Intel here. Strawberry preparing to place the corpse.
You'll be okay. I've seen worse.
Wow, Tala, this is nice. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I'm good.
Score encore. Hold on, reloading. Closing time. Ooh, gimme. That's over here. Here's something for you. Ammo.
Keep it together, Tala. Keep it together. Let me patch you up. No complaining.
This is my grateful pig.
Gotta do, gotta do. I'm sorry. Ruin your day. I'll take it.
Watch where you swing that.
Stalker! Warmer. I can tell by the stench. Once again, I gotta do everything.
Reloading.
Finally beginning to enjoy myself.
We need to sink that ship and close the front. You up for the job?
Oh man, but I just got here.
Need 2 of you to plant explosives on the boat. The rest of us will lay down covering fire from here.
Thriller!
Starting to think you weren't gonna make it. Gotta reload.
Keep bleeding! Covered in hot stuff, not clogged! Go, Breaker!
Još jedan C4 treba postaje. Će pa botovi su beskorisni.
Nenad, izvoli. Nije prvi. Ne znam koja sam pitala, ja sam uputio se do ovog. Samo sam, ja bio sličio da poručim ove samice da sam neko kupio.
This was ours. We ruled this land. We owned the night. But man rose up against us. We were overthrown. For centuries, hidden away in darkness. Tortured by thirst. Choking down dust. Starving. Until now, our hunt begins again.
Ćeš mi poslati invite ili?
Ja bih na ligenu.
A, pa ako nećeš, nema veze.
Pa pitaj mi je ligenu.
Možemo za jedno sat vremena, hoćeš tako?
Čekaj, ne čujem te, šta si rekao?
Kaže, možemo za jedno sat vremena. Dok počne da radi ova tableta za glavu. Ne znam šta ti uzimaš protiv glavobolje, ali... Kako te uvati migrene ili tako nešto.
Ibuprofen.
Pa uzmem ja, ali ne radi mene to odmah. Ta neko vreme dok počne.
Ja sam onaj prašak ima ibuprofenu.
Jel da? Nije to prehlada, jednostavno promjena vremena, znaš. Hladna klima.
Znam.
Otišao sam u krevet, čujemo se malo kasnije. Čujemo se jedno sat vremena.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Škirka ti.
Teški, dobro.
Za noge, što si legan, te boli glava. A? Da. Možda ti izmjerim pritisak?
Ne moraš, pa nema temperaturu.
Pritisak da ti izmjerim.
Ne moraš, u redu je, proći mi za 1,5 sata.
A gdje te boli?
A, tu boli me tu čelo, ovi sinus što ti kažeš između očiju, tu i lobanje, kao da će mi zakucu ekser. Znam ja što me boli.
Ajde. A nije ti muka ili što?
Ma nije, ba.
Ajde ti izmjerim pritisak drugo. Što? Jel tebe ladno? Još ćebe da ti donesem u Biogar. Daj. Opušti ruku. Mogu uzeti ovu pastu vam gore, jebote, nemate paste. Ima i četnice za zgledao. Čekaj, da izmjerim ja. Dobro, ja se preparam da ti nije pritisak. Nije pritisak. Nema puno pritisak, što je? Šuška neko, nešto da pijao. Kaže, kje se sniku ništa ne radi. Ova Goca Pević. Pošalje prazne žepe. A ja pošaljem poruku, znaš, izgleda me. Kaže, snijeka španija. I to čekaj u 8 minuta. Kaže, ceca, bit će ne to. Bila je neka poruka, rekla mi je Ivana. Ovaj rekao lik. Jes. Firma je uzela kredit ovo. Treba da se reguliše. Od čega ti ovaj nosač? Od kojeg? Ne znam, druga kod Sime ili ovoga kod mene. Ne treba mi, ali možda se montira. Kad skineš ekran i staviš ga ovako na naziv. A ti si to skinuo odatle? A onda ti ostane viška. Pa znam da ti je prije bio nastup. A ovo si ti sad uzimao? Ne. Jel? Jes. Moram ulećiti za vikend prašinu da očistim. To me i plaši. A jes, rekla mi je onaj... Pa Nemanja, kad smo ono uveče svaćali, kad smo išli u Vrbas, pa je pričali te što se ve, kako se što će. Dogovaralo i odgovaralo. Tu Nenad, vi.
Param, 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 param. Tarararam. Nešto, ti nisi bio tu, pa si sad vratio. Ajde, pošalji mi onaj...
Pano i 4000 čitave, tako.
Kad?
Ovaj dan. I još.
Pa šta su ih isto kao na Doti navatali, a?
Treba nam je flaša, svi
A ne, došli do toga da više nemaš ni jedan meč bez čitava.
I Joe, znaš ti da ima još jedna flaša, ja mislim dolje ovoga.
I jedan streamer, pazi što radi.
A tu je. Nije to ti je sol.
Da.
Ona hajdučka trava, i šuto ću ti da mi je.
Što je među sebi maju.
Što ne piješ to, kada cijela flaša mislim vodi.
Da.
Znaš, kako se ljudi tako pomere? Le.
Kako leva desno?
10% ljudi to je.
Šta, ono glavu da je mrda leva desna?
Ja se posle pitam kako sam umre, kako ovo, kako ono, što su sebe, to kurac. Stvarno.
Kako misliš, pomeruju se, čudno. Kad ljudi hakuju server, pa onda gledao sam da lete ili tako neke gluposti da rade, onda verovatno serveri sad ostalo ponašaju. Možda AI isto čudno reaguje na cheatere, pretpostavljam da ima i toga.
Ovo sad nema ovdje. Ni Bertić nije.
Greetings, traveler from...
Play.
This was ours.
Password. Vina.
Welcome, Peach. Hello. She's here. We're gonna cosplay today. We're cosplaying today. Let me just pull it up. We're cosplaying from Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I'm trying to put them all on the screen. Why am I shaking, bruh? Okay. Anyway, so these are the two characters. You can pick which one you want to do. But okay, so the thing is, like, with this character, we have to, like, paint on the tattoos. Okay.
Ste nešto novo radio?
Nis.
Sigurno.
Fala nam 20 papira.
Za?
Da stavimo ovaj stop. Evo nađem gdje je sad. Ovaj study. I stavim.
Pa jesi istražio, nisi još?
Nis? Ne, to je istraženo, ali nam treba ovo papire da bi ga napravili.
Znam tačno šta pričaš. Tačno znam šta pričaš. Da bi napravio study treba ti... Da.
Papir. Jel imaš 20 papira ili?
Ne. Ja se izbacim iz inventara kada završim, znaš. Znaš da imaš sad ultimate ability, a znaš to?
Ko je ultimate ability?
Ovo. Pritisni J, mislim da je default, ideš na Chaos i imaš... Ne, Merciless Charge.
Ja to nemam.
Imaš. Ja sam ubio bossa dok smo bili zajedno u klanu. Ima velik cooldown, ali... Ludo brazdu. Pretvoriš se u F-16 na moment.
Idem da ispadam te 20 papira.
Ček, idem ja s tobom, stani. Stani samo da ubacim ovaj kamen negdje.
Ubaci ga u grinder.
Ali ne treba sav kamen da ubacuješ u grinder, treba uvijek da imaš bar 1000 kamena, to sam ti rekao bio. Gdje nam je bašta? Podsjeti me samo.
Iznad topionice.
Vidim. To je bila zapravo, taj Foundry je bio malo veći, onda sam ti ja rekao da ga malo smanjiš da bi mogli da napravimo baštu. Ovo je jako čudno, ne znam kako ovo da posejem. Ovako. Čekaj. Uiii. Si istražio neki novi recept, da ja ne znam za njega. Ovo, gledaj. Kada je foru. Nećete mu udara. Bam. Da si probao da udaraš buzdovanu? A? Buzdovano možda radiš ovo.
Evo je Lidija. Ne pustim, a?
Pa smo je već ukokali.
Jesmo.
Da, Lidija Chaos Archer.
Mislim da ne došlo vreme.
Ne, ništa. Da dobijaš bar neki upgrade ili nešto. To će možda biti u nekom remixu, ono... Mada ne verujem. Skontao sam foru, šta možda uradiš sa onim prisoner cage-om. Možeš da zatočiš nekog u zatvor i prvo ga nahiluješ, prvo ga nahraniš ribom. Prvo ga nahraniš ribom da ne umre od malokrvnosti. I kad se nahiluje do kraja, onda uzmeš one staklene boce i uzimaš mu krv. I onda recimo imaš worker blood 20% ili brute blood 40%, nebitno, zavisi šta si zatočio. Po potrebi imaš boce s krvi. Znaš da ima papira, je. Znaš da ima papira. Pusti. Gore. Gore u onome Bandit Strongholdu. Iznad naše baze.
Pa ima i ovdje, da?
Ne. Ne toliko koliko ti misliš. u suštini je random, znaš. Ali, što su jači protivnici, generalno imaš više lutu. A pošto smo ja i ti, izuzetak je jedino ona zona tamo gore, desno preko vode, kako se zove taj Dunley Farmlands. Kad odeš tamo skoro svaka jedinica ti baca scrollove, znaš. Ako vidiš nekoga da ima 90 do 100% ono kao blood quality, nemoj da ga popiješ, nego ga hipnotiši, dovuci ga u sanduk, da ga uspavam. Evo ima papira, ovi dropovi, imam ja 10 papira sad. Jel da? Još. A ima još. Ako imaš volje da... Inače, kad počneš da praviš robove, robovi ti povećavaju šansu da nađeš bolje loot za 20%, znaš. Nezavisan je kvalitet. Znači možeš teoretski nekoga koji ima 30-40% blood quality da uzmeš kao roba, znaš, i to je sasvim dovoljno. Znaš koga je redovno porobim, one gladijatore. One što nose štitove velike, oni na buđeni. Njih.
Ja sam na PC jedno sa 40%, ali ne znam da učinu brze.
A problem je što on prima damage dok tako ga ti nosiš okolo. To se najlakše s konjem radi. Jer on te prati tako što se teleportuje za tobom, znaš. Ti kako se krećeš, tako se on teleportuje za tobom. Ti ako imaš konja, on samo blinkuje se. Ne mora, a ako ti ideš polako, onda on ide polako. I onda on recimo pokupi strele, pokupi vatrne bombe i ostalo i pogine. A obično poginu zato što su na low HP, ti moraš da ga skineš do 30, ispod 30% HP da mogu da ga uzmeš. Znaš kako ti ide? Povećuju ti kvalitet luta, to je tvoje kao sluge, slavovi, i smanjuju ti težinu mobova u toj zoni za 10 levela. Ako ta zona ima recimo level 40 mobove, ako imaš recimo jednoga od tih recimo milišijamena, on ima military expertise, i on ti recimo snižava težinu te zone piše za 100, a to nije 100, to ti u suštini 10 levela. Znači imaju bukvalno loši kao kvalitet gear mobil u toj zoni. Znači, im radiš veći damage. Su oni slabi. Zato je meni bilo lakše da pobedim određene bossove solo. Kad sam ja igrao. Hoćeš li da odemo da načupamo iron? Jel imaš dovoljno papira? Ja sam našao još 10.
Ja mislim da ću lijepo.
Ja sam našao još 10.
Ja mi bar napravim full ovaj. Ja sam krenuo sad da završim.
Šta?
Pa obično cijelu bazu.
Dobro.
Evo sad sam ubio jednog sa 50%.
Ja nis ga morao ubijat, mogu si ga dovući.
A zajebo se sebi.
Pa gledaj.
Ali ovo samo opet sad i...
Misliš, znaš kako možda smanjiš damage koji radiš? Ako hoćeš tako nekoga da, ono, samo čvrkneš. A ne kvipuj oružje, pritisni samo broj. Pritisneš ono, jedinicu, dvojku, nešto ti je već hotkijevano i samo anekvipuješ oružje. I ako ga anekvipuješ, smanji ti se level. I onda ga nećeš one shotovat. Onda će ga udarat kao kanđana, ne znam. Evo, treba babu da ulovimo, ja. Baba ne napada, ona je samo tanky. A kad babu ubiješ, ona je kao korač, dobiješ od nje da praviš preslicu. Ja se izvinjavam, ne ubijamo stare ljudi, samo im pijemo krv. A šta je tu novo? Ja sam je napravio ovih čuturica dosta. Ja znam da treba za alhemiju. Sašio sam bio 20 komada, čini mi se.
Gdje je ovaj dust?
Dijamantska prašina, evo ti je kod mene.
Ne, obično onaj, gdje je dust? Kod alhemije ili?
Mislim da jest. Jel'
Znači?
Ja je nisam nosio ako to misliš.
Nije.
Tu bi morala biti. A sad.
Kada će ga naći? Evo ga.
Gdje ga naći?
Našao sam.
Aha, jedna od ovih škrinja ovdje, ne? Znači, treba će ti pacovi, znaš, živi za određene napitke. Tako da ti savjetujem da ih ne ubijaš. Da ih ne bacaš onu u presu.
Samo napit trebaju skillovi.
Sad ću ti reći nešto, stani. Ko da je... Kod ovih da je... Ček, stani. Pa i trebalo bi da već sad možda praviš presu za papir. Znaš? Sad ću ti reći. Ili to ide random. Ja mislim... Kako se beše otvara to? Hoćemo li gore, u selo?
Moću. Samo da izostavim sve što sam...
A šta ti savjetujem? Da odemo, da se teleportujemo tamo. Čekaj, nemamo mi da pravimo portal, ma imamo, nego ti nisi ni video. Imaš da napraviš portal, onaj kao kamen, znaš?
Dobro.
To ti je da si iz baze teleportuješ. Čak možeš da napraviš sam drugi portal. Na drugom mjestu. Samo da vidim. To ti je castle. Gdje je to? Exterior, structure and decor. Vampire Way Gate. Treba ti 200 blood essence-a, 20 dasaka, 20 copper ingota, nije skupo. I 10 gem dusta. Gem dust imamo. Trebalo bi da imamo. Samo da vidim gdje je. Ima. Gem dust. Copper ingot. Planks. Dobro.
Evo, stješao se na prste. Opa. Mi saglo.
A to ti je sve isti kao taj, skoro sve ista ta kategorija, znaš. Treba mi 200 blood essence. Mist Signet, to ti je ovaj prsten. Šta je još ostalo iz ovoga tajera? Ostalo je još dve stvari da se otličaju. Samo dve. To ti je samostrel, Merciless crossbow i pod, ja mislim, isto. Mislim da je još jedan pod, ali nisam siguran. To bi mogli da nagrindamo. Nekako. Mada naćemo papir. Imamo li gdje mjesto? Za građenje.
Evo, ima mjesta, da.
Dobro, gdje?
Gdje hoćeš da je staviš sami?
Ćeš da ti pokažem koliko je veliki.
Znam da je to veliko, znam da je to ono veliko.
A ni...
Stavi ga ovamo da se nam ovi pokaz. Nekako i najmagičniji tu.
Moraš da digneš daske, digni daske spoda. Znači treba ti 2x2 barem. Moraš da dekonstruktuješ daske.
Kad bi on dao?
Ma da. Znaš zašto ne da? Gledaj. Stani sekundu. Ajde pička ti materine, sad. Aha, moraš ovo da zarotiraš isto. Probaj sad. To što, ne znam kako ti objasnim, to što je tvoj ovaj grob počivao na tome, znaš. I ova isto moraš da dekonstruktuješ.
Ne da, da se dekonstruktuje.
Ne znam šta je tu.
Ništa. Čak sam i s ove strane uzeo pomerio. Da, ovo viš.
Možeš da postaviš travu. Treba ti blood essence i plant. Metni travu umjesto ovoga. To ti je exterior, border and stairs i imaš grass.
Exterior. Sad.
Requires border. Ovo polje nije naš. Ha! Šta?
Gdje si ga ti oveš?
Ne bi trebalo. Skloni se samo da vidim. Kaže requires border. Kako bre border? Ima jedno polje tamo gore, čini mi se da možemo da ga...
To mi sad staviš.
Requires border.
Pa.
A, ti uništavaš ovo. Da, da.
Kako se ovo desilo?
Pa dekonstrukto, a uništio si border, razumeš? Ti si uništio 2 puta polje, ne znam kako da ti objasnim nekim normalnim jezikom. 2 puta si uništio to polje, razumeš?
Ne, nisam gledao ništa.
Prvo si uništio daske, pa si onda uništio kao teritoriju ispod dasaka, kapiraš?
Čekaj malo.
Ajmo se teleportovati.
Znači. Dok...
Ti čekaš da bude dan, jel? Da nas ljudi...
Znači ovo ne može se stavi na ovo, nego mora bude ovako otkriveno, a?
Pa da, to obično stavljaš u bašti kao otvorene, znaš. Ne para u bašti. Znaš. Evo odmah ću ti ga pomeriti u bašti. Moraš zamak da upgradeš da bi sve to bilo mjesto, znaš. Tome što si. To je ovako pro savjet koji ću ti ja dati. Eto. Sad fino stavi tamo pod, normalan i to bude zatvoreno. A baštu ćemo proširiti kad budemo imali. I ovo je solidno uličeno. Si zatvorio?
Nisam, sad ću.
A, imamo jedan recept za ovo, znaš? Ja, vidiš, to je Stadi prebacio ovdje. Au, brate. Pa onda dovuci ovo ovde, ako ćeš već tako da se zajebavaš.
Ma, promašio sam me.
Promašio si sobu, šta?
Misklik.
Promašio si komplet sobu, miskliku. Imam jedan recept, evo gledaj.
Odlično.
The pendant. A mislim da ne možeš da ga craftuješ dok ne istražiš jewel crafting table. To je... Ja mogu da pravim oružje i armore iz ovoga kao sljedećeg tajera na stadiju, ali ne mogu da pravim ogrlice, znaš, i prstenje, zato što nema taj jewel crafting. Ja sam otprilike do tog stadijuma stigao. Ajmo babu da ulovimo, ajde.
Samo ne izostavimo ovaj skaj. Baba.
Da. Beatrice the Tailor. Ajmo dok je mrak.
Ajde.
Čekam te na teleportu.
Ajde, se teleportu.
Pa ukrašit ćemo nove konje.
Ništa, ajde. Teleportu se kao tipično za to.
To ti je tamo na severo istok.
Ko je ovaj? Što je farm i to?
Jest, gore desno. Dunley Farmland Waygate. Prvo da pobijem ovaj... Prva stvar, prvo. Pazi se zapaljivih boca koje bacaju. Ovoga ćemo da zarobimo. Ovaj na 66%, ovaj. Stani. Stani da ga kajtujemo. Ja ću ga čarnu.
Ja to ne mogu da...
Šta, ne možda ga čarmaš?
Na što se čarimo?
Gledaj. Gledaj. Prebaciš se.
Prebacim ja, ali ne vidim te broj.
Imaš ability sad. Sad sam ga čarmao. Ja ga vodim nazad.
Vodim. Možeš na telefone ga odvedeš i...
Donesi mi konje. Ajde utoči tamo u kamp i donesi jedno konje. Ne možeš teleportovati s njim. Ali mogu da jašem konja dok sam s njim. Daj mi konja i na konju će ga odneti. Sad se prebaci samo u normalnu formu da bi mogao da bacaš magiju, jer kad si u toj formi samo radiš kao dominate, znaš. Pa ću ja njega da stavim u sanduk pa ću doći.
Vidim ja sam. Ima jedan od 37% ćeš ga uvatim ili...
Ne, na 50% ili bolje. Ali ovaj poginuo. Evo ga stiže, moguće da... Evo prati me, ajde više. Ustro sam se da umro. Da 50% ili bolje. A nemo istog, ja sam uzao ovoga s bakljom, uzmi strelca ili onoga kako se zove drugoga. Onaj... Gladijator, onog jebenog, ne znam koja mu je klasa.
Vidimo.
Strelca, kopljaša ili onoga kako se zove... Gladijator, da. Ne znam klasu tačno. Treba mi Blood Essence.
Sad našu sunce.
Ako imaš konja, ova je, znaš na koliko je ovaj? Ekspertiza, 8 do 14%, blood quality 66%.
Ne. Ubijeno u 75%, ovo je obično. Kjozbu.
Pa može i on. On ti se računa kao lovac. Ako imaš njega, onda možeš lakše da loviš zveri u tom kraju.
Masa njih je nuo na mene i bacio sam ulti. I tu se vidi okno. Ima ovaj sa štitom na 48.
Njega uzmi. Maksimum nam je trenutno 5, a ja bi ti savjetovao kad ga doneseš da napraviš još 1 ili 2 na sanduk. Bar još jedan sanduk da staviš.
Možete teleport još on?
Mogu, što? Stubili?
Evo, mislim da on... Čajno.
Zato ti kažem, nemoj to bez konja da radiš.
Ma ne. Tu sam bacio magiju na njega. Ne, dok sam begao. Dok sam bacio magiju.
Ova basta sve porasla, znaš? Evo sad na moje oči. Gdje si ti?
Ovo voli se.
Ti nisu bacili koji recept?
Ajde ga. Jebem. Se nisu ispavljeni.
A ovaj? Aha.
Da.
Sad. Ajde skloni se negdje sa strane da ti donesem konju. Neš ti moći peškaj njega, kažem ti, ubit će ga nešto usput. Naročito zato što sam vidio onoga debila, kako se zove onaj... Tristan se... Krenuo je bio da se agre na mene, ali toliko sam brzo prošao s konjem, bilo je samo... Baj! Evo, došao sam ja u selo, sad samo da im ukradem i štala jednoga konja.
Ako filmuju mene i filmuju njega, a?
A ne healuje se on tako. On ti je uvijek na low HP, znaš? Da. Ti živ?
Su jabe tu koji.
Jes. Nego teo sam prvo da razvalim zid i da pobjegnemo strelac. Znaš?
Čekam ban ovo se smekne.
Brz je konj. Ako daš gas, nećeš, veruj mi.
A evo je konj bio ovdje. Kako nismo vidjeli ni ja ni ti.
Respawnuj se konj. Uzmi ovo.
Što je to? Ja, sad će se smekne.
Konjokradic. Bez stare konjokradic. Ja ti čekam ovdje. Kad izbaciš loot i kad ga staviš u sanduk, samo se teleportuj opet na isti waypoint. Ja ću opet sam ovdje. Treba će ti Blood Essence da ga legneš. 100. Ne moraš da brineš za njega, rekao ti, on se teleportuje za tobom okolo. Vidi gvožđ.
Znaš koliko malo HP-a sam?
Pa su ga izrokali usputan.
Jedne živ.
Nebitno. Ne samo da ga legneš u sanduk. Pa ti si bio pobio ove vojnike, a? Sve osim njega, bojim se. Daj jedan sanduk za ovoga seljaka.
Ali im gdje su više sanduci za ove. Yep.
Treba ti, ja mislim, Blood Essence, ako se dobro sećam.
Veliki ovaj.
Da.
Nije puno.
Ali za svakog slugu će ti trebati po jedan Greater Essence kad budeš hteo da ga konvertuješ. Znaš, na kraju. Znači, treba da imamo na kraju 3-4 još kad finišira to, znaš.
Ja onda ću se nastavim još jedan da bismo imali
5 je maksimum koliko možemo da imamo. Ja kad udarim maksimum onda gledam koji je najslabiji pa onda ga mičem, ali... Jesi prošao pored Tristana?
Nemam pojma, pa kažem, samo sam pojavio što više.
Evo ja sam prošao pored njega opet.
A volite čovjek.
Skinuše me s konja, znaš?
Jesi li živo?
Jes. Problem je svi AOE napadi, znači koji su, znaš.
Kao po zemlji, oni ti skidaju se konja.
Skidajte s konja i automatski... Automatski njegov bi golem ih pobi sve, moguće. Golem pobio čitavu patrolu. Evo ga ide i Tristan. Jebate, moguće. Treći put da ga srećemo.
Treći put hoćeš prići.
Ne. Sin se ne zebao. Jesi stavio još jedan sanduk, jesi?
Jesi.
Dobro. Taj armor set što imaš sad, nemoj da bacaš, zato što ćeš to dati ovome slugi, znaš? Hoću ti kažem da ga, ne da ga bacaš, nego nemoj da ga ubaciš u mimic chest da ga razbiješ. To kažem. Isto tako i mač i sekiru i to. To se ostaviš za njih, zato što oni, ako hoćeš da ga šalješ u neki raid, znaš, ili da ti brani zamak, moraš mu dati neki gear da ima. Ja ti proveri sanduke. 12-21%. Ovaj seljak. Reduce difficulty by stolen infiltrating settlements. Military tactics. Dobre. Mada taj procenat raste i kad im daš bolju opremu. Treba ti 15 ruda gvožđa da dobiš jednu polugu. Mnogo. Baš mnogo. Sad ti treba 75 scrollova za jedan recept za ovaj study. Da ti više. Nisi napravio tailoring bench, znaš?
A ne možemo?
Možemo. Ali nema materijal. Imaš odličan, ali to ti je pod production.
A imamo to sam ja...
Nema materijal, tako reci.
Šta sam ne kupio?
Ti si rekao ne možemo.
A ne možemo.
Bolje reci
Imam materijal.
ne znam. Ne znam od čega. I da imam ne znam kako. Ajmo krojača da nađemo. Hoćemo li? Si do bašta kako je procvetala? Isti teleport.
Sad će dan.
Nema veze. Možemo da pecamo okolo. Mogu da te odvedem u rudni gvožđe ako hoćeš.
Ajmo tamo dok se ne svete ne gledam posle.
Ajde za mnom. Ovo uzmi. Ako imaš. Ovo može. Je li moguće? Imaš tamo rudu gvožđe, zlupaj to. On stani u lad, neće. Možeš iza kamere da staneš. Izgore čovjek. Aj, Vuda. Pusti to, vratit ćemo se po to.
Šta je Vuda? Ovo je femo staklo, a?
Ja mislim. Nisam treba da ga ubijem, teo sam da ga ranim malo, a ne da ga ubijem. Navata jednog seljaka. Jer će ti trebati worker blood za rudnik. Ne možeš da ga skineš. To je pamuk. Nemoj to time. Mače. Pamuk nam treba. Ja, navatao sam seljaka na 3-4%.
Ovo se okićemo s ovim.
Berim luk. Inače, slušaj me. Kad smrdiš na beli luk, znaš. Vataju agro na veću distancu, znaš. Nju. Šta je ovo? Morat ću se micati iz vatra. Tu ubila? Ja sam gledao da se ubiju nekad, znaš. Ona je najveća pretnja ovdje.
Sunce, a?
Ma nije samo sunce, već i... Evo brele. Će da izgorimo u bojici. Gledaj nju uvijek da ubiješ prvo. To ti je jako pro savjet. Nemam krvi. Treba mi jedan seljak. Ima ovdje još jedna farma, pored nas. Da, dobije si krvi od onoga farmera, znaš?
Da.
Samo što ćeš to brzo da potrošiš, pošto si to bio pol od mene.
Ja mislim da to samo ovo koji se zove. To što smo da je, sa belim lukom, to što sam da više to.
Primaš veći damage kad si zaražen s belim lukom. Piše primaš više damage-a i vataš više agra. To ti kao debuff generalno. Aha, našao sam scrollova ovih za research. Šta ovdje ima? Nema ništa. Ajmo u selo. Bude. Ne moramo još u rudnik.
Samo da smutim jedan ovaj. Uzmi za telefon. Nisi piješ ono? No, vente. To je na 100%, ne?
Nije ona na 100%, 16%. Ali bolje popi. Pusti mi toga. Možeš toga ako hoćeš. Po ovim kućama imaš... aha, već sam ja bio ovdje. Imaš... Da, imaš kredence sa scrollovima. Te ormarići i to. Svaka kuća bukvalno. Baba ti je ovdje u selu. Sad treba samo da je iskajtujemo. To je inače moj kostur, ako nisi primijetio.
Malo pijem se.
Zvonara treba ubiti. To je kraj, to je dok. Nema onda da pobegne. Pazi, strelac, vatreni. Vatrena strela. Pazi, strela. Odmah je ubi. Što brže. Baba ti u selu, šeta se. A moj ti je sad prvo pobijemo svu stražu, znaš. Koliko možemo, maks. Jer čim počne baba da trči okolo, počne da viče u pomoć, vampiri, 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 znaš. Pazi se ovih. Evo je, evo je, evo je. To je tako.
Gdje je baba?
Čuo se je glas.
Evo.
Treba da je iskajtuješ negdje u neki ćošak. I ne sme da pobegne iz sela. Ako pobegne iz sela, resetovat će se agro, znaš. Ne bi u neku kuću. Ne iz sela, ne iz sela, ne iz sela.
Ide baba ljuta.
Pazi, pazi, ne na tu stranu. Ne na tu stranu. Mamu ti jebem. Sad ubio ovog strelca. Nemoj da je cisaš. Zgorećete.
Belated one. Welcome to my channel.
Eto ti. Sad imaš opciju... Da, imaš opciju da se pretvoriš u čovjeka, znaš?
Da, i možda te guraš sa ovim.
Ček, gdje je to? Sam ja dobio to?
Jesi.
Je li to na ovom točkić, šta? Piše power, human form, turn into human. Ne. Bjež, dolazi straž. Bjež, dolazi straž. To neki bug, šta?
Bote, ovo je odmah.
Nju prvu ubiješ. Sve ostalo. Držao. Ovo ja sam popio bez veze. Ovo ćeš pamuk da nakupimo.
Da se dobimo ovoga,
Njega? Na koliko je posto, samo da vidim. 38% može, ali moraš pobiti ove oko njega. Može biti problem. Vuci ga vamo, na most. Pazi, pazi. Pazi, pazi! Nije, uradio charge. Aj jebi govno, nisam to htio. Htio sam da ga charmujem, ali... Prvo moram... Ne mogu tebe da revivujem ako njega charmujem, to me sad jebe, znaš.
Gdje će je ljudi?
Ajde, za mnom. Označio sam ti ga zapravo na mapi.
Ono je bolje da se okrenemo da idemo gole, znaš. Ovam,
Isti ti zio.
Samo da pređi po trebom.
Da. Seo sam na konje, idem kroz šumu, pa nek me prate. Ako mogu. Evo ga i drugi boss. Hoćeš nju da ubijem?
Koga?
A teško ćemo, bez oružja. Kristina, Princess of the Light. Teško, teško. Teško, ona nabacuje heal ovima, znaš. Vuci u šumu, vuci u šumu, u šumu. Gledaj šta prizijeva, si vidio?
Jako se ne stane, svi da to.
Inače, healuje samo sebe, znaš, ako si primetio.
Vidim, me usta.
Ne mogu da out DPS-a njen heal, znaš koliko je jak. Ne mogu. Sakri se negdje, ubit će nas obojicu. Ne možeš toliko damage-a da uradiš koliko nahiluje se, znaš. Ja udaram mačem, ona samo vidi koji health ide, i po jedan health jedan ide u plus, znaš. Samo se odalje, da izgubi agro i sad će se ona vratit nazad. Vratila se u patrol, ajde dignem. Ko si živi? Živi? Ma kaki, treba da napraviš iron oružje i onaj set bolji malo, znaš. Hvala. Ajmo gvožđe da uzemo. Ne vredi, ovo je sve na mišići. A ne možeš, jednostavno brojevi se ne slažu. Ne možemo toliko da štetimo brzo. Au, evo ga ovdje, ovo je farma pamuka. Za armor set
Idemo u ovo, znači izginemo je.
Treba mi malo krvi do ovih farmera, malo bolje krvi. Da vidim šta imaju ovi. Hoćeš od seljaka da izgineš? Kako?
Ali belo luke ću izginuti.
Nećeš, ne ubijat beli luk, znaš. Možda imaš 100 stekova belog luka, znaš. Beli luk ne ubije. To su priče. Za malu djecu. Ne ubije. Stavi kursor na beli luk pa pročitaj šta piše. Što? Milost, ali od mene nema. Oho. Oho. Inače, ako ti kažem da je Tristan lak za onu žensku bounty hunter... Šta?
Ohitovo me.
Ko to?
Onaj sa ščitom.
Da. A gde si? Kod rudnika, jel?
Da.
Stiže. A nisi zaobišao patrole, a? A patrole. %. Inače, dobra ti je taktika da navučeš ove skeletone, znaš? Ne znam, si to provalio. Navučeš vojnike na kosture. U rudniku su kosturi undeadi, bukvalno. Imaš undead pristave, undead skeleton mageove, a imaš okolo patrolove, normalno. Evo ti ga, stiže. Strelac. Uf, vidim problem. Te časne sestre su dobre, zato što smanjuju cooldown na spellove, znaš?
Še je mogo nekaj, da ne se maknemo od ove sa nukom i se strenom.
Šta, jurite okolo?
Ću ide popu mamu i jebem.
Ubiveno. Čekaj. Gdje? Tu, ja. Yes. It is I, vampire. Toz.
Molim! Ispred mene si spawnala.
Da.
Ti on skriljen i ti si pobegao i ona se ispawnala ispred mene.
Auh, nisam vidio u strelu. Jesi vidio ko dolazi? Nisi vidio cestom ko ide. O malo mu jebe, mislio sam kad pogine bar da mi se resetuju ovi stekovi ovoga garlike. Da, luk je opasan. Ne, nema greške.
Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel.
Šta je, nisi se revive-u? Čekaš mene? Mogu da probam da te živim ako hoćeš. Ako nema toliko ovih patrola, da. Čekaj, stani.
Čekaj.
Tu ti je kasarna, a ispod kasarna odmah je rudnik. Znaš, A u rudniku su undeadi, a u Kasan je vojska i tako, znaš. Dosta zanimljivo mjesto. U smislu da baš i nije zanimljivo. I imam ovaj worker blood, tako da možemo u rudnik odmah otići. Bjež, miči se. U rudnik. Gađaći i kosturi, samo sti zavuci u rudnik. Pičku materinu. Jest. Bježe nje. Ne možeš je ubiti. Nemaš gir isti. Ja ti kažem da ne možeš.
Ustaje.
Tu bilo. Nemaš prostora. Za takvog bossa treba da budeš na otvorenom, koji je strelac, da možeš da manervišeš sa strelama. Ako nisi na otvorenom, ona ima helta više nego ti. I njoj odgovara da je što manji prostor. Ona te trekuje. Ti krećeš da se mrdaš, ona te trekuje strelom. Ti odeš levo, ona se okrene, tap ubijete. I sad ovo pola od pola. Znači sad ću stati na liter krvi. Čovječe, izlupa je ovaj iron dok imamo još ovoga. Izbaci to. Pazi da ne povučeš skeletone. Pokupio si drvo i kamen koje sam ja bacio na zemlju. Drvo, kamen i travu. Bacio sam ih namerno. Pazi da te ne pogodi magija isto. Ovaj rudnik je ukled, znaš. Ovo ćemo uzet. Može i sumpor. Kost. Opa, strelci iza tebe. Dobro. Pazi, imaš i skeleton komandera dole, znaš? Kudeš. Vidjet ćeš ga, čini mi se, dole pred dnu. Polako ide kroz drugu. Pa znam što nemamo krvi više. Ja više nemam. Imam ovo. Drži ovo. Kada ti pada health, zniječi ga, ne još. Uzmi to. Samo desni klik da ga zniječiš i to ti je nulta grpa. Nikakav bonus nema, ali... Promijeniti ti krvnu grupu kada to uradiš. Kaže, kad počneš sad da gubiš health, vidjet ćeš kada počne padati. Samo desni klik da ga zdrobiš, da počneš da ga piješ. Pazi s toga. Pazi. Bolje ti uzmi odmah to. Gdje si ladoština? Uspio si da zaspiš posle nekoliko dana. Evo viš, ja spočeo u inhalt.
Našao sam kod film, malo.
Ti ćeš moći da upišeš nešto više u fizičku školu, a ja ću moći da...
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Mislim da je to sjajno. Znaš što bi rekao Boris, šta ti misliš o tome, a?
Pa to je sjajno.
O, jebem ju majku. Baš...
Ne može, treba ti jače oružje za nju. To ti ja kažem.
Ja, imate jednu još jednu intenzivnu.
Ima. Ja samo čekam da je nađe onaj komandir da počne s njim da se bije. Si ga vidio? Skeleton komander. Skeleton komander ti je jedan veliki nabildovani kostur u oklopu.
Gdje ste ekipa?
Gdje si vampir? Ako imaš drago kamenja, baci meni da ja ponesem.
Drago kamenja.
Eto.
Voliš drago kamenja?
Da.
Da. Jeste vidjeli kako Milan prodaje plac Kinezu?
To je novo. Evo ti iron.
Dođu na show.
Lošiji kvalitet na YouTube nego na Twitchu.
Prezasićenost platforme, pretpostavljam da je to u pitanju, nemam drugo objašnjenje.
Ma ne, nego ujaju sad ovaj premium i to.
Leđa. Evo ti ovdje gvožđe, pokupi. Ne znam, vredi li otići još malo napred. Mislim da je ovdje boss neki, znaš.
Pa su otišli dok ja, evo i...
Mislim da je... Evo ga chest. Ima scrollova. Očerka ide rudnikom i bije. Sve redom bije.
Tako je čas. Znaš ti će bude dan. Ti si daš napolje ili?
Sad idem ja napolje, moram odneti ovog vožđe napolje, znaš. Moramo početi da topimo poluge, znaš. I to vune što imaš nešto, ne vune nego imaš nešto onoga kotona, jel tako? Ja imam 500 kotona. To kotona što imaš, to ćeš staviti, moramo napraviti onaj lum kao preslicu. Šta je to da vidim, to smo sad dobili, čini mi se.
Sad si dobio.
Lum, taj ti 20 dasaka, 12 koper ingota i wool thread. Wool thread imam, ja imam barem. Ti zjebavaj.
Sjebem ti sunce.
Te neko ubije.
Sunce me ubije.
Stižem ja.
Zašto sam napad?
Spržilo ti sunce napolje. Ovo ne patiše, poneti se. Vidim šta je problem zapravo. Ovo da moraš ići cik-cak.
Legendarci, šta se radi?
Evo.
Gdje si tačno izgora? Vidim.
A kakav je ono bug te strelom lansira bombu, šta je ono jebote žive?
5 godina igre, još uvijek ima takih džidža-midža, a?
Gledam rak da ti uzme bati bombu ispred sebe i strelom je lansira.
Ja sam gledao tvoj klip iz Hunter, kad si onoga lika zaklao nož, znaš?
Moguće ovo.
I onda ti pokaže, onda mi pokaže kao recommended, kao klip. I onda kao ono Raktazi, znaš, kao most viewed. Ja pogledam šta je ovo.
Ovo nisam
Čovjek baca dinamit, bup.
Jesi probao ovo, džape?
Ne,
brutalna stvar, znaš.
Strašno.
Onaj Rumun s kojim ja ponekad igram DMZ, gleda sam kad je pogodio sa bolcnom od onoga ručnog samostava. Pogodio je zombije u glavu i zombi odletio, ne znam, 50 metara u vis. Ne znam kako to radi.
Znaš da mu je svaki put uspelo i danas je to sa strelom radio i fragom. A što je najveći fazon, instant fukne frag. Pukne ga ono brzinom vazduha, jebote.
A ovoga zadnji pojao lag.
A i taj čovjek, evo šta sve nije provalio u ovu igru.
A brate, igru srži nje. Ja za Snake, ti ja danas ništa od Back 4 Blood-a je.
Ja sam igrao Back 4 Blood jedno 2 sata.
Mi ga mene ovi uhvatili u Huntu.
Hvala.
To se... I to se...
Šta bi?
Čitao dan.
Pa šta bi?
Gdje beka?
Ne mogu, puni inventar.
Ne znam, otišu je da
Space ju Darija.
Nisam, steklo vene.
Pa nisam mogu odmah da te dignem, gdje si pao? Ajde, teleportuj se samo. Imaš teleport u bazi, teleportuj se, nisi daleko, imaš gornji teleport.
Blizu je. Nema onaj gornji teleport od vode.
Kako nemaš?
Ne.
Aj, čekat ću te ovdje, nemam kući. Biće to opet dok budeš došao. Vidi, ova izašla iz rudnika. Ujebote.
Si vidio Kesiću ono što te onaj ubio, sleđe bio.
Sad ću.
Pogledaj je zadnji klip. Morao sam da ga pustim, morao sam čitati Timbra da pustim zato što bi i mene ubili. Ušteko sam se ubio.
Paz da ne letiš na onu arčerku. Šta bi ovo?
Nešto sam rekao Frost fight.
Još neki boss, a? Ti baš voliš djavola da tražiš. Ako imaš mjesta skuplja ove stvari.
Sviđa Snake, 4 sata treba se gleda stream za ovaj skin.
A to je za lovce samo, to ti je zadnji drop.
Pa da.
Stani. Sad ću ti ja reći. Ima tu par mjesta da može konje skupiti. Ček, dođi vam. Ovo, čekaj, stani, jedna nam treba samo. Jedna, to malo bolje. Čekaj, 28%, sram ne. Čekaj, stani, ne. Treba nam jedna živa da je zarobimo, znaš? Daj mi samo. Ima jedna 20 i nešto posto, čini mi se. Evo je, ova. Čekaj. Stani. Ne, nećeš. Ovo uvodim nazad. Tu možda popiješ. Treba se.
Popio sam već jedno.
One daju spell power i spell reduction, znaš. One su ti za kastovanje magije, dobro. Džiha, konjiću na sve 4 krute. Džiha, mi idemo na daleke pute.
Jebate, danas Kesiću mečan nismo izgubili, znaš si ti?
Pa da.
Ja sam gledao meč kako se Psycho Ghost šunja kao u boss arenu.
A igraju svaku noć, to jest kod njih je vjerojatno to dan. On i Nino igraju. Vidim često sad igraju duos. Psycho Ghost i Nina.
A ne igraš sa Joeom, kako se zove, Every Joe.
Pa nemam pojma.
Ubiše, ispavali su magiju, ubiše. Aj nema mi. A šta ćeš, tako se desi.
30.000 gledalaca ima Psycho Ghost trenutno.
Nastavio sam i ja njegov kanal da gledam i da sam vidio da Hermit ima 400. I onda se samo uključio Hermit o stream, umije. Žao.
Šta se čini?
Šta smo mi konje da...
Evo ga, Paper Press. I to random sam dobio recept za paper press. Možemo da pravimo knjige. Pogledaj.
Ovo Hera gift by watching. Šta je Hera gift?
A to ti je onaj attachment, kako se zove ono smeće.
A, ostalo je to i šta još?
A taj Hera gift je random, baš random.
Mišljeno.
Pa ja sam ga dobio prvi dan dropa, znaš.
Ako će ovo? 2,5 sati.
Molite tuki. Ja sam stavio bio kod sebe na mom save-u, stavio sam 6 ovih za gvožđe, znaš. To toliko sporo ide. Možeš ti sad njega da napuniš, ovo će da topi satima. A napravi mašinu za kako se zove, presu za papir. Ako imamo resurs. Imamo. Možemo i preslicu isto da napravimo. Pa možemo pravimo Iron Crossbow, si vidio recept? Evo dođi vam.
Samo ne izbacim sa...
Šut. Jel imaš pamuka? Daj ga meni.
Evo.
Eto. Sad imamo... Koliko imamo kotona? Imamo... Skoro 800 kotona imamo. Treba nam preslic. 20 plenka, 12 copper ingota.
Gdje su stavili staklo?
Tamo u forge. Ovdje. Imaš 2 česta u forge. Tu imaš staklo. Zašto se staklo inače pravi u forge, znaš?
Ne znam.
Možeš otvoriti vrata opet ako hoćeš. Pomerit ću se. Može mimik da stoji, samo ga nekako fino stavi ćošak. Da, tu stavi 100. Ovdje stavi 100 za... Kako se to zove? Onaj... Zapravo, ovo ti trenutno. To ti je moj savjet.
Ovaj 100 treba da ide ovamo.
Moment samo, ovo ne mora uopšte da bude ovdje. Stavi 100, ne. Od ove sobe ovdje, vidiš da stojim. Ne, treba taj sto da stoji tu. Koji? Daj samo.
U moje mjesto.
Da. Da, jeste. Ne znam zašto si ga bio stavio tamo. Ti si ga stavio tamo bio. Nisam gledao bonus uopšte.
Koji sto si rekao da stavim tu?
U centralnoj sobi stavi onaj... Na crafting ideš i staviš tailoring bench.
Kad to ja nam treba za to.
Aha, evo ti onda gledaj. Drži ovo. Ubaci pamuk. Pola. Podeli. Podeli oba steka, ne bude ravnomerno oba. I dobit ćeš taj. To ti je kao vuna, jel tako? Baš pletena vuna, jel da? Trebalo bi da dobiješ da im 370 podeljeno sa 36, podeljeno sa 2, 18, 35. Imaćeš dovoljno, tačno za jedno, taj 100. A treća nam još una, dobro. Imamo li pod da napravimo?
Ne.
A nemamo, nismo još počeli da istražujemo. Šta nam treba za presu, za papir?
Production, crafting. Treba nam te, nema smajti.
Šta?
Čekaj da ga nađem.
To ti je pod production refinement, skroz desno.
To se vidim da slušam.
Ne, brate, crafting, znači ideš...
Da, pa PPS vidim.
Jest, napravi jednu. I sve tako dok ne zaspi ona sama.
Aj, sad glumimo Jokana Gantenberga.
Johana Gutenberg.
Gantenberg.
Gutenberg.
Da, ajmo još. Opet sve bendost.
Papir, ubaci, imaš pun kurac piljevine tamo u tim strugama, pokupi sve to. A ako hoćeš, imamo li materijala za 2 prese, možemo i 2 prese da stavimo.
Znači, fali 2 znači kupimo to.
Pa trebalo bi da imaš u tim Za ovo ti treba library floor, znaš, ali nema veze. To ćemo tek da napravimo. Eto, bar neka vajda od ovoga, kako se zove, od ove trave. Kasnije možda praviš scrollove, znaš, a za sad možemo da iskoristimo 100 papira da naučimo ona 2 recepta još iz onoga tajera, znaš. Ja mislim tačno, ne treba ni 100 papira, znači samo to.
Kesik C. Welcome to my channel.
Treba 81 papir još. 1, 2, 81 papir. Gdje rastavljamo srce. Ne mogu i slobodno ispresovati. Imamo dosta ovoga kamena pa sam uzeo da ga malo grindujem.
Baci se me, mislim 2000.
Ne, 1000 ti treba uvek. Znači 2 staka po 500 ti uvek treba da imaš. Ali... Mi nemamo više dasak. Se meni samo čini. Jako malo zapravo. Sporo ovo ide. Gdje ti je onaj research table? Da, možemo li da izvadimo ove sluge iz ovih sanduka? Ne, još 12 minuta. 15-20 minuta još.
Barem da je sumpor.
Sumpor ti isto u kovačnici, zato što sumpor isto moraš da topiš. Ne znam da trošimo materijal da pravimo ovaj merciless crossbow. Ili da možemo odmah napraviti iron crossbow, znaš? Mogli bi kad bi imali gvožđe. Stiz ima gvožđe ili se još nije napravio ni jedan gvožđe?
Kod mene je gvožđe.
Što hoćeš da napraviš, onu kovačicu?
Nije gvožđe, znaš tvrđe.
Ne, Vlado, ako ćeš iskreno, gvožđe ko gvožđe ne postoji, postoji železo, a gvožđe je legure železa. I čelik je legura železa.
Kupio nešto dobro.
Toliko o tome, ništa nisam dirao. To se sporo pravi. Ti imaš, sad ću ti reći, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ja u svojoj bazi imam 6 pa nekako ide, a ti imaš 5.
Imamo.
Dobro, ja sam ispomoć, znaš. Pa igramo, ali za početak rekao sam ti prevelika ti je baza i konfuzan ti je raspored. Ja sam se trudio koliko sam mogao da preuredim ono što mi se ne sviđa.
Ono je bio okej.
Kažem, ne sviđa mi se kad moram, znači 10 sekundi da trčim s kraja na kraj sobe. Dugačko.
Ne, taj problem.
A ti nemaš taj problem. A, dobro. Hoćeš da sklonim ovaj, dođi vam da naučiš ova 2 recepta, ajde. Ovdje više nema šta, ovo je otključano sve. Nauči još 2 recepta da mičemo ovaj sto odavde. Ajde.
Čekaj, imam još malo. Još minut.
Ama dođi vamo bre, samo klikni da learn. Čuješ me? Klikni na research desk, nauči ta 2 recepta da mičemo taj sto odatle. Radi estetike ga može staviti, ali nema potrebe više da stoji tu uopšte.
Da ti džepe radiš.
Samo ga skini.
Šta brate, pripremam se za krevet.
Eto, više nemaš recepta.
A realno, šta ćeš?
Čega, prva smjena sam pa da bude normalno.
Vidiš ko radi noćnu smjenu?
Da.
Taj ko zeva. Ja si inače otišao u 5 do 10, 5 do 12, 5 do 12, tako nešto.